Werewolves of Seattle, written by Samantha Marhefka, and read for you by Wayne Farrell. In loving memory of Kathryn Ann, March 31st, 1960 to February 6th, 2020. Chapter 1. The lights from the O'Neill Cancer Center began to fade into the night as Kathryn Berkovich headed to the parking structure, exhausted after her final 12-hour shift of the week. As she walked her usual path, the world seemed to dissolve into the darkness trailing behind her. It wasn't until she was suddenly standing only a few parking spots from her car that she realized something was wrong. Normally the sounds of cars would be carried through the parking structure from the street behind it. But tonight, there was nothing. Not a single sound of life outside of where she stood could be heard. The harsh fluorescent lighting that normally guided her was now replaced by the faint flicker of a dull light directly above her. Looking around, she realized the looming darkness was enclosing on her until the only lit area was the space between her and her car. Dread washed over her as she stood there, anxiety rising from deep within. Desperation shoved her into motion as she tried to rush to her car. Faster and faster she ran, her lungs burning in protest as she pushed herself harder than ever before. Despite her frantic efforts, her car seemed to only get further and further away. What had been a short distance now seemed that of an ever-expanding hallway. Panic overwhelmed her as the pulsing in her head synchronized with the pounding in her chest. A new sound echoed through the silence, causing her to stop in her tracks. Footsteps, but they weren't hers. There was no time to react. In the second it took to blink, her body was swiftly encased as an impregnable force simultaneously clammed down over her mouth. The pounding in her chest ceased, her heart frozen in fear, as she stood there helpless. Slowly the power that held her captive began to constrict, squeezing the oxygen from her lungs. She couldn't move. She couldn't scream. There was no way of knowing what had a hold over her. All she wanted to do was fight back, to save herself from the inevitable outcome. But she was paralyzed as something sharp invaded her neck. The force that held her hostage began dragging her backwards as her feet were torn from the spot they once were frozen. In one rapid motion, she was thrown into the back of a large vehicle, her head slamming down on the hard flooring. Laying there, her head throbbing profusely from the impact, she attempted to cradle the ever-growing bump, but nothing happened. The realization caused her heart to spring back to life, racing faster than before as she desperately tried again to move, but to no avail. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move or make a sound. All she could do was lay there, helpless, as everything around her was overrun by the darkness that once again plagued her. Light pierced through the black void, as though she were laying under a spotlight. There was movement in the distance, something lurking amongst the shadows, or someone. The sound of footsteps broke the deafening silence she'd been drowning in. Something was wrong with the footsteps as they slowly approached her. They were soft, padded with a faint click sound. It felt like time had frozen in this moment, as the slow steps began circling around where she lay, her heart pounding harder with every step. She was being hunted, and yet unable to move. Easy prey. At the moment she realized that, a new sound pierced her ears. A cynical laugh that seemed to engulf her entirely. Finally, the mysterious figure stepped into the light, pointing a long silver blade at her as the true horror was revealed. Before her eyes stood a man she recognized. Andrew. A face that haunted her for nearly a decade, only this time it was twisted. The corners of his mouth were curved up, higher than seemed naturally possible, forming into a malicious grin that evil clowns would envy. Vacant black eyes focused in on her own, a hollowness that could swallow your soul. The casual tilting of his head fed the ever-growing terror within her as his fiendish intent became clear. The light flashed off and then back on to reveal him now straddling her, his face hovering above hers as he held the blade against her cheek. All she could do was lay there as a hand wrapped around her neck, restricting her ability to breathe. Those empty eyes seemed to almost light up as he moved the blade slowly down, tracing down her jawline to her chin, pausing there briefly to twirl the blade back and forth, before continuing down her neck until he stopped just above her sternum. As he lightly pressed the tip of the blade into her skin, her lungs ceased to work, desperate to not increase the pressure against the blade. Another laugh emanated from him, echoing through the void, despite his unchanging sneer. Pulling away slightly, just before the blade broke through her skin, he continued dragging the blade down her chest. Slowly he made his way down, agonizing terror building with every inch of skin he traced over. Dragging out the anticipation, he began to zigzag down her abdomen before reaching her belly button. Pausing there briefly, as he moved his face closer to hers before driving the blade deep into her. Lying there, unable to scream, all she could do was watch as he ripped the blade out before plunging it back in again. Flames burned in its place as he pulled the blade out once more to show it to her. The silver glistening before her eyes in the light as he twisted it in the air, her blood dripping from it with each motion. Suddenly Andrew's face began to change, twisting itself even more so until it no longer seemed human. The corners of his smile continued to move upward until they were to the level of his eyes, which began glowing red as the skin around them turned black. What had been normal teeth now resembled those of a shark, sharp, serrated triangles. Though desperate to look away, she couldn't, his eyes holding her hostage. The pounding in her chest began growing louder as if playing outside of her body, the ground beneath her pulsing from the vibrations. As she lay there, eyes locked on his, she could feel her life slowly flowing from the wounds to her abdomen, all the energy draining from her as the light surrounding her began to dim. In that moment, Andrew leaned down slowly, the revolting sensation of his breath on her neck as he dug his teeth deep into her flesh. Searing pain quickly spread from her shoulder through her body like a bolt of lightning. It was enough to finally free her from the terror, a scream bursting from deep within. With a sudden jolt, her eyes sprung open to see Beth sitting beside her. "Katie, it was just a dream." Gratitude energized Katie as she shot up, her arms firmly wrapping around Beth. "Thank you." A tear of release escaped unnoticed as the horror that had engulfed her faded away. After a moment, she freed Beth and sat back against her headboard, her mind desperate to eliminate the images it had conjured up. "Are you okay? Was it that dream again?" There was a great deal of sympathy emanating from Beth, having suffered from night terrors herself. The image of Andrew's twisted face appeared in her mind as she attempted to rub it from her eyes. "Yes, but I swear it gets more warped each time." Compassion and understanding radiated from Beth as she encompassed Katie's hand within her own. "Katie, sweetie, it's okay. That happened a long time ago. You're safe now. Almost 10 years ago, and it's still haunting me." Instinctively her hand reached down, pressing against her hidden scars. Against all efforts, the floodgates burst open as the images of the other nurses invaded her thoughts. The nurses that died that day beside her. As she collapsed onto Beth's lap, the warm embrace eased her now shaking body, hot tears flowing from her face onto Beth's pajamas. For a moment, they stayed there, Katie's sobbing being the only sound in the apartment. Neither of them spoke, both knowing that no words could heal the pain. All they could do was wait out the tears that racked her body. Beth had been the one to find her that day, bleeding out with the other nurses in the parking garage of the Blackwood Tower. At the time, all she knew of the tower was its notoriety as one of Seattle's more prominent hotels. There was no way she could have known about the small pack of werewolves who lived above it, or that she would become one of them. Gradually the sobbing began to dissipate, and Katie sat up, wiping the remaining tears from her face. "Lousy way to start the day, huh?" A soft smile appeared on Beth's face as she answered. You can't let one moment of sadness eliminate the joy of a new day. There was a brief pause, but the look on her face was clear. She had an idea. "Why don't we head down to the gym floor and box it out?" Actually, Katie thought past her exhaustion as she rubbed away any lingering trace of tears. That sounds like a great idea. The only thing she could imagine being worse than what had happened to her was the thought of allowing him to continue interfering with her own happiness. It was times like this that made her grateful Beth was staying with her, even if it was only temporary while her apartment was being remodeled. All she could do was remind herself that Beth's apartment was only across the hall, so when it was finished, she still wouldn't be far. There was a ripple effect through Katie's leg as Beth gently smacked it. Perfect. The cheerfully bright smile across her soft face only seemed to grow, lifting her otherwise flat cheeks until they were round and full. Get changed, and then... A loud knock at the door cut her off as she swiftly jumped to her feet, spinning to face the door. They both paused in confusion, listening for any other sounds, as another knock echoed from Katie's front door. "Don't worry," Katie stood, placing a hand on Beth's tense shoulder. "It's just one of the pack. I'll get it." There was no need to glance back to check for Beth. Katie could hear her following a few steps behind. After glancing down at her watch, she wondered who would be knocking at 5:23 in the morning. It had to be a pack member, like she had overly confidently told Beth. They were the only ones who were supposed to have access to these floors of the tower. To the outside world, the Blackwood Tower was nothing more than she used to believe herself, an upscale hotel in the heart of Seattle. Sure, there were always rumors floating around about it, but no one ever believed them. The world just loves a good mystery, and the goings-on in this building behind the public's knowledge only added to it. At the end of the day, though, only a handful of trusted people knew about the top 12 private floors. There was another knock at the door just as Katie turned the doorknob. A sudden spark of joy shot through Katie as the door opened, revealing James standing on the other side. "Jim!" Before he could react, Katie leaped on him, her arms tightly surrounding him, the unannounced impact causing him to falter for a moment before regaining his balance. "It's too early for this," an unusually sluggish groan escaping him as he succumbed to Katie's warm embrace, his head falling to her shoulder. After finally releasing James, Katie stepped back to look at her obviously tired friend. There was a depleted look to him as his shoulders seemed to slump down, as though something was weighing on them. Seeing him this way caused her to worry, though that concern was quickly eliminated as she remembered what time it was and that James was a night owl, not a morning person. "Why are you up so early, Jim?" The question seemed to cause him to lift one brown eyebrow as his gaze met hers. There was a stern look spread across his usually playful face, though his lips threatened to smile as he fought against it. Everything was silent for a moment as they began an unannounced staring contest, both doing their best to keep a serious composure. Nearly a minute had gone by when the silence was broken by Beth. "Oh, come on, you two. Do you know how ridiculously childish you both are?" An amused laugh slipped out as she leaned against the doorway. "Hey," in an effort to appear as childish as possible, even despite the early hour, James pointed at Katie like a little kid tattling on another. "She started it." In response to such a silly accusation, Katie crossed her arms in front of her chest and stuck her tongue out at James. Laughter filled the small hallway that separated Katie and Beth's apartments as neither one could maintain a serious composure any longer. Luckily, there were no other apartments on this floor, so there was no risk of waking anyone else. "All of this because she still calls you Jim?" Beth gestured between them both. "It's not my fault his parents named him after a Star Trek captain." Katie walked past Beth as she headed to her kitchen to make some coffee. Following the girls to the kitchen, James let out a groan as his head fell back, leaving him staring at the ceiling. "Why did I ever tell you about that?" It had been just over a year since he had joined the pack, since he had let that piece of information slip. A now highly cheerful Katie responded from the kitchen. "Because we're best friends. Can't help it if I happen to be a Trekkie." As she turned to see James taking a seat at her island, her face fell into the most serious composure she could muster. She held her hand up, parting her fingers to form the Vulcan salute. "Live long and prosper." And with that, her face returned to its cheerful state. "So, who needs coffee?" Beth and James both raised a hand. While the coffee started going, Beth questioned James. "So, why are you here so early?" "See, this is why I don't wake up this early. My brain becomes mush. Patrick and Cody are back and Deaglin wants everyone gathered in the conference room." "At this time in the morning?" For a moment, Katie was puzzled. They didn't gather at such hours. Finally, the realization of what that meant threatened to knock her off her feet. Quickly, her momentary cheerfulness brought on by her friends was turning into fear and panic. It had been 3 days since Cody and Patrick left to spy on Drew's pack across the bay, hiding somewhere along the border of the Olympic National Forest. Drew. Just thinking of his name was enough to fill Katie with conflicting emotions, anger and fear, as her inner wolf's growl echoed in her mind. Drew Mayers was the father of Alex and Andrew, the ones who had attacked her and left her for dead. The sound of Beth talking broke her from her thoughts. "I'm sure there's nothing to worry about," as though she could read her mind. James echoed Beth's statement. "Yeah, I bet they just found their new location. Everything is fine." One eyebrow lifted as he looked her over, his playfulness coming forward. "Maybe you should change before we head down?" Somehow he managed to pull her from the darkness as a small giggle escaped her. With her hands clasped behind her, she began twisting from left to right like a young girl showing off a new dress. "What? You don't like my monkey shirt?" "I think he was talking about your booty shorts that you can't even see hiding under your shirt." Failing to hold a serious face, Beth laughed as she walked away. "I'm going to change too." She turned back to face Katie and pointed a finger at her. "Put on your workout clothes because we're still going to box after." Then she slipped into the spare room she was currently occupying. "I have to go too," accepting the coffee he was handed as he headed to the door. "I have to wake Douglas and then I'll see you down there in a few minutes." Just before closing the door behind him, he paused. "Kathryn Ann," before quickly fleeing the area. "You're lucky I'm tired," Katie yelled through the door, knowing he was listening on the other side. Ever since her childhood, Hearing her first and middle name could cause a small chill to run down her spine. It was what her mum would call her by when she had done something wrong. James had told her that as long as she calls him Jim, he would call her that. The spare room door cracked open enough for Beth to poke her head out. Children! Her laughter was quickly muted as she slipped back in and closed the door. Chapter 2. The sound of the elevator doors closing startled James, the exhaustion causing him to be more edgy than usual. Mornings, especially this early, were never enjoyable in his mind, and he couldn't understand people who did prefer it. All his life he'd been a night owl, and luckily most werewolves were. Besides his natural love for the night, it was also the best time to game. As the elevator began to move, heading down to the security floor, a yawn forced its way out as the scent of coffee invaded his senses. Glancing down at the warm, fresh coffee in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh. Holding it up for a closer inspection, all he could tell was that it was a princess of some kind. He just didn't know which. The nameless beauty seemed to be dancing in a fancy yellow dress. Silly lady. James had been so tired when Kathryn had handed him the cup that he hadn't noticed. Without a doubt, he knew she had done it on purpose, but he didn't care. In fact, he found her zany sense of humor amusing. Her humor, silliness, and nerdiness was endearing, and she always seemed to be able to make him laugh. The doors opened just as he had lowered the cup, revealing Patrick standing on the other side. Geez, man, almost made me spill my coffee. On the typical scale, James considered himself of average height, coming in around 6'2", but standing beside Patrick always made him feel short. Along with his towering height, Patrick had also been a Navy SEAL before retiring and joining the pack, and nearly 2 decades later, he still emanated an intense military vibe. His naturally white-grey hair only seemed to make his blue eyes stand out more, as if they could see through you to any hidden truth. Always made James feel like confessing, even though he had nothing to confess to. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. Patrick's focus bounced between James and the cup he held, the left corner of his lips pulling as he seemed to hold back a smile. Nice, cup. He stepped aside to let James pass before following him down the hall to the conference room. Thanks. It's Katie's. Usually he preferred calling her by her name, but he also respected her desire to go by Katie within the pack. Do you have the photos? Makes sense. Yeah. He handed James the memory card. Should all be on here. Thanks. I'll get it all set up. Everyone should be down here shortly. James stopped for a moment, tempted to ask what or who they saw. Before he could get a word out, the door to the conference room opened. There you are. Douglas's Irish accent giving him away even before his red hair could. He stepped out into the hallway, still holding the door open. You lads coming in? Yeah. The moment was gone anyway. Have to get these pictures up on the screen. James pocketed the questions for now. Surely they will be answered soon. I'll be there in a minute. Before anyone could say anything, Patrick turned and headed to his office. As the head of security, his office was on this floor. No one else had arrived yet, leaving only James and Douglas in the conference room. When James had gotten the call about the briefing, he'd been told to wake Douglas, seeing as they shared the same floor, and the girls who were down one floor. Other than that, he was just told to come downstairs and get the pictures up on the screen. Curiosity caused a brief sense of urgency as he sat at the desk. Let's see what we've got. Douglas had positioned himself behind James while he began loading the photos onto the computer. Douglas yawned before commenting, Must be something important to pull us in here so early. That would be my guess too. It had only been about a year since James had joined the pack, and in that time there hadn't been a meeting like this. Here we go. Suddenly, a deep growl vibrated from within him as the first picture opened. Framed in the center of the photo were two faces he had learned to loathe. The sudden pressure of Douglas's hand on his shoulder seemed to ease his anger. Despite their different interests, Douglas being a geneticist whereas James focused on computers, they had grown close since living together. Apart from Kathryn, Douglas had become his closest friend within the pack. James did recognize that part of why they had clicked so well could also be partly due to the fact that Douglas reminded him of his own older brother. "It's Andrew and Alex Mayers," a voice remarked from behind them, causing them both to jump. They spun around to find Deaglin Blackwood standing in the doorway. "Didn't mean to startle you." He took a sip of his coffee as they both stared at him. "Are you two still asleep? Let's get these photos up," motioning with his mug to the smartboard on the wall as he took a seat at the conference table. The initial anger had briefly subsided until James turned back to the faces on the monitor, a hint of the anger returning. "It will only take a moment." When he became part of the pack, he was informed of everything that had happened between them and Drew's pack across the bay. Deaglin's attempt at making James change his mind. These two pathetic beings were Drew's sons, the ones responsible for what happened to Kathryn, the ones who attacked her. Just the thought of it sent a surge of burning hate through his body. His inner wolf's growls echoed in his mind. It wasn't until the realization that she would have to look at these photos that he was pulled back to the task at hand. Should Katie have to see these photos? Immediately after blurting out the question, regret struck James. There was a momentary pause as Deaglin's chest fell with a sigh. "Sadly, yes. I know you want to protect her, we all do, but she's strong and can handle anything that is thrown at her." Deep down he knew Deaglin was right. It wasn't his place to choose what she knows or sees. He just wished she didn't have to see their faces ever again. Before he could respond, Dimitri and Gunter walked in, Dimitri's laughter leading the way. "You guys'll never believe what Gunter just told me." While Dimitri's amusement was obvious, Gunter appeared more exhausted than anything as he jokingly punched Dimitri in the arm. "It's not funny." Laughter continued from Dimitri. "It's pretty funny. This guy just said he's thinking about getting a cat. Imagine it, a werewolf with a cat. Cats have a lot of personality." Gunter slouched down into a chair, pressing his palms against his blue eyes. "Who decided early morning meetings were a good idea?" It was easy to tell he hadn't been up long. Usually his dirty blonde hair was neatly styled, but currently it more resembled that of Gordon Ramsay. "That would be the one there." Dimitri pointed to Patrick as he walked in the room as if on cue. There was no comeback from Patrick. His focus seemed completely fixed on the file in his hand. It must have been what he had needed from his office because he didn't have it when James had met him at the elevator. From the creases forming on his forehead, it was a safe bet that he didn't like what he was looking at. The moment Patrick finally pulled his gaze from the file, he was greeted with everyone staring at him. "What?" The creases on his forehead seemed to soften, but for only a moment until he looked around the room. "Where is everyone else?" In one swift motion he closed the file and glanced at his watch. "Didn't I say everyone needed to be down here by now?" While everyone stared blankly at Patrick, the rest of the security team, Cody and Melina, walked in behind him. "Sorry, boss man. This one," Cody gestured at Melina, "was hard to find." The back of the former SASR soldier's head was promptly smacked by Melina as she pushed her way past him. "Make it sound as if I was hiding." It was pretty easy to tell that she'd been on the gym floor. To no surprise at all, she was still wearing her workout clothes, which seemed to match her never-ending theme of all black. After getting to know Melina, finally getting through her tough exterior, James was pretty sure that if her hair hadn't naturally been black, she would probably color it black. Black was just her color. It was part of who she was by now, and it seemed to suit her perfectly. To people outside of the pack, she tended to give off such an intimidating vibe. Not helped by her self-proclaimed RBF, but to those who truly knew her, she was actually very sweet and kind. Once he had learned how she came to be part of the pack, he no longer questioned why she kept that part of her private. With crossed arms and a clenched jaw, Patrick was now at the head of the conference table, staring at the door. "That just means we're missing—" Before he could finish, women's laughter entered the room and was immediately followed by Kathryn and Beth. The laughter came to a halt as they spotted Patrick, the very opposite of amusement on his face. "Oh, sorry. Are we late?" Kathryn's mere presence was enough to instantly calm James as she sat in the chair closest to him. She leaned in his direction to tap on the coffee mug she had given him. Nice mug. The sound of her small giggle lifted all remaining worries away. "You're here now, so let's—" There was a brief pause as Patrick looked around the room one last time. "Where is Astrid?" The frustration in his voice now sounded more like a teacher trying to round up young students after free time. "Forgot to mention, Astrid isn't here. She left yesterday." Deagland casually took another sip from his still steaming coffee. From day one, James had known that this pack wasn't a typical one. For werewolves, generally your pack was your family, and other close-by werewolf families territory-based. This one, however, was more of a random handful of misfits with no real place to call home. It was one of the reasons he felt so pulled in, why he fought Deagland's attempts at scaring him away. This was his family now, and he enjoyed the fact that they weren't traditionally based. There were roles still to be held, but for the most part, they were still free to be themselves. Despite the fact that they all live in the same building, James, being so new, still didn't know everyone as well as they knew each other. Astrid Axelson was one of the remaining mysteries. It wasn't uncommon for her to leave the tower for weeks on end. She knew people all over the world. There was just so much to know, so many stories for her to tell. In fact, Astrid was nearly 500 years old, making her the oldest werewolf he had ever met personally. You would never know it from looking at her. Originally, James thought she was somewhere around mid-20s. It was hard to guess the age of werewolves who still shifted regularly. They aged ridiculously slow. "James?" With a quick shake of his head and a few blinks, James's attention was back in the present. He looked up to see Patrick staring at him, waiting. Looking back at the monitor in front of him, he was reminded of the task at hand. "Yes, sorry, still waking up. Photos are coming up." Just before the photos were projected onto the board, James's attention shifted to Kathryn, his eyes refusing to leave her. Deagland's words from earlier were replaying over and over in his mind. There was a lot that James had learned about Kathryn, and one of those things was just how strong she was, mentally and physically. Even still, he just wanted to protect and comfort her. She shouldn't have to spend a single second more looking at their faces. As the first photo covered the board, the room fell silent. All anyone could hear was the air leaving Kathryn's lungs. It looked as though she had just had the wind knocked out of her by an invisible something slamming against her chest. Right away her hand slammed down onto Beth's. Seeing her react so strongly to the photo caused his heart to ache, as if someone was squeezing it. All he wanted to do in that moment was leap over this desk and wrap her up in his arms, but he fought the urge. Luckily, since he couldn't himself, Beth was beside her already, and Kathryn seemed comforted by that. Before anything could be said, Patrick got busy with the debrief. "I know it's early, so I'll get through this briefing as quickly as possible. As you all know, Cody and I were surveying Drew and his pack for the last couple days. Yesterday afternoon, the two of them showed up, and they weren't alone." With a click of a button, Patrick changed to the next picture, showing a group of people carrying crates. "We've yet to identify most of these men, but we know this one." Once again the photo changed, focusing on one man in particular. Viktor Nikolaev. Patrick opened the folder he'd been carrying and gently tossed it down in the center of the table. A nomad. All we know about him is what Astrid has provided in this file. The lines across his forehead deepened as he stared at Astrid's empty chair. According to what she provided, he normally only moves around Europe, but as you can see, he's now here. After reaching for the file, Diegland took a moment to speak. I'll get hold of Astrid once I can and see if she knows anything else about him. Normally she's very thorough with her files, so there's a good chance that this is all she knows about him. He passed the file to Dmitri. Luckily, she shouldn't be gone more than a day or two. Sometimes these briefer trips Astrid would take spiked James's curiosity. Sometimes his mind would wander, making up stories about her being a top-secret spy. Growing up watching movies like 007 didn't help. A small hint of relief glimmered across Patrick's face as he continued. Moving on to the reason I called you all here. The photo changed, revealing an empty property. Drew and his pack are gone. A few disgruntled noises were shared amongst the pack. From how quickly they were able to move out, we're sure it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. As we saw, they had reinforcements to assist, and they managed to get out of there so quickly we missed it. When the last photo of the empty compound left the screen, James reached behind him and flipped the overhead lights back on. Despite his best efforts, all of his attention remained on Kathryn. On the outside, she appeared firm and unmoved, regardless of her earlier shock. But all he could do was wonder how she was feeling on the inside. Any ideas where they have gone? Beth seemed to ask the question before anyone else could. The next word from Patrick almost seemed to cause him physical pain to say. No. Unfortunately, the trail ran cold, roughly 12 miles in. The sudden sensation of Cody's hand pressing down on James's shoulder almost sent him flying out of his chair. Bit jumpy this morning? Yeah, still early for me. Cody patted his shoulder. No worries. Could you pull up the map of the Olympic area? Sure thing. As quickly as he could, he got the map of the area onto the board, while Cody made his way over to where Patrick was. While Patrick stepped away, apparently heading back to his office, Cody took over. Using the board marker, he began marking areas on the map for everyone else to see. As you all know, this is where they'd been for the last few years, marking the area with an X before drawing a much larger circle around it. This is the area we're sure they aren't in, and this, he marked another spot with an X, is where we lost them. Now, after receiving the prior moves around this area, our best guess is that they're somewhere in the northwest area. He made one last larger circle on the map before closing the marker. At this moment, we've no leads as to where or why they moved again, but we can say for certain they are remaining in the Olympic Park. We all know they move every so often, so that isn't unusual. Our concern at this time is due to Alex and Andrew returning, as well as the men they brought and what the crates may contain. Suddenly Diegland stood. We will find them. We always do. We need to find out what's in those crates. Everyone will make themselves available as usual. Now, need to make some calls. With Dmitri following behind, they left the room. While the others began discussing amongst themselves, all James could think about was Kathryn. Even though he hadn't been here when Alex and Andrew attempted to kill her, he had heard all about it, including how angry the two of them were when they found out that she had transitioned. They had planned for her to die alongside the other nurses that day, but she hadn't. Were they back now to try and finish what they had started? Being the only tech-savvy one in the pack, he made a silent oath to find out as much as he could, as well as do all he could, to help secure the tower from any threat. Chapter 3. No matter how hard Katie pushed herself forward, The image of Alex and Andrew remained with her, pursuing her through the streets. Water on the sidewalk splashed beneath her feet as she pushed harder and faster. As desperate as she was for the rain to clear her mind as usual, but today it only let her down. It had been over an hour now since the meeting had ended, and she still hadn't figured out what she was feeling. A small part of her said to run, leave town before they crossed paths, but a larger part was saying something else. What that something else was, she couldn't figure out. After the meeting had ended, Beth volunteered along with Melina to be the first to search for Drew and his pack. The moment Beth volunteered, Katie begged her not to go. The mayor's boys were too dangerous. Unfortunately, Beth was hard-headed and determined. There was no stopping her. It wasn't until she had said goodbye that Katie noticed the rage in Beth's eyes, turning her usually ice-blue eyes a dark indigo. Even as Beth smiled and assured her that everything would be fine, Katie knew she had other things in mind. It was a strange thought, but Katie had spent most of her run hoping that they wouldn't find them. As she turned the corner, her body came to a halt, taking a moment to breathe. How she wished she could run free, to let her wolf side out and be one with nature, but there was still beauty to be found. An example of that beauty now stood before her in all its glory. Blackwood Tower, the place she called home. When it was built, it stood as the tallest tower built in Washington, but now it stood dwarfed by newer skyscrapers. Though it was older, there was a certain beauty to the tower that only seemed lost amongst the buildings surrounding it. The way the clouds caused the white exterior to look grey always made it look as beautiful as a painting. Sitting at the top of the building was a gorgeous pyramid with a gargoyle at each corner, not something that existed on any other building. The pyramid, unknown to anyone outside of the pack, housed Deaglin's lab. At the top of it sat a glass sphere that you could stand in, the whole city at your feet. For just a brief moment, she couldn't help feeling appreciative for the life she now had, in spite of how she ended up here to begin with. Picking the pace back up, she made her way to the parking garage. Making her way into the elevator, she couldn't help but be reminded of her dream. The fear began to creep its way back in as the daylight disappeared behind her. "This is home," she thought out loud, attempting to calm the oncoming fear. It didn't work. The images only seemed to haunt her from the shadows, as if laughing at her. Turning her attention fully to the elevator door ahead of her, she tried to push past it. "I have a message for you, from Andrew." The sudden voice and the name spoken caused Katie to stop in her tracks. As she spun around to find the source of the voice, there was a distinctive click. "He says he's finishing what he started," came from the hooded figure standing behind her. Unable to pull her feet from where she stood, the face from her dreams began to overrun her mind, causing her now healed wounds to sting. Out of nowhere, a shadow darted out from the surrounding darkness. In a blur, the shadow positioned itself between Katie and the gun. Before she could make out what was happening, an ear-piercing bang rang out, echoing throughout the structure. Katie fell to the floor, her hands over her ears. The gun had gone off. A hand pressed against Katie's shoulder. "Miss, are you hurt?" The voice sounded much further away than she knew it was. Still crumpled up on the ground, Katie kept her hands firmly wrapped over her ears a moment longer. Luckily, her ears ceased their incessant ringing quickly, quick healing being a werewolf trait. It took a few more seconds for her to pull herself from the shock that held her frozen to the ground. As she regained her senses, she looked up, unsure of who was beside her. "Are you hurt?" he asked again. A stranger, dark hair and pale green eyes, was kneeling down beside her, concern in his eyes as he looked her over. There was a scent of blood in the air, but it wasn't hers. I'm okay, but you're not." Quickly, her shock seemed to subside as her nurse instincts took over. "You've been shot." It looked to be a minor injury. He seemed to have been grazed across his right side. "Oh." He reached down to touch it. "I guess I have been." The stranger fell onto the ground, propping himself up with one hand. "As long as you're all right, it was worth it." It wouldn't take long for some of the pack to get down here. Strangers were already making their way in. Without any clean supplies, there wasn't much she could do to help him until they arrived. "Lay back. Help will be here in a second, and then we can get you fixed up." With him on the ground, she did the only thing she could think of in that moment. After folding up the bottom of his shirt, she pressed it over the wound. With her hand firmly pressing down, she quickly looked around, concerned that the gunman would return. "He's gone. Ran off once the gun went off." They locked eyes for a brief second before her attention returned to his wound. "My name's Giles. I would shake your hand, but—" He lifted his hand to look at all the blood on it before looking at her. Noticing the concern on her face, he put his hand down. "It's not so bad." Blood was still pouring from his wound when Katie finally heard the sound of the elevator opening behind them. Immediately after, the sound of multiple people running to them echoed lightly in the quiet garage. The pack. Knowing she was now safe, a few tears slipped free. "I'm Katie." Hours had passed since they had rushed Giles over to the emergency room of Deaglan's hospital. Katie had tried to persuade the others to let her take him to the medical floor, but they were right. This was still a stranger. Things needed to appear normal. One demand she had was to be allowed to scrub in to help save the life of the man who risked his own for hers. It still shocked her that this random man put his life in danger for another stranger, but she was grateful. Now he was laying in the hospital bed beside her. While she sat there watching him, her body began to relax as her eyes took the moment to rest. "How long have you been sitting there?" The sudden invasion of the newly acquainted voice caused her eyelids to fly open as she jolted up in the chair. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Jumping to her feet, she made her way over to check him over. "It seems I might be feeling better than yourself. You should go home and get some rest." His eyes never left Katie as she walked around to each machine. "It does not look like I will be going anywhere." Pointing to the tubes feeding fluids into his body, a gentle smile spread across his face. "No, I'm fine here. Is there someone you'd like me to call?" "Are you asking if I'm married?" There was a hint of amusement in his eyes as his smile widened, an almost contagious smile. Immediately her cheeks grew warm as she attempted to calm it before he noticed. "I just meant, if you had anyone who should know you're in the hospital." The second the word, left her lips, she wanted to kick herself. Why she felt nervous around him she had no clue. A small laugh slipped out of Giles. In that case, no. There is no one to call. Are you all right?" "Thanks to you, I am." Finishing up checking over everything, she sat back down. "I wanted to thank you again for coming to my rescue. I'm terribly sorry you were injured. Not everyone would put themselves in danger to help a complete stranger. How am I supposed to ignore a chance to save someone? Especially someone as kind as you are. Oh, and this," gesturing to his bandaged side, "is nothing to worry about. I would do it again. I am just sorry he got away." "Did you know him?" Unsure of how to explain the situation to a stranger, let alone a non-werewolf, Katie froze. While she tried to come up with something to say, the door to the room opened as Gunther came in. There was a temporary sense of relief as she handed over the chart, knowing that the conversation was over for now. "Good afternoon, Giles. I'm Dr. Volkov, the doctor who took care of your injury. It's nice to see you awake so soon. How are you feeling? It is nice to meet you, Dr. Volkov. I am feeling quite well, actually, thanks to you, I assume. It was the least I could do after you saved our dear sweet Katie here. Gunter paused for a moment to quickly look over Katie's notes. Luckily, you suffered only minor injuries from the gunshot. It could have been much worse. The only thing I am lucky about is that I was there to help her. There was an intensity emanating from Giles as his eyes locked onto Katie, causing her cheeks to flame. The smirk appearing on his face as he responded meant his effect on her didn't go unnoticed. Well then, Gunter's focus bounced between Katie and Giles before continuing. I don't see a reason why you can't be discharged soon. Katie, may I speak to you outside? Turning her attention back to Gunter, Katie nodded and followed him out of the room. Together they headed to an empty patient room across from Giles's. Once inside, they shut the door, knowing this conversation would require privacy. He is doing surprisingly well. Hasn't even touched his pain meds. Have you learned anything new about him? It was understandable for Gunter to be hesitant in regards to Giles. All they knew about him at this point was his name. While they worked to patch him up, the others had been busy at the tower trying to figure out what had happened. James, being protective as usual, had attempted a background check, but failed due to not being able to figure out a last name. When he had woken, Katie was supposed to have asked for the missing information, but when the moment had come, she completely forgot. Hesitant to admit the failure to inquire, she offered up the only information she had gotten. I know he isn't married, and that there doesn't seem to be anyone locally in his life. To her reprieve, Gunter just smiled. That's perfectly fine. We will get more info soon. After all, he does need to fill out some paperwork before he can be discharged. Gently he placed his hand on her shoulder. No need to worry. We will get what we need by the end of the day. Dmitri just called before I came in. You need to head back to the tower. Captain Hoffer is there, and she has some questions that she wanted to ask you personally. The idea of speaking with Captain Hoffer caused her to feel a bit nauseous. I'm not sure how much I can tell her. It all happened so fast and caught me so off guard. Look, I know she can be intimidating, but that's part of her job. Just remember, even though she isn't part of the pack, she is still one of us, and we are lucky for that. Everything will be just fine. Dmitri also sent Cody to escort you back, and he is already waiting just down the hall. Okay. Will you keep me updated about Giles? Despite how she felt, Gunter was right. They were lucky the captain of the local police department happened to also be a werewolf. It still didn't outweigh how intimidating she was. Of course I will. You have a couple minutes before you need to be on your way. You should go say goodbye. There was a buzz coming from one of his coat pockets. I have to go now. Have a patient to see. I'll see you back at home. Once Gunter rushed off to respond to his page, Katie began walking back to Giles's room. Before going in, she took a moment to think over what she was going to say, making sure not to get caught off guard again. Turning briefly to wave at Cody down the hall made her realize how grateful she was that he was already there waiting, a reason not to linger too long. After taking one long, calming breath, she headed in, unsure as to why she felt so nervous. Making her way into the room, she quietly paused just outside the door, looking over Giles as he stared out the window. Before she could take another step, he turned to look at her, a smile instantly forming on his face. You are back. What did the doctor say? Noticing that the closer Katie got to him, the more nervous she became, she decided to stand at the foot of the bed. He says you're doing really well. Might even be able to discharge you soon. Good news, then. A hint of disappointment gleamed in his eyes. Is something wrong? Are you experiencing any pain? No pain. just unsure about going back to the hotel with a wound like this. Now it made sense as to why he was in the garage. There was a good chance that the hotel manager, Dana, had already located him in the guest list. Knowing she couldn't say anything about the pack or the top of the tower being their home, she had luckily already thought of what to say. "I am currently staying there as well," which wasn't a complete lie. For situations just like this, the pack had 2 rooms in the hotel that were always kept empty for their use. "I could check in on you. It's the least I can do considering you were injured saving me." It was true. If it wasn't for her living in the tower, he wouldn't have ended up here to begin with. Despite hating being a victim, she was truly grateful he stepped in when he had. "I have to go now, though. Dr. Volkov will keep me updated as you are also my patient, and I will check in on you once you return to the hotel as well." That is reassuring. "Do you have to go?" "Yes. There are officers waiting for my statement on what happened. You are in fantastic hands here, so no need to worry." Turning to leave, she couldn't help feeling a bit guilty, but she needed to be elsewhere. There was no reason to make Captain Hoffer wait any longer, as it would only make her frustrated. "Then I shall see you soon." No official goodbye was said from either of them as she walked from the room, which seemed only fitting. There was no doubt about it now. She was beginning to feel something for him, something more than she could have ever imagined. Unfortunately, there was no possibility that anything could grow from this. There was the issue of her being a werewolf and him being human. Standing right outside the door was Cody, waiting for her as if he was her own personal bodyguard. Being from the Australian Special Air Service Regiment, it would make sense. Patrick and Cody both radiated the same sense of strength and intensity, which was probably why they had become friends. It hadn't taken much time for Katie to get past that immediate demeanor, to see how kind and warm they both were. "You ready to head back, or do you need a little more time to grab anything?" "No, we can go now. The clothes I wore here were covered in blood, so I tossed them." A reminder of what happened was not something she wanted to keep. "All right, then." Turning back one last time to look at the door to Giles's room, she was reassured by the fact that he would soon be in the hotel. At least there she could watch over him. Chapter 4. Rage burned deep within James, building from the moment he learned of what happened to Katie in the garage. This was their home, a place where they were supposed to be safe. Normally he could stay level-headed in times of stress, but not now. Not this time. Every inch of his being yearned for vengeance upon Alex and Andrew for what all they have done. For nearly a century, those twins have terrorized not only this pack, but many others as well. Werewolves weren't that different from ordinary people outside of being able to shift into wolves. Throughout the werewolf world, there were good ones and there were bad ones, the ones who felt superior to non-wares. Though it was true wares are stronger and faster with heightened senses, most didn't let it change who they were. Then there were the ones like the mayor's boys, 2 of the worst James had ever come across. It was one of the downsides to their world. There wasn't much along the lines of law enforcement. Usually it was up to the pack to maintain order, but with a pack leader like Drew Mayers, there was no order other than his. While the others went over what happened with Captain Hoffer, James focused his attention on trying to find out who had pointed the gun. Sifting through what little security footage they had of the incident only caused the rage to grow stronger. All he could think was how it could be possible that they had so many blind spots in their security. It was abundantly clear that it was time to upgrade the system, and once this meeting was over he would speak with Patrick and Deagland about it. "James," Deagland attempted to get his attention from the front of the conference table. "Do you have the footage ready?" "Yeah." With a few clicks, the compiled pieces were displayed on the large screen behind Deagland. "This is all I could find." attempting to stifle his frustration as the footage began to play. Due to all the blind spots, all he could find were distant shots only catching the grey hoodie and jeans the gunman had been wearing. Seeing the images play on the screen only fed the rage, his instincts demanding blood. As the few clips finished playing, Deaglan continued. "Captain, do you think your people could use any of this to track the shooter?" Standing up, Captain Hoffa made her way closer to the screen. "Possibly. Can you go back to the second clip where we see the suspect walk into the garage?" James obliged, replaying the requested clip. "Unfortunately, the clothes he is wearing don't have much of a defining appearance, but we will see what amount of CCTV footage we can pull from surrounding buildings. Maybe we can track where he went or get a better angle. I'll need a copy, obviously." Turning around to face Deaglan, she continued, "Where is the victim?" Impulsivity overran James as he spoke out before Deaglan could. "Kathryn. Her name is Kathryn, but she goes by Katie." There was a sternness to Captain Hoffa as she shifted to glare at James, her long dark hair flowing with the movement. "Yes, Kathryn." Returning her attention to Deaglan, "Where is she?" Many people, including some of the pack, always found Captain Gabriella Hoffa's demeanor to be on the rougher side. Maybe it was the job that caused it. Couldn't be easy being captain, having to get so many others to take you seriously. Though there was a certain strength to her that she would apparently thank her Romanian lineage for. Similar to their pack, she was unique, a rogue werewolf. She's currently in surgery with Gunter at the hospital. The two of them are quietly patching up the man who stopped the gunman. Without shifting his gaze from Hoffa, Deaglan continued. "Dimitri, did you get an update from Gunter?" "Yeah, I was able to get through to him after they'd finished up. He will send her over shortly. Cody's on his way to escort her back here, like you asked." There was a hint of irritation in Hoffa's voice as she continued, "Once she is back, I need to get her statement." Returning to her seat, "What about this supposed hero I have heard about?" Still standing at the head of the conference table, Deaglan offered what he could. "We have a first name, Giles. Dana is currently locating him in our guest record. You should hear from her any minute. We have also included a photo we pulled from our cameras of him for your team, if needed. Personally, we aren't too concerned, just grateful. Going along with what Patrick told you about the activity of Drew's pack before it started, it does look like the mayor's boys are responsible. Before rushing Giles to the hospital, Katie did tell us that the gunman said he was there on behalf of Andrew." Normally, Deaglan seemed to take more of a backseat role, allowing Dimitri to keep things running. But in times like these, his strengths as alpha showed. One of the things that had pulled James to join this pack was how unique it was. This was the first place where he'd felt like he belonged. Deaglan wasn't a typical pack leader. He hadn't even wanted the position to begin with. This pack had started with just Deaglan and Dimitri after Dimitri had saved him. Over the years, others seemed to find them and a pack grew, regardless of Deaglan trying to turn each of them away due to fearing for their safety. It never worked. They all had insisted on staying. Adjusting her pantsuit as she stood, Hoffa ended the meeting. "Either way, inform me when you have a full name as well as anything else you find out. My team and I will be down in the garage to see what we can find. Where is my copy?" "James has it ready for you," gesturing to James as Deaglan continued. "Patrick will escort you down, and if you or any of your officers need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." Before he could even finish, Hoffa had received the footage and was on her way out the door, Patrick trailing behind her. Almost immediately the tension in the room eased, until the phone on the conference table rang. Deaglan answered it, putting it on speaker. "Hello, Dana." "Hey, we have a name." Dana paused. Her usual cheerful tone was non-existent. They had been incredibly lucky years ago when they hired Dana as their general manager. She was the only one who had a slight clue as to what went on up here, and she never inquired further. People always ask about the top half of the tower, and many of them had their own assumptions. The mystery of it all seemed to attract more guests. The story the tower would give is the simplest answer, that it was a privately owned section of the building separate from the hotel. All that Dana knew was that they resided here as well as worked from here. The truth about being werewolves could never get out. Giles Miller, room 2008. It was a cash transaction, and he checked in 2 days ago for a 4-day stay. A sadness seemed to coat Dana's words, something James had not heard in her before. Thank you, Dana. Please get a refund set up and extend his stay until I give you a date. Will do, Deagland. Goodbye. Dana promptly hung up. Douglas, go after Patrick and the captain, inform them of his name, and then head downstairs. Do a sweep of the hotel. Standing up with Douglas, Dimitri followed. I'll go too. Take a look around. We really should get Astrid back here just to be safe. Agreed. I'll see if I can get a hold of her. As they left, Deagland made his way over to James. I'm guessing you're already looking into Giles. Now standing behind him again, seeing that he was correct in his assumption. Yup. Obviously haven't gotten very far yet. Luckily his first name is more on the unique side, but it's still out there. Regardless, it shouldn't take too long to find him. Though his methods weren't exactly the most legal, he knew he wouldn't be caught. Computers were his expertise, and it was hard to keep him out if he wanted in. Look, I know that you and Katie have become close since you came to the tower. Just know that we are all angry, and we all want to do something about it. Before he could say anything more, James utilized the moment to discuss the camera issue. This lowlife shouldn't have been able to walk away without getting a shot of his face. We desperately need to upgrade our security. There are blind spots all over the place. Agreed. Once you and Patrick have time, get whatever you need. Don't worry about the cost, just get it done. Placing his hand on James's shoulder. Just remember what I told you. Deagland turned to leave the room. Now that everyone was gone, there was no need to stay in the conference room. Once everything was shut down, he turned to leave just as Douglas appeared at the door. Where are you off to? Well, before your giant red-headed self decided to block my exit, I was headed to my place. There was no beating his own office setup, and at the moment, he needed some time to focus. Not a worry, you won't be a small pup for long. Douglas reached up to pat the top of James's head, who stood about half a foot shorter than him. Want some company? Yeah, let's head up. At first, the thought of having someone around seemed more on the draining side, but Douglas was the exception. It was most likely a good idea to have him around to keep him level-headed. What's on your mind, lad? You can't hide it, Douglas prodded. Just don't understand how this could happen, how there are so many weak points in our own home. Being a slightly more private person, normally James would wait to discuss anything, but the hallway was currently empty. The pack was family, but that was still on the newer side for him. True, but are you sure that's all? Seems like more. Somehow Douglas always seemed to know, or maybe James wasn't as good at hiding things as he thought. Just uneasy about this Giles guy. So far, we only have a name, and it seems strange he just happened to be there. Just saying that name out loud was enough to further encourage him to learn everything he could. Ah, I see. Douglas hit the button to call the elevator. This is a hotel, lad, and there are people all over. Besides, if something is off, you're the one who'll figure it out. We should just be glad someone was there. Yeah, someone. For some reason, the truth felt like a punch to the gut. Before either of them could say anything else, the elevator doors opened with Patrick already inside. Hey, you two headed up? Stepping aside to make room for them as he asked. That we are. Yourself? Douglas asked as he pressed the button for the shared floor. Stepping into the elevator, James utilized the moment. I was going to talk to you, Patrick. We need to upgrade our security system. Taking a moment to eye the elevator, ways for one of Drew's pack figuring out how to get up to their floors flooded his thoughts. This elevator included. All we have is this hidden panel, motioning to the buttons hidden behind a small panel. I was just discussing that with Captain Hoffer. Never thought Drew or his boys would have the balls to threaten us here again. They're in for a surprise once we find them. Give me any input you have and we'll get things going as quickly as possible. Will do. The doors opened for James and Douglas to step off. James turned back before the doors could close. I'll have a list for you as soon as I can. Sounds good. I'm headed up to change right now. Once Cody gets back with Katie, I'll be headed out with Hoffer to see what we can find. I'll be back by tonight, though. Okay. When will they be back? James asked, desperate to see Kathryn. Cody said they're going to be on their way any minute now that Giles is awake. Resisting the urge to growl, James stepped back to allow the doors to close. It was time to figure out all he could about Giles Miller. Chapter 5. Relief washed over Katie as the elevator doors closed, knowing that in just a moment she would be in her apartment. Having to go over everything that happened today with Hoffer, down to every detail she could recall, had been even more draining than she had thought it would be. Fortunately, this awful day was nearing an end and she could finally unwind. All she could think about at this point was taking a steaming hot shower, followed by comfortable pajamas and some Bridget Jones. Unfortunately, her usual chick flick buddy Beth was still across the bay, so tonight she was on her own. Before the elevator made it to her floor, it came to a stop at the security floor. It wasn't unusual for there to be a stop or two, as the elevator was the only way for them to get between their floors. What did seem rarer was that it was James who was waiting for it. Jim! Just the sight of him was enough to lift her spirits, causing a smile to spread across her face. At first, something seemed off with him. There was a tenseness to his posture as he stood there with his arms crossed. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. What are you up to right now? There was an instant change in him as the question left her lips, causing him to hesitate stepping into the elevator. No longer did he seem rigid as a dubious look crossed his face, causing one brow to lift along with one corner of his lips. What are you plotting, Kathryn? I don't know what you mean. Doing her best to seem as innocent as possible as she denied the accusation. Oh, don't even. I know you well enough to be able to spot when you're up to something. Okay, you caught me. Throwing her arms in the air as she surrendered. Beth is gone until tomorrow, so I was wondering if you'd like to come up and watch a movie? Finally, James stepped into the elevator, positioning himself directly in front of her as the doors closed behind him. Now, why didn't you just ask? Of course I will come watch a movie with you. There was no fighting it as her arms wrapped themselves around him, embracing the comfort that it brought to her as he reciprocated. Thank you. James pulled her in tighter. You don't have to thank me. After the day you've had, it's the least I can do. I'm still thankful. Being wrapped in his embrace calmed her, to the point that she refused to let go as the doors behind him opened. It's your floor. Keeping his arms around her, not being the first to let go. I know. There was a sadness in her voice as she slowly released him. I need a shower. Do you want to come over in about 20 minutes? Sure. I have a couple of things to finish up, but I will be at your door in 20. A reassuring look crossed his face as he stepped aside, his eyes never leaving her until she stepped through the door. Standing there, alone in her quiet apartment, the stress of the day began to seep back in. It was almost unbelievable how much had happened in just one day. With a firm shake of her head, Katie pushed through the thoughts, refusing to let them overwhelm her any longer. Determined to make the best of what was left of the day, she made her way through the main living area to her bedroom to get cleaned up. Throughout her life there had been no better way to de-stress than a steamy hot shower to wash it all away. When each member of the pack joined, they were given free rein to design their own apartments however they pleased, and Katy happily took advantage when it came to her bathroom. Others may not find a bathroom to be important, but to her it was. It was a place where she could relax, a place where the outside world didn't exist. The dark stone walls were a comforting alternative to the awful white tile she had all the years before, as well as matching the large stone slab making up the countertop. Instead of a typical showerhead, she'd opted for a rainfall style to give a more relaxing experience, which also pleased her inner wolf. Not being one for baths meant extra room for a larger shower, allowing her space for a long, comfortable bench within it. Steam coated the inside of the floor-to-ceiling shower as she stepped in. Unlike most nights, tonight she would have to skip her usual 15 minutes of quiet relaxation, but it was worth it. Rushing through the usual shower activities, she couldn't help but smile in anticipation of a movie night. While it wouldn't be the first movie she watched with James, it was going to be the first chick flick, and that thought alone was enough to fight off the stress. Soon enough, Katy was slipping on her coziest pajamas and fluffy socks. Just as she got the last one on, there was a knock at her door, the mere sound lifting her spirits. After rushing to answer, she was surprised to see the person waiting wasn't who she was expecting. "Astrid, you're back!" Leaning in for a hug, she couldn't help feeling just a little disappointed. "Deaglin got a hold of me earlier. I just got in and had to come see you. Oh, sweetie. I'm sorry I wasn't here." Stepping back to look her over. "How are you?" "I'm fine. Mostly a bit worn out. What about you? Where were you?" Asking in a hope to change the subject, not wanting to think about the day. "Visiting a friend in North Alaska." Astrid turned to see the elevator doors behind her open. "Astrid, hey!" James stepped into the small hallway, carrying a bag. "James, good to see you. How are you?" Astrid asked, spreading her arms in anticipation of the hug she demanded. As long as Katy had known her, Astrid was always a big hugger. "Oh, good to see you, too. I'm perfectly well. Yourself?" James leaned in to hug Astrid briefly. "I'm well." Glancing down at the bag in his hand caused Astrid to softly smile. "I'm guessing you two have plans. I'll go. I'm so glad you're well, Katy." "Good night, both of you." "Good night," James and Katy spoke at the same time, causing Katy to giggle slightly. After the elevator doors closed on Astrid, the two of them headed into Katy's apartment. "I'm going to make some popcorn. What's in the bag?" asking as she made her way to the kitchen. James trailed after her before stopping at the kitchen island. "Well, I brought you a few things. After all, what's a movie night without ice cream?" Once she had started the microwave, Katy spun around to face James. "Ice cream? What kind?" "Let's see." Setting the bag on the island, James began pulling out small ice cream containers. Chocolate fudge, strawberry, Rocky Road, and French vanilla. "Perfect!" Excitement beamed from Katy as she eyed the options. Might have to try mixing fudge with Rocky Road. "So, what are we watching?" Katy grabbed 2 bowls and began scooping herself some ice cream. "Bridget Jones." A sly smile crossed her face as she looked over to James. "Sorry I didn't tell you." "It's okay. I'm sure it's good." James did his best to seem pleased with the choice. "Do you want ice cream?" pointing to the second bowl as she asked the question. James took the scooper as she handed it to him. "Absolutely. Might have to copy your idea." After getting the popcorn, Katy made her way to the couch to get the movie started. As soon as James finished serving up his own ice cream, he made his way over to the long L-shaped couch. Once the movie started, Katy quickly reached over to the end of the couch to grab 2 fluffy blankets. Tossing one at James almost made him drop his ice cream, and she couldn't help but laugh as she wrapped the other around herself. "You silly lady. Almost made me drop my ice cream on your white couch." "Totally worth it. You should have seen your face." Still laughing. All the troubles of the day seemed to dissipate almost completely as they enjoyed their ice cream together while watching one of her favorite movies. The only thing that made it better was noticing that James seemed to actually enjoy the movie as well, laughing along with her. A calm washed over her as she curled up against James, both having already finished their ice cream. Soon her eyes grew heavy, despite her desperate fight to keep them open. There was a knock on the door, waking both Katy and James. Stumbling her way from the couch to the door, Katy noticed the time on the microwave. "Oh my, it's already morning." Katy couldn't help feeling a bit shocked, but also not terribly surprised considering how exhausted she was after yesterday. "Really?" Looking back at the kitchen to check. "Wow, no kidding. It's already nearly 7, a sleepy James commented, looking like he would pass out at any moment. The knocking continued until Katy opened the door, instantly causing arms to come barreling through. "Beth!" The impact of Beth's arms wrapping around Katy was almost enough to knock the wind out of her. "You're back already?" "I wanted to come back right away, but had to continue with searching for Drew until we could trade off. Patrick and Astrid should be there any minute to pick up where we were. Just wish I could have found those assholes." Finally noticing James as he stood and stretched, a hint of a smile crossing her lips. "I'm sorry. Did I interrupt something?" "No, not interrupting." James joined the girls at the door. "I actually should get going. Glad you're back, Beth. I'll see you later, Kathryn," hugging them both before heading to the elevator. Once inside Katy's apartment, Beth couldn't help asking, "So, what were you 2 up to? Looks like you both just woke up." While rubbing the sleep from her eyes, Katy couldn't help realizing that Beth was right. Technically, her and James had just spent the night together, and yet the last thing she could remember was Bridget in a bunny suit. "Well, we did just wake up thanks to someone knocking on the door," eyeing Beth with a smile before sluggishly making her way to the kitchen. "You were gone, so I roped him into watching a movie last night. I guess we both passed out. I need coffee. You want some?" "Sure. Coffee's always welcomed. Well then, that settles that. What about this Giles guy I heard about, your knight in shining armor?" Beth took a seat at the island. "Oh, there isn't much to say about him." Katy tried to hide a smile as she started the coffee maker. "Not much to say, huh? I highly doubt that." There was an inquisitive look on her face as she stared Katy down. "That dorky smile and the pink in your cheeks tells me there's something more to say." "What are you, a human lie detector?" The smile on her face widened as she looked at Beth, noticing that she wasn't going to drop the topic. Okay. Maybe there is something to say about Giles. "I'd say so, considering that you smile every time you say his name. So, dish." Sitting down together at the kitchen island, desperate for the coffee maker to go faster, the words just started pouring out of Katy. "I'll skip what happened in the garage since I'm sure someone already told you about that. I would rather forget about it. Gunter and I got him to the hospital as quickly as we could, taking him through the VIP entrance. The whole way there I was terrified that it was worse than we thought, wasn't sure what I'd do if something bad happened to him. Don't think I could have lived with myself if he died to save me. Luckily, it was mostly superficial. We still anesthetized him to be safe. After we were done, I just sat in his room waiting for him to wake up." "Come on. You know I don't get the medical stuff, and that's not what I'm asking about." "Calm down. I'm getting there. It didn't take him long to wake up, but while he was asleep, I couldn't help notice how perfectly handsome he was. There's just this look to him. It's hard to describe. Katie couldn't help feeling shy, even though she told Beth everything in her life. Hard to describe? Beth eyed Katie suspiciously. Yeah, it's... Pausing to allow her early morning brain to conjure the words she needed. Almost like there's this pure masculinity to him. I mean, he has the most chiseled facial features I have ever seen. Plus, I'm pretty sure he's nearly pure muscle. Not to mention his soft brown curly hair paired with such deep green eyes. Sounds like a sexy man. If I like men, that is. Yeah, maybe if he was a she. Both letting out a small laugh. Nah, I prefer a more feminine physique. Playfully, Beth eyed Katie up, causing Katie to laugh. What I do notice, though, is how you seem to light up as you talk about him. The smile that had been spread across Katie's face seemed to fall a bit as she continued. Unfortunately, though, he's human, so not much potential there. But the way he makes me feel when he looks at me, it's exhilarating. Beth tried her best to put on a serious face. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think you'll see him again? Yeah, he's still a patient, and he is staying in the hotel. The reminder that he would soon be staying in the same building as her caused a pleasant chill to run down her spine. Do you know how long he's staying? Not a single clue. Originally, he was registered for a few days, but now who knows? In fact, I don't really know anything about him other than the effect he has on me. Pausing briefly before continuing. Well, I also know he isn't married. Beth raised one eyebrow as she studied Katie's face. So, how do you know he isn't married? A smile lifted her features as she waited for a response. The burning in Katie's cheeks left her feeling like her own body was betraying her. After he woke up, we had a little time to talk, and I wanted to check if he needed to contact anyone. Uh-huh. A small laugh slipped from Beth as she continued. Well, you obviously find him attractive on a few levels. It sounds like he could be a fun way to spend a few days. Just because he's human doesn't mean you have to lock him out. Slouching down to lay her head down on the counter, Katie let out a groan. That's just not the person I am, you know that. I know it sounds completely ungrateful, but sometimes I wish we aged like normal. In an attempt to comfort her, Beth swept the hair from Katie's face. I know, sweetie. I'm not saying you have to climb in bed with him, but I don't see the harm in spending some time with him if you want to. I believe there's a reason for everything, so maybe he was supposed to be there at the right moment to save you for a reason. And hey, who knows what will happen? There was a hint of hope in Katie as she sat up. Maybe you're right. Reaching over to hug Beth. I'm so glad you came back this soon. I'm going to get dressed, then go back to the hospital to check on Giles. Gunter said we could send him back here once he's stable enough to move, and I want to be there to help. There was a reassurance in Beth's features. I think that sounds like a fantastic plan. I'll see you when you get back. I need to go check in with Cody anyway. Beth hugged her one more time before leaving. Chapter 6. Making his way up to the apartment, James couldn't help thinking about the movie they had watched. At first, when Katie told him which movie it was, he had no real idea what it was about. But by the end, he could see why it was one of her favorites. He couldn't help wondering if nice guys actually can get the girl. In his experience, that wasn't the case. Even though Katie had fallen asleep just past the halfway point, he didn't feel right disturbing her, not after the day she had. Instead, he had managed to stay awake just long enough to see the ending before falling asleep himself. All he could think was how grateful he was that she had a comfortable couch big enough for them both to stretch out. Before he reached his front door, Douglas's door across from his opened, the sudden noise startling him. "Geez, Douglas, give me a heart attack, why don't you?" "Ah, thought I heard the elevator. Where have you been all night?" he asked, following after James as he headed into his apartment. "Passed out on Katie's couch?" Looking back at Douglas, James could see suspicion written all over his face. "Before you say a word," pointing a finger at him, "we were watching a movie and fell asleep. Woke up to Beth knocking on her door, and now here I am." Rather than responding, Douglas shook his head as a disappointed look crossed his features. "Why are you up so early anyway?" attempting to change the conversation. "Not sure, really. Guessing yesterday's early start. With everything going on, sleep seems to elude me. Was figuring I'd go check in with Patrick before getting to work." Flopping down on his couch, James rubbed his face as a yawn forced its way out. "Patrick has gone to resume the search. Took Astrid with him." "When did Astrid get back?" sounding more chipper as he said her name. "Yeah, apparently she came back last night." Eyeing Douglas, James couldn't help noticing the look on his face softening. "Wait just a second," standing and making his way closer to him. "Do you have a thing for Astrid?" Shock seemed to wash over Douglas as he avoided making eye contact. "I don't know what you mean. She's just the friendliest one of us." A sudden strong vibration came from James's pocket, interrupting their conversation. "Just hold that thought." As he pulled out his flip phone, the number on the small screen caused his shoulders to drop. "Oh, what now?" Glancing up at Douglas before answering, "Don't even try to leave. We aren't done with this conversation." Keeping his eyes on Douglas, he finally answered. "Hello, Dana. What's up?" Being the only IT person for the entire building meant that he was always on call for Dana whenever she needed. Being the manager of the hotel, Dana was the only one with his private number. Though it kept him busy, he never minded. This was his home, and he was happy to help keep it running. Today, though, with everything else they were dealing with, was a day he could do without extra work. "Hi, James. I hope I didn't wake you, but we need you. Something is wrong. The phones and internet aren't working. Some of the guests are starting to flock to the desk." All the sadness he'd heard in Dana's voice before was gone now, replaced with concern. "Hold on. Let me check something." While keeping the phone to his ear, he rushed into his office, wanting to verify the issue. Leaving his computer on at all times allowed him to quickly confirm what she had told him. "Yeah, okay. Give me a minute and I will be right down. Thank you, Dana." "And thank you. See you soon." As he hung up the phone, Douglas made his way into the office. "What seems to be the matter?" Still sitting at his computer, double-checking what he could from there, he shook his head in defeat. "I'm not actually sure how, but everything is down. I'm going to have to head down to the server room, can't do anything from here." Knowing guests won't be happy waking up to this issue, James rushed over to his room. "I've got to change." Surprised none of the pack have noticed yet. "What could cause it?" Douglas called from the living area. "I'm sure it won't be long before they notice. There are a few things that could, but I'm guessing something's shorted out. I won't know until I check downstairs." Knowing that Douglas's knowledge lacked when it came to technical understanding, like most of the others in the pack, there was a reason James was the only IT person in the building, though recently Melina had started showing an interest in learning. Making his way back out to the living area, he noticed that Douglas was dressed for the day. "Let's go. You're coming downstairs with me. We have a conversation to resume." Patting him on the shoulder as he made his way out the door. It was finally his turn to pester Douglas about unspoken feelings. While waiting for the elevator, Douglas attempted to change the conversation back to what was happening. "So, how often does this type of thing happen?" Luckily, the elevator didn't take long to reach them. No. We are going to talk about the fact that you seem to have feelings for Astrid," pushing Douglas into the elevator as he attempted to resist. "You aren't going to let this go, are you?" reluctantly finding a spot to stand as the doors closed behind them. "It's not so fun when it's turned on you now, is it? I'm just surprised it's taken me this long to notice. Then again, she comes and goes so often." Though James had to admit that Astrid had a warm and comforting way about her. Before the elevator could make it down to the normal levels, it stopped on their security floor. The doors opened to Cody waiting on the other side, a bit surprised to see the two of them. "Just the man I was coming to get?" Cody stepped in with them before reselecting the lobby button. "I'm guessing you spoke with Dinah?" Feeling slightly frustrated, James looked over to see the relief on Douglas's face now that the conversation had been cut short. "Yeah, she just called. We're headed down to check the servers." "Good. Was trying to check the cameras and they weren't connecting or something. Any ideas yet to what is happening?" The concern in Cody's voice was obvious, leading James to question the situation more than he had. The calm demeanor James had a moment ago was gone as his thoughts were bombarded with questions. "Well, the server room is locked, so the chances are that it's some failed equipment. Are you worried about sabotage?" Noticeably, Cody shifted his stance, his military training showing through. "Hoping not. I've already instructed staff to lock down the doors until I get down there. With Gunter at the hospital, Patrick and Astrid gone, and Mulaney and Beth just back and needing rest, we're a little undermanned. Deagland and Dimitri are going to make their way down through the floors once they can use the elevator." Pausing as he turned his attention to Douglas. "Help me sweep the lobby while James does what he needs to do. With everything going on, we need to be certain that there isn't a threat." "You got it. I'll take the back half near the restaurant and gym areas." There was a firmness in Douglas's tone as he responded. "Good." Turning his attention back to James. "When you're done doing what you need to do, come check in. I'll take the main lobby area so I can assist the front desk while keeping an eye on the entry. Let's just hope this is a mere coincidence." As if on cue, the doors to the elevator opened and the three of them departed. Cody made his way to the front desk, leaving Douglas and James making their way to the back half of the lobby. The server room was tucked away back behind the restaurant area, in a small separate hallway between the restaurant and the fitness areas. Being such an old building, there hadn't been a dedicated area upon building for it, so eventually, when it became needed, space had to be made. Deagland had told James that this had been the only room that could be converted when the time had come, being a storage room before then. While making their way to the small restaurant, both James and Douglas surveyed the area. One advantage to being a werewolf was their heightened senses, smell included. Werewolves could easily locate one another, as they gave off a distinct scent that only other werewolves could notice. Even if the werewolf left the area, the scent could linger, as well as leave a trail to be followed. "Okay, you best be off to get things fixed. I'll loop around to the servers to check on you." Douglas patted James on the shoulder before making his way into the restaurant area. Restaurant was one way to describe the area. It mostly consisted of a bar and tables to sit at. The menu changed throughout the day, starting with breakfast and making its way through lunch and dinner options. With people coming and going from the hotel at nearly all hours of the day, they insisted on keeping it open 24/7, so that no one would be without. Granted, the night shift only consisted of a chef and one other person unless it was the holiday season. Finally reaching the server room, James held up his card to unlock the door. As he headed in, closing the door behind him, there was nothing that immediately stood out as wrong. Making his way down the row of 4 server racks, he noticed a few red lights, signifying the issues that were reported. "Show yourself," knowingly talking to the servers. Talking out loud was part of his process when troubleshooting. On a few occasions before joining the pack, he would be out at a large data center to do some work and be confronted by a stranger thinking he was attempting to talk to them. After confirming that nothing appeared to be out of place, No obvious sign of sabotage. He got to work trying to figure out what was wrong. "Come on, tell me what's wrong." Pulling out the access terminal, he attempted to log directly into the system, but had no luck. Cursing out of frustration, he tried again only for it to fail again. Useless. Pausing for a moment, mentally going over a checklist of possibilities. It couldn't be an outside situation. They had different providers for phones and internet. There was obviously still electricity, so that wasn't even a consideration. Think. Stepping back as he started double-checking cables, following them up to the ceiling where they made their way into the room. Looks fine. Before he could check anything else, an alarm started going off. The halon system. Shit. James rushed to the door as the alarm continued. The system was designed to only go off in the case of a fire which wasn't present. In less than 30 seconds, the air in this room would be replaced with a gas designed to smother a fire and save the servers. The only thing it would do at this moment was make it impossible for James to breathe. Reaching the door, he scanned his card as he pushed the bar to open it. The system was designed to only lock the door from the outside, allowing anyone in the room a safe exit and keeping anyone attempting to go in safe. It wasn't opening. Attempting again to open the door failed as well. The key reader wasn't responding. Panic began to build as he tried again to get the door open, but to no avail. Cell reception was cut off in this room due to all the equipment, so there was no calling for help. The alarm continued as James began banging on the heavy door, desperate to get out. All he could do was hope someone would hear him, but at this time of the morning that hope grew smaller with every second that passed. Realizing there were only a few seconds left until the fire suppression turned on, James began thrusting his body at the door. Utilizing every ounce of strength to try and break down the door, with every second ticking away in his head, he tried his hardest to stay hopeful. Someone would have to hear him. Panic immediately turned to horror as the valves on the ceiling began pumping gases into the room at a rapid pace. James held his breath, knowing he didn't have more than a minute before his systems would begin shutting down. Desperation peaked as he continued throwing himself at the door, his body struggling more with every hit. The door began to dent from the impacts, yet it remained in its place, blocking him from safety. Quickly his body began to feel the effect of the gases as his vision began to falter, but he didn't let it slow him down. Again and again he slammed into the door, the dent getting deeper. With each hit his body weakened, slowing him down. Pushing through, he continued as it grew harder to hold his breath. Feeling his body failing was almost enough to give up, seeing no way out. As his eyelids grew heavy, a sudden noise caused them to spring open. Someone was on the other side of the door. Gathering up all his remaining energy, he thrust himself at the door one more time. The brunt of his force, paired with what was happening on the other side, caused the door to finally give way. After stumbling through, he quickly spun around, slamming the door shut as best he could. James leaned against the mangled door, coughing as he finally took a breath. He slumped down to the ground as his lungs ached from the experience, hurting more with each cough. "What the hell, lad? What happened?" A worried Douglas hovered over him, frantically looking him over. Taking a moment to catch his breath before responding, James finally was able to speak. "Fire suppression system," breathing heavily, grateful to be free. "Malfunctioned." "Come on," reaching down to help James get to his feet. "We best get you to the med lab upstairs. Gunter is gone, but Katie can look you over." "Not necessary. I'll be fine." Taking a moment to balance himself, doing what he could to hide the pain from ramming the door. "That malfunction shouldn't have happened." James took another deep breath before continuing. "Need to go check the MPOE." "The what now?" Confused and concerned, Douglas followed after James. Sorry. It's the incoming wires that bring us everything electrical." James waved his hand in a circle to indicate the building. "It's the only other thing I could think of." Sure, werewolves heal quickly, but not instantly. Each step he took on his left side sent a small shock of pain through his body. Douglas was now beside James, worried as he watched his friend struggle. "Where are these wires?" "Down in the parking garage." Before making their way down, they ran into Cody by the elevators. "Cody, something isn't right." Not wanting to mention yet what had happened. "I have to go check something, but I have a feeling this is foul play." Hearing the update seemed to enforce Cody's earlier concern. "Okay, I'll look down the entrances, check what you need, and then come straight back." "Got it." Going their separate ways, Douglas followed James to an open elevator. As they made their way down, all the fear James felt earlier began changing into rage, building hotter and stronger with each passing moment. First Katie, and now this. After a quiet, short elevator ride, the doors opened. Without saying a word, James made a straight line to the door. "I know you hate questions, lad, but what are we looking for?" Douglas kept pace as he trailed James. "The only thing I can think of is someone cut the wires. It's easy to spot." James picked up the pace, needing to know if he was right. "Here it is." They had reached the door of a small closet housing large wires in a far corner of the garage. After prying it open, he stepped back. A deep growl escaped him as he glared at the contents. Realizing what he was looking at, his eyes began glowing as his wolf growled in the back of his mind. His body trembled from the anger building within him as he fought to steady himself. Douglas stared at the cut wires before them. "What's this mean, lad?" "Someone's fucking with us." Chapter 7. Standing in the elevator, watching the floor numbers count down, Katie couldn't help smiling. Knowing that soon she would be around Giles again was enough to send another pleasant tingle down her spine. What Beth had said kept replaying in her mind, leaving her thinking that maybe she was right. Though brief interactions with the opposite sex wasn't something she normally did, but at the moment, it was all she could think about. Now that she was thinking about it, she couldn't recall the last time she had been intimate with someone. Over the years she had tried dating but found the idea too draining. It didn't help that dating as a werewolf meant a more limited dating pool, unless you were willing to give up your wolf side. It wasn't long until the elevator reached the parking garage, instantly causing a spark of fear as she waited for the doors to open. Part of her begged for the doors to not open, worried about what might be on the other side. Once the doors did open, all that fear instantly dissipated as her eyes met James's, until she saw the look that was spread across his face. "What's wrong?" Noting Douglas standing behind him, she looked James over, growing more concerned. James's normally calm and warm demeanor was now tense and firm. Even his clothing looked as though he'd been in a scuffle. "Where are you headed?" Still standing on the other side of the doors, his broad stance blocking her from exiting. "I was going to go to the hospital to get Giles back here safely. Is something wrong?" Repeating her unanswered question. There was no response from James as he clenched his jaw, his eyes narrowing in on her. This was not a side of him that she was used to. It was almost impressive. In the year that she had known him, he was only ever the shy, quiet and calm type, but at the moment he seemed to emanate the strength of an alpha wolf instead. After a moment of silence, Douglas took the lead. "Sorry, lass. Seems like we have a threat in the hotel. You can't leave just yet." "What do you mean a threat? I need to go." Torn between a growing drive to be near Giles and her concern for their home, Katie couldn't decide what to do. After taking a few steps forward into the elevator, James now stood between Katie and the garage. Once Douglas made his way in, squeezing past James as he shook his head, he pressed the button for the lobby. "You can't just demand I stay." Katie held her ground as she stared down James. Draping a hand on James's shoulder, Douglas attempted to ease the tension. "Don't you mind him. He's being cut off by James. I'm not the one trying to keep you here. Someone has been and is possibly still in the building. Cody is the one who said to lock down the building. There was a forcefulness in James's voice, something Katie had never heard from him before. Before anything else could be said, the doors behind James opened to reveal the lobby floor. Without hesitation, James rushed out, heading straight to the front desk where Cody was standing. Katie and Douglas followed after. As they made their way over, Katie couldn't help wondering what Douglas had tried to say before he had been cut off, or why James was behaving this way. Normally she would be more concerned with there being a possible threat in the building, but at this moment she felt desperate to go to Giles. Standing at the front desk was Cody and Dana, seemingly attempting to calm a few frustrated guests who were crowding them. Due to the crowd at the desk, they all stopped a bit away, not wanting to have this discussion around them. It didn't take long at all for Cody to notice their presence behind the upset guests and politely stepped away, making his way past them as he signaled for them to follow. The three of them followed after the tall Australian to the back offices, slipping inside for some privacy. "Can someone please tell me what is going on?" Katie was beginning to grow frustrated at the lack of communication. It wasn't a common occurrence in the pack. After looking between James and Katie, Cody jumped in. "Just after 7 this morning we lost phone and internet connections, our computer systems going with them. With what happened to you, we've locked down the hotel, only allowing clear guests to leave." Turning his attention to James. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Someone cut our inbound connections." There was a hint of anger hiding in James's tone. "There was also an incident in the server room. Had to break down the door so the lad could escape," Douglas chimed in, finally finishing his earlier statement. "Wait, what about the server room?" Looking for a more detailed explanation, Cody turned from Douglas to James. Before she could repeat Cody's question, Katie held back and stayed quiet. While checking on our servers, the fire suppression system was engaged. When the system engages, the door is only supposed to lock from the outside, allowing anyone to leave if needed. It was locked from the inside. The cut cables in the garage confirmed that it was sabotage. It was clear from his tone that this was the cause of his anger and behavior. It means that someone was and may still be in the building. Damn. Well, I'm glad you were able to get out. Pausing for a moment, Cody seemed to think over the newly provided information. Okay. With Patrick and Astrid gone, we're short-handed, but we will move forward. Deaglin and Dimitri are in the process of sweeping floors. They were on floor 26 last time we checked in. Turning around, Cody grabbed 3 walkie-talkies from the desk behind him. Here, handing one to each of them. Stay on Channel 8 and keep all info brief and basic in case anyone on the outside is listening. There was a moment of hesitation from Katie as Cody offered her the walkie-talkie. Actually, I was about to head over to the hospital. Giles should be discharged this morning, and I was planning on helping him get back here. Reluctantly, Katie took the walkie-talkie. Did no one tell you? A puzzled look creased the space between Cody's eyebrows. Gunter escorted him back about 2 hours ago. He's in his hotel room. What? A multitude of emotions ran through Katie simultaneously, confusing her in the process. Why wasn't I told? He's my patient as well. Before an answer to her question could be given, there was a knock at the door followed by the sound of Dana's voice. With Douglas being the closest to the door, he let her in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the construction workers are at the front door. I just need to know what the plan is moving forward and if I should let them in. There was a growing concern on her face as she glanced around the room. Has something happened? At times it was impressive how easily Cody could shift his personality when presented with a sudden change situation. Thank you, Dana, for informing me. Please inform them that they have the day off with pay and to return at the normal time tomorrow. I'll return to the desk in a minute to assist you with guests. Possibly due to his accent, paired with his natural charm, that was all it took to ease Dana's concern. Will do. And now smiling Dana headed back to the front desk. After assuring the door was shut, Cody turned back to face the others. "Katie, I'm not sure why you weren't informed, but he is here, so we need to now focus on the current situation. James and Douglas, sweep the garage floors and ensure the entrance gate is closed. Katie, please join Gunter on floor 3. He's sweeping the floors going up, should run into Deagland and Dimitri as they make their way down." Pausing to briefly check his watch. "Captain Hoffer will be here in roughly 5 minutes with some men to assist. Once we clear the hotel, James, we will need you to get us back up and running." Without saying another word, Cody headed out back to the front desk. Not another word was said as the 3 of them made their way out, each heading where they were instructed to. As she made her way to the elevator, avoiding the ever-growing crowd in the lobby, Katie couldn't help feeling frustrated and just a little angry at the situation. Between James's behavior, the possibility of a threat in the building, and the never-ending drive to rush straight to Giles, it was becoming difficult to stay focused. The safety of the pack had to come first, and someone was threatening their home. It hadn't taken long to meet up with Gunter. He had only made it to the 4th floor. Despite spending that time attempting to calm her frustration with him, she was still a bit heated as she approached. Part of being a nurse was dealing with doctors being terrible at keeping them updated. She just expected more from a fellow pack member. Before she could say anything, Gunter beat her to it. "Hey, Katie." An obvious look of sympathy spread across his face as they began walking down the hall together. "First, I would like to apologize. I brought Giles back a little while ago, and it was wrong of me to not inform you as it was happening. I had planned to come tell you once we were here, but before I could, I ran into Cody, and then all this happened." A bit thrown off by the unexpected apology, it took Katie a moment to gather her thoughts. "Thank you for the apology. I appreciate it. I will say I was mad at first when I found out you hadn't told me, but it makes sense. Still wish you would have called, but I do understand." Despite the fact that he no longer had a Russian accent, something he never wished to discuss, he still held a few of the mannerisms, being formal and polite being 2 of them. "How is our patient?" "He is exceeding my original expectations. It is actually slightly impressive, but I have seen that some humans do recover quicker, and he does appear to be in excellent physical health, apart from the gunshot wound. Before I left him in his room, he asked about you." Stopping in her tracks, Katie couldn't help feel a slight flutter in her chest. What exactly did he ask? Noticing that Katie was no longer standing beside him, Gunter turned to face her, studying her face briefly before responding. "I get the sense that this goes beyond a normal patient inquiry. Are you developing an interest in this man?" "It's possible." Continuing down the hall as they resumed their search. "I'm not entirely sure what I am feeling. It's honestly a bit confusing." "I understand. This type of situation would be confusing for just about anyone. We still have a few floors to go, so why not tell me what it is you are feeling?" One of the things that made Gunter such a great doctor was his additional degree in psychology, allowing him to see his patients as a whole. At first, the idea of talking about this with anyone other than Beth seemed uncomfortable, but Gunter was an easy person to talk with. "I guess you're right. I can say I was excited at the thought of seeing him again, and then disappointed when I wasn't able to." Reaching the elevator as she stopped there, not wanting to go too far into details. There was a slight pause as Gunter pressed the button, most likely waiting for more. "That is not much to go on, but it does sound like you have feelings for him extending beyond a patient." Stepping into the elevator as he continued, "While at the hospital, I did notice you seemed highly focused on him." You might be right, though that was something that Katie had already figured out earlier. It just seems pointless to be interested in someone who I can't have a future with, as well as the fact that he is a patient. Well, he's not a patient of yours any longer, but I do see what you're getting at. Something you may need to ask yourself is, do you have these feelings because of who he is, or because he was there to rescue you from a dangerous situation? Neither of them said a word as they started down the next hallway. Despite not wanting to admit it to herself, it was a thought that kept crossing her mind. There was a possibility that it was the case as well as his appearance. Would she feel so interested if it had been a woman or any other random person? A question kept jumping to mind, and she couldn't help considering it. Were they meant to meet? Did I ever tell you I almost married a non-were? Gunther broke the silence as they made their way. Wait, what? Instantly forgetting what she was thinking about. It wasn't often that Gunther would open up about his past. It seemed to be an unpleasant topic for him. I was still rather young, and she was, well, the love of my life. There was a distance in Gunther's eyes as he spoke. Can I ask what happened? Knowing his past wasn't easy for him to talk about, Katie didn't want to push him. It was obvious from the tone of his voice that this was a sad subject for him. That is not important. What I will say is that I do understand that it seems difficult. It would be a hard choice, but it is one that only you can choose. You just need to ask yourself, is this person worth giving up half of who you are? Well, right now I'm just enjoying his company. Though she would be lying if she said she hadn't thought about it. Then right now, that's all that matters. Another floor was cleared as they reached the elevator, but before they could push the buttons, the doors opened. Gunther spoke first, ending their prior conversation. Melina, is something wrong? Catching them both off guard as they stepped inside. No, Cody said I could trade off with Katie. Something about a patient? There was always a sternness to Melina, even after all these years. At first Katie had thought it had been her, until she later realized it was just part of her personality. Really? Sounding more enthusiastic than necessary, Katie attempted to calm herself, trying to hide her desire. Yes, Gunther brought him back and I need to go check on him. Thank you for swapping with me. I know you just got back with Beth. No problem. Melina almost seemed to smile. The moment Gunther and Melina left the elevator, Katie pressed the button for Giles's floor. Desperately trying to suppress her excitement didn't seem to work, as the floor numbers got closer and closer to his floor. Thinking about what Gunther had said seemed to be the only thing that allowed her to steady herself. Choosing a life with a non-were meant having to either give up her wolf side or hoping that he may have the werewolf gene. Sure, thinking long-term seemed silly at the moment, having only met him, but flings were just not something she did. First, she needed to answer the other question. Does she feel this way because of who he is, or what he did? The doors finally opened as Katie took a long, deep breath to steady herself. Part of her wanted to run straight to his room, but she resisted the urge and forced herself to walk instead. At this point, her feelings were blatantly obvious. There was no denying it. The moment she reached his door, a new tingling sensation started in her chest, something she hadn't ever felt with anyone. Once she had taken a few calming breaths, she finally knocked. "Who is it?" Giles called from outside the room. "It's Kathryn." Attempting not to speak too loud, knowing there could still be a threat roaming the hotel. "Hold on." After a brief moment, the door opened. The moment her eyes locked onto his, a smile spread across both their faces. I came to check on you," remembering her excuse for standing here to begin with. "Okay, come on in." Chapter 8. Making their way through the garage floors, James couldn't help growing more frustrated with the situation. First, someone sabotages their systems, threatening their home and almost killing him. Then there was Katie, seemingly not caring and only focusing on an outsider. He couldn't help feeling as though the world had begun spinning the other direction. Sure, he had only been here a short while, but in that time he had grown to know Katie very well. Or so he thought. Why is she being this way? James hadn't meant to speak the question out loud, mentally slapping himself the second the words left his lips. Luckily, though, Douglas was the only one around to hear it, and it appeared as though he already had a sense for how James was beginning to feel. The sudden sensation of Douglas's hand on his shoulder somehow calmed part of his frustration, until he started talking. "You should ask her, lad. Women are strange creatures that can bend and mould to all kinds of situations. It'd be why they're better at handling things than us." "Oh, you know I can't just ask." James's head fell. "It's not my place." Feelings he had been desperate to ignore threatened to overrun his mind. Despite his ever-growing desires, he knew he had no claim to her, no right to dictate her movements. Neither of them said another word as they continued through the garage, checking every corner as they went. There were no signs of intruders, no scent catching their attention. Luckily, there were only 2 underground floors to search, so it wouldn't take them more than a few minutes to finish. Most spots were full due to the staggering amount of guests they had staying in the hotel. It had seemed strange to him that they had such a spike in October, but the others claimed it was due to the fall season. All James wanted to do at this point was, well, to run away. Run all the way back to Montana, somewhere that he wouldn't have to be around Katie. That wasn't an option, though. He could never return home. In all his years and all his travels, he had never come across someone with such control over him. It was beginning to drive him mad, being so close to what he desired yet unable to attain it. The best thing he could do at this point was to focus on finding who was behind today's attack, even though he was already sure of who it was. He just needed to prove it. "Well then, nothing out of the ordinary down here," Douglas pointed out as they reached their starting point. "Shall we go up?" "You can. I'm going to get to work on the cables. Need to get this place back up and running." That and James didn't really feel like running into Katie anytime soon. "You know I can't leave you down here alone." Concern spread across Douglas's face as he stood in front of him, not wavering in his direction. "Fine, come on then." As he led the way, he paused briefly, spinning around to face Douglas. "But no more talk of Katie or Giles." There was a hint of reluctance in Douglas as he nodded in agreement to James's terms. With that, they headed back to the small room that now housed cut wires. After a few hours, some calls, and a thorough search of the cramped room, everything was back up. Thankfully, Deagland and the Blackwood name had some pull in this city, and they were able to get someone out to replace the cut wires right away. James had stayed the entire time to supervise, not wanting to risk any other damage being done. While the repairs were being done, they had also contacted a company to replace the flimsy door with a heftier and more secure one. Before now, it had never seemed important to do. With their systems back up, James quickly made his way to the server room, Douglas trailing behind him. By now it would be safe to re-enter. This time, though, he didn't allow the door to close. Computers were simple to him. They were reliable and consistent. A monitor wouldn't just magically start working as a graphics card. A CPU wouldn't become a fan. Each part had a role to play. People, on the other hand, seemed to change with the wind. "Are you sure it's safe now?" an uncertain Douglas asked, lingering at the door. "Yes, but you don't have to come in if you don't want. I would say you could hold the door open." James paused as they both glanced at the now damaged and dented remains of the door, "but I don't think it could close if we wanted it to." "What about the, system?" Glancing up at the ceiling as he asked the question, unaware of how it functioned. "Science and genetics, you understand. Computers and technology, on the other hand," James muttered as he made his way to the kill switch. "There, the system is off," not wanting to get into explaining it again. "Science doesn't shut off on me as I work. sounding more confident as he strode into the room. "New technology is good, but it's just not for me." "Okay, Grandpa," unable to resist poking fun at his desire to not adapt. "At least I'm no young pup." It was true. Douglas was one of the older ones in the pack. Not as old as Astrid. James had never met a werewolf of her age before. "So what are you looking for in here anyhow?" That was a good question. "I'm not really sure." James proceeded to walk around the room, hoping to find something. Apart from the suppression system mishap, everything else seemed untouched. The system going off would have eliminated any residual scent. All the server racks appeared intact, and nothing stood out as being out of place. Stopping at the main rack, James attempted to log in. There was a moment of hesitation as he glanced back at the door, remembering what had happened last time. Douglas must have noticed the pause, as he took a step closer to the door before speaking. "Are you concerned about something?" "Not really a concern. Just a thought." Stopping as he went over the events that caused him to be trapped in the first place. "The system didn't engage until I attempted to log into the server." His hands pulled away from the keyboard. "Let's just lock this room up and I'll access it all from my office." Up until now, they had just blocked the hall with a cleaning cart and set up signs to direct guests away from the server room. "How do you plan on doing that?" Douglas asked, while staring at the crumpled door. Another good question. "We should have something around here we can use until tomorrow." He had tried to get the company who replaced the door in the garage to replace this one as well, but they informed him they couldn't. Instead, they had provided the number to a different company that could, but they weren't able to get to it until tomorrow, and that was with them rushing it. Come to think of it, we should probably do something with this one before they come, otherwise it may lead to too many questions. Douglas nodded in agreement. "Cody and I can deal with it. You should get upstairs and do your tippy-tappy." He moved his fingers around as though he were at a keyboard to find out who did this. "Tippy-tappy?" An eyebrow raised as James repeated the words back at Douglas. "Aye." Shaking his head as a small laugh left him. "Okay, Grandpa, I'll get on my fancy picture box and type on the magical typewriter to find out who done did it." He had started towards the door when Douglas's hand made contact with the back of his head, causing him to fumble forward. "'Tis all right, laddie. If you don't find the culprit soon, I'll hire Jessica Fletcher." A hint of laughter broke through his attempt at remaining serious as he followed James out of the room. "Really? Computers are too complicated, but TV shows from the 80s you remember?" Unable to hold back any longer, James let out a laugh as they parted ways. After the events of the day, it felt good to laugh. Douglas made his way to the front desk, presumably to save Cody from the many guests that now surrounded him, while James made his way to the elevator. The moment the wires were taken care of, the hotel system started up again, but there were still quite a few unhappy guests wanting to make their complaints heard. It happened that the search was completed, being as Gunter and Dmitri were standing at the now open doors with Captain Hoffer, seemingly discussing something as they watched people come and go. There was a good chance that there would be some cops lingering around the hotel for a few days, just to be safe. While they may not know about werewolves, Captain Hoffer ran a tight precinct and would only have the best officers this part of Seattle had to offer. Standing there, waiting for the elevator, James couldn't help repeating the same sentence over and over in his mind. "Don't be in the elevator, don't be in the elevator," desperate not to run into Katie. From the moment he met her, he would never have guessed that he would not want to bump into her. Now here he was, begging the universe to keep her away for the time being. The moment the doors opened to reveal an empty elevator, he felt relief. Maybe the universe was on his side. The whole way back up to his apartment, he tried his hardest to focus on the task at hand. First thing he would need to do was log into the servers and see if he could find any trace of who may have messed with their system. There would have to be some sort of trail to follow, Whoever it had to have been in their servers in order to link the suppression system to the login. Before the elevator could reach their private floors, a floor light came on and it slowed to a stop. This was one of the problems with their elevator system. If they are headed up to their floors, the elevator could still stop to pick up other people along the way. They couldn't select their floors until they reached the top floor of the hotel half of the building. It was supposed to be a safety measure, but it was now outdated and not helpful to them. Most of the time they got lucky and no one requested the elevator, since there were two, but this was the only one that could access the top 12 floors. The moment the doors opened, it felt as though the wind had just been knocked out of James. It felt like the universe had turned on him when Katie stepped in, an unsure look on her face as she avoided eye contact. Silence surrounded them as the doors closed, locking them in together. "So, I'm guessing everything is okay now?" Unable to tell if she was truly interested, or if she was only wanting to break awkward tension that surrounded them, James decided to accept the gesture either way. It seemed so, at the moment. It had come out harsher than he had intended. Was this just small talk to her? He couldn't understand what was going on with her, with them. "Are you still checking floors?" attempting to soften his tone. "No, Melina took over for me. I was checking on Giles." A soft smile seemed to appear on her previously absent face as she said his name. Every muscle in his body tensed as the image of her wrapped in another man's arms invaded his mind. A thought that was uninvited and unwarranted. Anger began building in him again, his wolf wanting to rip free. It took all his focus to fight against the growl that was building in his throat. "I see." There was no mental strength left to disguise the anger in his voice. Katie turned to face him, her smile growing cold as she crossed her arms. "Is there a problem? Why are you being such a jerk today?" The elevator stopped, waiting for them to access their hidden panel, which was now directly behind Katie. The elevator, sounding more stern than necessary, James pointed behind her. "It can wait until I have an answer." Standing strong, Katie stared him down. If he wasn't so pissed, he would probably find her cute at the moment, all 5 feet 4 inches of her trying to block his 6'3" self. "You really want to do this right now? In the elevator?" Spreading his arms to motion to the small space they were the sole occupants of. "We have 10 minutes until this elevator can be called, so yeah, I want to do this right now." There was a fierceness in her tone that could scare even the largest lion off as her eyes locked onto his. "Fine. I don't see why you're so infatuated with a mere human, especially one you don't even know." Before James could continue, she cut him off. "Infatuated?" The anger in her voice was enough to send a chill down his spine. Her normally soft green eyes now had a deep green glow to them, the strength of her wolf being channeled. Despite his best efforts, his anger grew deeper. "Yes, infatuated. You put him over the safety of the pack. I almost—" He stopped himself before he could say the next word, not wanting her pity. "You know nothing about him. Yet here you are, fawning over him like some stupid schoolgirl." The second the word stupid left his mouth, he knew he had crossed a line, but there was no going back. "You are a real piece of work, you know that? Where do you even get off lecturing me? Giles saved me. Not you, and not anyone else. Him." Hearing his name again was the last straw. A loud, deep growl emanated from deep within him as he pushed her aside to gain access to the hidden panel, pressing the button for his floor as fast as he could. Not another word was spoken as they rode the rest of the way up, James's floor being the first stop. Before the doors could finish opening, he forced his way out, making sure not to look back. Once in his apartment, He slammed his fist against the nearest wall, leaving a giant gash in both the wall and his fist. It was times like this when he desperately missed Montana. When things got bad, all he had to do was shift, then he was free. With all the open land, he was able to run as far as he wanted for as long as he wanted. It helped that no one cared when or if he would return. He couldn't help wondering if this was the right place for him after all. There was nothing stopping him from leaving. Deedland had even tried to convince him to leave at the start. "No, damn it! This is my home now!" he yelled to his empty apartment. This was the first place he felt accepted, felt needed his whole life. One thing his adolescence taught him was that family didn't have to get along. With purpose burning in his mind, he went straight to his office, ignoring the throbbing in his fist as he wrapped a towel around it to stop the bleeding. Someone was threatening his family, and he wasn't going to stop until he had proof of who it was. Deedland would never strike against Drew without any proof, and it was up to James to get it for him. He sat down at his desk, shut off his phone and unplugged the one on his desk. Nothing was going to distract him, not now. He would find whoever was responsible, and then he wouldn't stop until he learned everything about Giles. Chapter 9. Nearly a week had gone by since Giles had come back from the hospital, and Katie had spent nearly every day with him. Sitting at her kitchen island, she couldn't help smiling while she stirred the coffee sitting in front of her. Soon enough she would head down to Giles's room. The mere thought of seeing him was enough to perk her up, even without having a sip of her coffee yet. What had started with checking on his wound, ensuring it was healing properly, had quickly become spending a few hours here and a few hours there with him. Soon she stopped having to make excuses to see him. He started asking to see her. At first, talking to him was difficult, having to avoid mentioning anything he wasn't allowed to know. But the more they talked, the easier it became. It had almost become exciting having to hide information, as though she was a spy. For a moment her smile faded, as she thought back to what James had said, the words still echoing in her mind. As she started spending more time with Giles, different members of the pack started making their opinions known. Most seemed to agree with Beth and Gunter, that spending some time with him while he was here was worth experiencing. Others had different opinions. She hadn't seen James since their encounter in the elevator that day, but it was obvious how he felt. For the first few days after that, she would dwell on it. But the more time she spent with Giles, the less she cared. Dmitri was the other one who didn't seem to approve, but he understood. "Are you okay?" The question caused Katie to jump as Beth seemed to magically appear. "Oh," she shook the thoughts from her mind. "Yeah, was just thinking is all," trying to hide the sadness that had started to build. "Did you have another nightmare?" Staying close until she got an answer. "No, nothing like that." "Okay, good." Satisfied with the response, Beth headed to the coffee pot. "If not that, then what has you looking so glum? Aren't you about to go down and see Giles? That usually has you smiling." "Actually, he's taking me out to brunch today." Just thinking about it was enough to ease her prior sadness. Beth spun around so fast she almost spilled her freshly poured coffee. "What? A date?" The excitement in her voice was almost too much, at least before the caffeine kicked in. "Calm down, it's just brunch." I told him I wasn't sure if it was a good idea, but he pointed out that it only requires sitting and that he would have me there if anything happened. A smile forcing its way to the surface as she recalled his words. Said he was in good hands. "I bet." She winked at Katie. "Still, it sounds like fun, which is just what you need, so," bending over the island as if to whisper, "what are you going to wear?" "Wear?" She hadn't even thought of that. What was she supposed to wear? Something casual, a little dressy? Did he pick a fancy place? Her head fell into her hands as all the possibilities overwhelmed her. Hey, don't worry about it. We have time to figure it out. When are you going exactly? Glancing back at the clock on the microwave. He said we could leave around 9:30, her voice muffled by her hands. But he said the place was a surprise. How was she supposed to pick an outfit if she didn't know where they were going? So we have some time. Come on, we will pick you out the perfect outfit. Despite the reassurance, Katie couldn't help feeling nervous about it now. It had been so long since she had been on a date, she couldn't even remember when the last time was. Over the years she had tried talking with a few werewolves that had come around the tower, but none of them had ever sparked an interest for her. Reluctantly she followed Beth, but she couldn't help hearing James's words again in her mind. You know nothing about him. Maybe he was right. Beth had stopped just inside of Katie's room as she looked her over. Hey, come on. Will you please just tell me what's bothering you? Katie flopped down onto her bed, staring at the ceiling. It's James. I thought so. Laying down beside her. You know, he hasn't left his apartment in 6 days. Douglas is the only one he will let in. Deagland is just leaving him be at this point, but Douglas says he's working non-stop. 6 days? She couldn't help wondering if she had been so distracted by Giles that she hadn't noticed. Part of her couldn't help wondering if the reason he was hiding was due to their last encounter. Yeah, why do I get the feeling that's not why you're upset? Seriously, do you have secret powers or something? The lack of response from Beth meant that she wasn't going to give up until she got an answer. Okay, fine. The last time James and I spoke was 6 days ago. The day when our systems went down. He was so mad, flinching at the memory. He told me I was infatuated with Giles and behaving like a stupid schoolgirl. Tears began threatening to escape as she shut her eyes to deny them. Beth shot up off the bed. What? He said that to you? All Katie could do was nod, desperate not to cry. What an ass! He's always so quiet. I can't believe he said that to you, her voice growing louder with each word. Finally opening her eyes, hoping the tears wouldn't escape, Katie noticed that Beth had begun pacing. He was so mad, but it could have also been because of everything going on. Katie shook her head as a single tear trailed down her face. It was just so strange to see him that angry. He's always so kind and reserved compared to most, but that day he was just so different, I guess. Quickly wiping away any trace of the tear as she noticed Beth had stopped in her tracks. You know what? Who cares? Extending her arms to add emphasis. You are your own woman, and you're about to go out on a date, so who cares what he thinks? Now, come on and let's get you ready. Her voice shifting to a more supportive and excited tone as she playfully threw open the doors to Katie's closet. Beth always had a way of cheering Katie up. Thanks to Beth's help, Katie was soon ready for brunch just in time to meet Giles in the lobby. At first she wasn't sure if they had picked out the best outfit, still unsure of where they would be going. But as she made her way down to the lobby, she couldn't help feeling confident. Together they had decided to pair skin-tight dark-wash jeans with a soft, white, flowy, low-cut blouse that made her feel sexy and fearless. To top off the look, she added a casual black blazer and black ankle boots. Sure, she would have preferred a lovely sundress instead, but this was Seattle in the fall, which meant it was chilly with an excellent chance of rain. As the doors of the elevator opened up to the lobby, she couldn't help feeling as though she had fallen headfirst into one of her romance movies. Standing before her was Giles, the mere sight of whom made her knees feel as though they would give out from under her. This was the first time she'd seen him dressed in anything more than casual attire with dishevelled hair, but now he looked like he had stepped out of a magazine cover. Looking him up and down, she couldn't help wondering if this was how he normally would dress. He was dressed in a black suit, with a white button-up shirt that had the top 3 or so buttons undone, leaving her to notice the lack of an undershirt. It was difficult to ignore the way his muscles filled the suit perfectly, leading her to think it was custom-made. His normally messy, dark, wavy hair was now smoothed back in a more sophisticated style, resembling that of MacDreamy. On top of everything else, he was wearing a long black coat that gave her big city vibes. Not realizing how long she had been standing there, the doors started to close in front of her. After stopping them before they could close all the way, she stepped out, her movement causing his attention to land on her. The moment his eyes met hers, she could feel her cheeks flush, a gentle smile softening his face. As he stepped towards her, she was reminded of how much taller he was than her. Without saying a word, he reached out a hand to her and she offered him hers in return. Before she realized what he was doing, he bent forward and kissed the top of her hand, causing a flutter in her chest. It felt as though they were the only 2 people in the entire building. Everyone else seemed to vanish from her thoughts. "You look absolutely gorgeous," the words causing her cheeks to grow warmer as he looked her up and down. "Thank you," pausing briefly as she tried to remember how to form sentences again. "You look handsome yourself." In any other situation she wouldn't have struggled to say something, but at the moment it felt nearly impossible. That, and she was trying her best to not blurt out how sexy he looked. "Are you ready to go?" offering his arm to her as he moved to her side. "Yes. Where are we going?" A warm sensation spread from Katie's arm and through her body as she wrapped her arm around his. There was no fighting the smile that seemed to come with his presence. "There is a small French place just a block away that looked quaint. Nothing says brunch more than a fresh, warm croissant." Their arms never parted as they walked out of the hotel and down the street, exchanging small talk. The clouds hung over them, casting a beautiful glow down onto the city as they walked. All her life she loved cloudy days. It added such beauty to the world in her eyes. Not many people she used to know ever agreed. They always claimed to prefer sunny days, but to her that was depressing. It was one of the reasons she had moved here in the first place, to get away from never-ending sunshine and live in her ideal weather. Growing up in Arizona had been almost painful for her, and the moment she turned 18 she left to come here for college. After getting her bachelor's in nursing, she found the closest job she could, not wanting to leave what she perceived to be the perfect city. At times she had considered going to the East Coast, but she had visited there once and didn't feel as at peace as she did here. Leaving home had been difficult. Her family didn't understand, but she didn't let it stop her. There had been times when she wondered if she had done the right thing, but in the end she was happy here. Though she did consider that if she hadn't come here, she wouldn't have been attacked and she wouldn't be a werewolf. Sometimes she couldn't help wondering if it was punishment for leaving her family. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on her nose, but before another drop could land, Giles had gently coaxed her in through an all-black door. Realizing they had arrived brought her some relief. She may love the weather, but after all it took to get ready, she didn't want her curly hair to become a frizzy mess. "Hello. Reservation for 2 under Miller." The sophistication in his voice was nearly entrancing. The young hostess blushed as she avoided eye contact with him. "Oh, yes, sir. Please follow me," turning to lead them towards a table at the window. Once they had been seated, the rain outside seemed to begin pouring down. The sound of it splashing on the window beside them calmed her. She glanced over to see Giles's full attention locked on her. In an effort to stop herself from blushing even more so, she tried to pull his attention from her. "It looks like we got here just in time." Trying desperately to ignore his eyes, she kept her focus on the window as she spoke. "It appears so, though I must say you look lovely in such weather." "Damn it," she thought, as she could feel the heat in her cheeks intensify. "We didn't get menus." Glancing around the table, wanting to hide her more than likely red face. "I took care of that when I called earlier." His eyes still focused on her. It was quickly becoming apparent that Beth had been right, that this was in fact a date. "Oh, okay then." It was actually kind of nice to not have to make any decisions for once. One thing she had learned after moving away from home was how annoying it was to have to decide every day what to eat. No one ever mentions that's one of the frustrating parts of adulthood. Before she could ask him what he had chosen, a waitress walked up, carrying multiple plates of food. Soon their table had been flooded with a veritable buffet of foods to select from, including croissants, various breakfast meats, fruits, and juice. Feeling a bit nervous, Katie decided the fruit would be the best thing to start with. After placing some of the fruit on her plate, she looked up to see Giles setting a croissant beside some sausage on his. "This looks absolutely wonderful, Giles." "I am glad you approve, but you should have more than just fruit." A puzzled look on his face as he stared down at her plate. "Oh, I will." Pausing as she quickly thought of a reason. Didn't want any of the juices to ruin the croissant. She mentally applauded her fast thinking. Normally she could eat everything on the table. Part of being a werewolf meant a larger appetite, but right now she didn't want to be a werewolf. Just a simple girl on a simple date, just like in the movies. They hadn't been eating long when Katie caught the scent of smoke floating through the air. "Do you smell something burning?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. It is probably the kitchen," seeming calm as he glanced around the restaurant. "Maybe you're right." It was possible that recent events have left her a bit more concerned and on edge. No one else in the restaurant seemed out of sorts. In an effort to ignore her senses, she turned her focus back to the meal before her. All she wanted right now was to be a normal person on a normal date with a handsome man. Nothing more. It seemed her uneasiness was noticeable as Giles placed his hand on hers. "I am sure it is nothing, but we can inquire with the staff if you would like." "Yeah, that sounds good." Asking someone would be sure to calm her instincts. As she turned in her chair to find someone to flag down, her full attention landed on a door at the back of the restaurant. Black smoke was seeping out through the cracks as the door and frame were beginning to warp from the pressure it held back. Katie sprung to her feet as her heart began to pound in her chest. Before she could say a word, she spotted a red-haired waitress running to the door carrying a fire extinguisher in her hand, as another waitress started asking people to exit the building. Suddenly, Giles was beside her. "I guess there was a fire. It looks like they have it under control. We should go." Within seconds, the waitress had reached the door. From the way she pulled her hand away and her accompanying cry, she seemed to have burned herself on the handle during her attempt to open it. Despite the injury she sustained, the door was now partially cracked open, and she began fumbling with the extinguisher. Instinct kicked in as Katie bolted over to the woman. In one swift motion, she wrapped her arms around the struggling waitress, dropping them both to the ground with Katie using her body to cover the waitress. The moment they hit the ground, an explosion erupted from the room, blasting the door open. A burst of flames and smoke shot out over Katie. Fire and smoke began pumping into the rapidly emptying restaurant as customers fumbled their way out the front door. Once she could, Katie fell over onto her back to extinguish the flame she could feel eating its way through her clothes. "Go!" she yelled. With her weight no longer pinning down the now panicking waitress, she was free to escape. "I can't just leave you." The waitress stumbled to her feet, keeping her head down as she reached for Katie. "Go on!" Giles yelled as he ran through the smoke, swooping Katie up in his arms. "I have her." Chapter 10. "I got you." James sat back, a satisfied smile overrunning his features as he stared down at his screen. For 6 days he had sat in his apartment, locked away from the world, as he hunted down the source of the code that had caused the server room to nearly kill him. It hadn't been an easy task, as whoever designed it was certainly at the top of his field. Unfortunately for whoever it was, they were ultimately no match for James's skill and determination. After taking a minute to admire his hard work, he stood, stretching as he did so. All that was left to do was to inform Deagland of what he found. Before he could reach his office door, he turned back to his desk to grab the blue folder he had been putting together on Giles. There were a few things in there that he wanted to go over as well. Throughout the last few days there had been some downtime as he waited for results, allowing him time to search every database he could to build a file on the presumed intruder. A few things just didn't add up. Before heading down to the security floor, James decided to knock on Douglas's door. Having him right across the hall was something James had always found comforting, knowing that he was right there. The brotherly bond they had developed over the last year was something he felt truly grateful to have finally found, his own brothers having tossed him aside. The door opened to reveal a slightly surprised Douglas on the other side. "Laddie?" His puzzled look shifted to excitement as he noticed the smile on James's face. "You found it?" "Told you I would. Come on, need to go inform everyone." James's smile faded slightly at the idea of seeing Katie again. For the briefest moment his mind attempted to recall their last encounter, but he shut the thoughts from his mind. All that mattered right now was the location he had found, and getting someone out there to scout the area. "All right, then." Douglas, still dressed in sweatpants and a basic blue shirt, stepped out into the hall. "Let's go," closing the door behind him as he followed James to the elevator. There was a moment of silence as they stepped into the elevator. Douglas had been the only one that James had been willing to see for the last 6 days, the only one he could handle being around. Even when Dimitri had come to bang on his door a few days prior, he still didn't open up. It seemed rude, but he needed to focus. Douglas had run interference for him, relaying any information that was essential while ensuring he was hard at work. Mostly, though, he apologized to the pack on behalf of James. "No need to worry." Douglas placed a comforting hand on James's shoulder. "The others know you were hard at work for them." "Thanks, Douglas." For most of his life, James had been around people who didn't understand him. This wasn't the first time he'd locked himself away, and it surely wouldn't be the last. If there was something he needed to work this hard on, or something tedious to learn, this was the only way he could. His family had never understood. They were old-fashioned werewolves, living amongst a larger pack who thought of modern technology as a threat more than advancement. He was the only one who developed a passion for technology and a drive to learn as much as he could. Despite Douglas's attempting to reassure him, his past made him cautious as to how the others would treat him now. "Come on, now. Where's that lad who stood strong and took charge the other day?" referring to the day the hotel was threatened. "I don't want to talk about it." The memories of that day caused James to flinch, having tried hard to forget about his behavior. It was a side of him he didn't care for. Douglas repositioned himself so that he was standing directly in front of James. "There be nothing wrong with you letting your strength show. I know you come from a hard situation, as do I. But hiding from yourself will do you no good. It's necessary to find a balance. Understand?" Making sure to not budge until he got the response he demanded. Though he didn't want to outright admit it, James knew Douglas was right. He nodded just as the doors behind Douglas opened. "All right, then." Douglas turned to head down the hall as James followed behind. It was a brief walk from the elevator to Patrick's office as James turned his full attention to the situation at hand, rather than the events of the past. Having something like this to focus on freed his mind from the pain he wished would stay behind him. "James," a startled Patrick announced as James stepped into his office. "Does this mean you're done?" "Yes," feeling slightly better at the welcoming tone. "Where's Deagland?" "Oh, his usual place," pointing a finger straight up in an effort to gesture to the top of the tower. "I'll call him down." "Okay. Should probably involve everyone else as well." A slight pain hit James in the stomach as he thought of seeing Katie again. "Should be easy enough. We stopped our searches 4 days ago, so almost everyone is around the tower." Patrick reached for the phone and began hitting numbers. "I do know Gunter is out at the hospital, but we'll get him back when we can." Stopping there as Deagland seemed to answer. Stepping out of the room, James headed down the hall to the main conference room. Douglas quietly joined him. Staying busy was all he could do to keep his mind from drifting back to Katie. It didn't take long to pull up the map indicating the final location of his trace. Just as he got it up on the screen, Dmitri came in, his presence causing James to flinch slightly as he avoided eye contact. "Good to see you out of your apartment." A hint of concern lingered in Dimitri's voice as he made his way over to James. "I'm sorry for the other day. Was just worried about you." Gently patting him on the back as he glanced up at the map now displayed on the screen. "Thanks." At first James was unsure of how to react, not expecting kindness and an apology, but he silently reminded himself that he wasn't in Montana anymore. "I'm sorry for locking you all out." "Not a worry. Douglas explained what you were up to after he found me at your door." His arms crossed over his chest as he took a closer look at the map. "So then, it was true." "Seems like it," Deagland answered from the doorway between sips of the coffee he was holding. Since joining the pack, James had come to the conclusion the man lived off the stuff. As he made his way in, he turned to look at James. "Good to see you, kid." Before James could respond, more of the pack started flowing into the room, each taking a seat at the table. "Welcome back to the living, mate," Cody said, as he took a seat next to Douglas. Not a single word left Beth as she found a seat, but the look on her face as she glared over at James told him everything he needed to know. It was obvious to James that she knew what had happened between him and Katie. Before he could notice her presence, Melina wrapped her arms tightly around James, giving a whole new meaning to bear hugs. A slight shiver ran down his spine as she finally released him. That had been the first hug she had given him during his time with the pack. The unusual behavior led him to wonder if maybe he was dying and only she knew. The last two to enter were Astrid and Patrick. James couldn't help noticing that there was something off about Astrid today. She wasn't her usual perky self. Rather than her usual cheerful entrance, she seemed morose as she quietly walked in and sat down. With all of her trips, he hadn't had the chance to really get to know her in his short time here, but he did know her well enough to know that something was certainly wrong. All eyes were on him as he stared at the door, anticipating Katie's arrival when Patrick finally broke the silence. "We're all here, James. Tell us what you have found." Realizing how obvious it was to everyone who he was waiting for, caused him to briefly forget why he was standing there. Clearing his throat, as he turned to face the map displayed on the screen, he could only hope that no one knew why he had been anxiously staring at the door. The groan from Beth reminded him that at least one person did know. Staring at a map of the entire upper left half of Washington containing the Olympic National Park, he pushed all other thoughts away and focused himself. "I won't bore you with the specifics. This," James gestured to the red circle drawn on the top left corner of the map. Is where the source of the hack came from. Not wanting to get technical with everyone, that only ever led to endless questions that did nothing but waste time. Calling it a hack just made it easier for the others to grasp thanks to movies, which he despised due to their lack of reality. At this point in time, it is safe to presume that it was Drew's pack and that they might be hiding in this area. It isn't an exact location, roughly a 10-mile radius, but it makes sense why we haven't found them yet. Interestingly, Melina was the first to comment. He's trying to hide as close to the reservation as he can without them noticing. She turned to Deagland. Should we warn them? There was some tension in the air as everyone waited for Deagland to respond. No. Drew wouldn't be stupid enough to threaten them. It's unusual, though, the first time I've seen him go that far north. With that, Patrick walked over to stand beside James. Anything else you can tell us about their location? Unfortunately, no. Feeling a little defeated as he handed the meeting over to Patrick and took his seat. Okay. Well, thankfully we now know where to look, as we've been focusing in the wrong area. Do I have any volunteers for the first scout mission? More than a few hands shot up simultaneously, as nearly everyone in the room volunteered apart from Beth and Astrid. All right, then. To be safe, now that we know we will be getting close, I'm going to send 4 of you. Might cover more ground as well. He looked around the room briefly. Deagland, Dimitri, Melina, and Douglas. The rest of us will stay here. James, I want you to get busy doing what you need to in order to upgrade our system so this can never happen again. Apart from the list I already gave you, I have a second list. Just needs to be signed off and I can get to work. Good. You and I can go over that in my office. Deagland, the scout mission is yours to lead, so I will hand off planning to you. Everyone else is free, but as I'm sure you know, stay in or around the tower until we get eyes on Drew and his sons. Patrick led the way down the hall to his office as James accompanied him, folder in hand. With everyone gathered, especially Beth, James had decided against discussing the contents of the folder. Now was his chance. As they entered the office, he shut the door behind, wanting to be sure their conversation stayed private. All right, let's see this list. There was a tiredness to Patrick as he sat in his large leather chair. For a moment, James debated on just handing over the entire folder, rather than just the list. This was the perfect opportunity to discuss his concerns regarding Giles, but the exhaustion weighing on Patrick made him reconsider. After a brief internal debate, he placed the folder and all its contents on the desk in front of Patrick. A quizzical look crossed Patrick's features as he eyed the half-inch thick blue folder. Exactly how much is on your list? The list is just the first page. James paused to watch as Patrick opened the folder and sat back. The rest is everything I could find on Giles. Ah, I see. He sat the folder down on the desk and began thumbing through the pages. You had time to find all of this? Yeah, there was some downtime while waiting for searches to complete. After flipping through a few pages, Patrick sat back in his chair as he rubbed his forehead. Why don't you just tell me the bullet points of what you found out? Okay. The furthest I could trace back was his college. He graduated from Yale with an MFA, went on to open his own company that specializes in art dealing. Apparently acquiring artwork requires a lot of travel because he racks up a lot of air miles each year. Seems he doesn't stay put for more than a couple weeks. All his records came back completely spotless, not even a single parking ticket. It almost seems too clean. James shook his head, thinking over how little he was able to find. The only residence I could find was for the office building he has for his company. The once exhausted expression Patrick had worn was now shifting as James continued. It just seems too perfect, in my opinion. I even have a jaywalking ticket from a few years back. Patrick took his time as he thumbed through the file once more, seemingly paying more attention to each piece of information as he did so. The room was silent as James anxiously awaited Patrick's response, suspense building with each second that passed. Finally, Patrick closed the folder and sat back as his eyebrows furrowed. Okay. Okay? Confusion flustered James as he waited for more of a response. I see what you're saying about him. Does seem pretty clean. But that doesn't immediately indicate anything suspicious. Apparently noticing James on the verge of exploding, Patrick raised a hand. Before you damn me, hear me out. Like I said, I see what you mean. It does seem a bit too perfect. This is all you could find? Not even a personal dwelling? Tapping a finger on the blue folder. Yes, that's all. Containing his initial frustration. Despite his desire to toss Giles from the building, Patrick did make sense. Couldn't even find a birth certificate. Well, that part isn't always unusual. Depending on where he was born, there may not be a digital record yet. Patrick intertwined his fingers under his chin, his elbows pressed against his desk. It was blatantly obvious that he was having a difficult time coming to a conclusion on what to do. If he proceeded with investigating Giles, some of the pack could take it as a sign of control and overstepping. If he ignored it, it could possibly result in disaster if James's suspicions were correct. After another minute he stood, placing his hands flat on the desk. I'll go over all of this with Deagland and Dimitri, see what their opinions are on the matter before they head out. Since you've already started this, I don't see why we can't push it a bit further without it being an issue. I will reach out to Joanna, have her do a check as well, and see if she can find out anything else. Feeling a bit relieved, James nodded. Can do. You think she'll do it? Joanna, I mean? Joanna was Patrick's sister. She had also served in the military, and after their parents' death, she took off wanting to be as far away as possible. With a little help, she scored a job in Quantico, working for the DCSA, and never looked back. Yeah. For a brief moment, James could see a hint of sadness in Patrick's eyes before he brushed it away and straightened up. For now, we just need you to focus all your attention on securing this place. The server room still hasn't been touched since the other day, and the cameras we ordered should be arriving today. Patrick was cut off as the phone on his desk began ringing, the little red light indicating it was from the lobby. Holding up one finger, the universal sign to wait, he pressed the speakerphone button. Hello, Dana. Patrick, it's an emergency. There was panic in Dana's voice as she continued. It's Kathryn. Before James could hear another word, he ran from the room to get downstairs as fast as possible. Chapter 11. Burning pain radiated through Katie as Giles gently laid her atop one of the tables in the large convention room, a cry of pain bursting from her as he did. Laying there, she could hear there were people in the room, their voices echoing in the empty space, but she couldn't focus on them. She didn't need to see her back to know it had been burned. The pain shooting through her body gave it away. Within moments of lying there, her body began violently shaking beyond her control, the full effects of her injuries taking hold. In time she would heal, maybe leaving a couple scars, but at the moment the pain was overwhelming her senses. Kathryn! Her voice broke through the room, loud enough Katie could hear it through her own cries. There was pain in the familiar voice, but she couldn't make out who it was. Suddenly, she could feel hands on her, too many to count. Before she could realize what was happening, her body left the hard surface as she was carried away. There was some relief from the pain, as she was no longer lying on the burns, but her body continued to shake. With her senses still disrupted, she couldn't make out anything more than bright lights causing her vision to blur even more so. Time seemed to slow as her body desperately tried to fight back against the burns raging on her back. It had seemed like purgatory, until she finally felt her body being gently laid on her side, atop a more forgiving surface than before. Again, she could hear multiple voices around her, yet she was unable to focus on who they belonged to. Being this vulnerable was almost as bad as the pain that racked her body. Something pressed against her as she struggled to make out the face that was now only inches from her own. Defeated, she surrendered. There was no way of knowing how much time had passed when Katie finally opened her eyes. At first she couldn't help wondering if it had all been a dream, but the stinging on her back said otherwise. The world seemed blurry at first, but her sight quickly cleared after some forced blinking. With that, it became apparent that she was in their infirmary at the tower. As she scanned the room, her eyes landed on James, who seemed to be sleeping on a chair in the corner of the room. An array of emotions rushed through her as she watched him, unsure of which to land on. Suddenly the door of the room swung open, startling Katie and causing her body to jerk. The movement intensified the pain in her back as she let out an involuntary growl in response. All the noise caused James to spring up onto his feet, looking like a kid who'd been caught sleeping in class. It wasn't until Gunter walked in that he relaxed. "You're up? That's a relief." Gunter's expression easing as he strode over to Katie. "How are you feeling?" Unsure of her vocal ability, Katie took a moment to clear her throat before responding. "Better," she choked out, her voice sounding hoarser than she expected. "Not to worry, your voice should be back to normal in the next hour or so. For now, just rest it." Gunter placed a comforting hand on hers, giving it a gentle squeeze before letting go. "You're going to be fine. I cleaned up the burns and you're already healing nicely." Looking into her eyes, it was as though he could read her mind. He continued giving her the answers she so desperately wanted. "I was still on my way back when you were brought here, but Deagland luckily sedated you and got straight to work. You may have a few small scars from the deeper burns you sustained, but that's all. Your ears have already healed. They had been damaged from the explosion. Other than that, you're doing just fine. Giles told us what happened. You saved that girl." A gentle smile lifted his features. "You will be healed soon, but it's doubtful she would have survived, and if she had, she would have had lifelong issues." Relief seemed to wash over Katie as she laid there, watching Gunter leave the room. Growing up with a firefighter for a dad, she had learned quite a bit from him on fire safety. Her father had insisted that she and her brothers learn early on. Through his years on the job, there had been countless situations he had encountered that could have been prevented, too many losses that needn't be. Laying there, she couldn't help wondering if he would be proud of her right now. Thinking of her parents caused a tear to trail down her face, quickly wiping it away before anyone could notice. Before she could fall further into her past, James spoke up, pulling her back to the present. "Katie?" There was a hesitance in his voice as he hovered in front of the chair he had earlier been sleeping on. A deep sadness was looming in his eyes as he looked at her, seemingly waiting for permission to approach. Everything from the last few days faded away as she motioned for him to come over. With that, he slowly made his way to her side, as though the ground would fall out from under him if he stepped too firmly. Seeing him this way was difficult for her, as if she were looking at a broken puppy trying to learn to trust again. She spread her arms, signaling her desire to hug him, as he cautiously intertwined his arms with hers to complete the hug. The gentleness of his actions warmed her, as she held on tight to him before releasing him moments later. "I was so worried." Stepping back, James briefly rubbed the lower half of his face. "When I saw you lying on that table..." He stopped for a moment, as though he needed to search for the words one at a time. "I know this isn't the time, but I need you to know that I am sorry for the things I said the other day," dropping down to his knees as he reached for her hand. "Please forgive me." Seeing such pain in his eyes was enough to cause her heart to ache as she placed her hand in his. Fighting through the roughness in her throat, she managed a response. "Of course." With that, a small hint of a smile seemed to cross his face, despite the sadness still lingering in his eyes. They both jumped as the door to the room flew open, causing pain to once again bolt through Katie. She couldn't help wishing people would just leave it open or tear it from the frame. Either would suffice, but at this point she was leaning more towards the latter. Beth came running through the door, immediately followed by Deagland and Patrick. "Oh, Katie!" an overly loud Beth exclaimed as she rushed to her side, shoving past the now retreating James. "Are you okay?" frantically looking her over as she waited for a response. All Katie could do was not wanting to strain her voice more than needed. "Giles carried you the whole way back here. He won't stop calling to check on you." With that reminder, her thoughts were on Giles, but only for a moment as Deagland changed the subject. "I know you've only woken up, but we have some news, so forgive me for jumping straight to it." Despite the fact that he would continue regardless, Katie nodded for him to proceed. "First things first, James narrowed our search drastically, so we're heading out soon to scout the area. Should hopefully only take a day or so to locate them, faster if we're lucky. Next, Captain Hoffer is here. She's a little peeved to be back, but this time we didn't call." The tone between him and Patrick shifted a bit as he continued. "It appears that someone may be targeting your new friend, Giles. One of her patrolmen spotted a man suspiciously parked outside the tower between here and the restaurant you were at. She would like to come up and talk with you if you're feeling up for it." Without hesitation, Katie nodded in agreement. "Okay." Deagland turned to address Patrick. "Bring her up and grab a notebook for Katie on your way back. She needs to rest her voice still." Once Patrick was on the move, Deagland turned back to Katie. "I'm asking that everyone stays in the tower until we figure out what is going on. Dimitri, Melina, and Douglas will be going with me, but we won't leave until the captain does." Katie couldn't help wondering what the plan was once they found them. At this rate, it was going to lead to a fight on some level. After nearly a century of this rivalry, it was growing more and more noticeable that Deagland was reaching a breaking point. At some point, this would have to come to an end, and when that time came, it would mean only one would be left standing. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Beth chimed in. "So while you guys are gone, are we just supposed to sit and wait?" It was easy to notice the frustration she felt in regards to being told to sit and wait. With that question, Deagland's eyebrows seemed to fall as he looked at Beth. There was just the slightest hint of frustration as he stared at her before responding. "There are literal wolves knocking on our door, and they seem fully inclined to blow our home down, so no. I don't intend on asking you to sit and wait. But I do ask that you stay here to guard the tower and prepare." Deagland turned his attention to Katie. "Unfortunately, you will be out of commission for the time being. For right now, you need to focus on taking it easy. Your wounds are healing, but if you push yourself too hard too soon, you can set your healing back, and we need you back on your feet." Once again, Katie nodded. Not being able to freely talk was already growing increasingly more frustrating. "What should we prepare?" Beth's tone had changed now that she had her own mission. In the time Katie had known her, it had become obvious that Beth was one who hated to be benched. "Patrick will be here to hand out specific instructions, but it's pretty basic. Eventually we will find Drew's pack, and when we do, you all will need to be ready to head to us. Gunter and Astrid will be staying here when the time comes. We need someone here just in case they happen to know what we're doing and try to use us being gone to their advantage. As for Katie, hopefully you will be up and ready by then. At the rate you're healing so far, if you don't strain yourself, you should be fully healed in the next day. Do you really think she will be okay enough to go? A quiet voice asked from the corner. James had practically made himself invisible since everyone had come in, that Katie had thought he left already. Deaglan spun around, startled that James had been behind him. Should put a bell on you. Yes, as long as the wounds on her back are healed, she'll be good to go. We will need everyone when the time comes. What exactly? Beth wasn't able to finish her question, as Captain Hoffer was escorted in by Patrick. You seem to have a full room here, Captain Hoffer said, looking around the small room. Okay, then. Realizing that no one was going to leave, she walked over and handed Katie a notepad and pen. Feel free to keep any statements brief. As they have already told you, one of my patrols found a man parked nearby. He is currently being held at my station and refuses to speak. We already ran him through the system, but he doesn't show up, so we don't know who he is other than he isn't one of us. The captain pulled a photo from the pocket of her coat and held it up. My patrol found this photo in the man's pocket. I've been informed that this is a recent acquaintance of yours, a Giles Miller. Katie nodded. At this point, we don't have much to go on, but my patrol found supplies to start the fire in his car. We are pretty sure he started the fire that caused your injury, but we won't know for sure until we finish our investigation. It does appear that Giles here might be a target of some kind. Patrick has already shared all the information you guys have on him. With how thorough it is, it will definitely save us some time. No mirror was needed for Katie to know just how angry her expressions had grown. The flame in her chest and the hint of red that now affected her vision was enough to tell her. They had, at some point, done some kind of background check on Giles and not told her. You didn't know about it. Interesting. Captain Hoffer studied Katie as she shook her head no. Moving on, then. Do you know his travel plans? Once again, Katie shook her head no. I will have to talk to him once I'm done here, so that's fine. Depending on what he says, it may be best to have him stay here until we can get this sorted out. But he will need protection until then. He will have to stay in the hotel, but we will keep him safe, Deaglan announced from the doorway. I figured. I will have a few of my patrols lingering around the building as well. Now, about the fire. Did you see anyone suspicious or out of the ordinary while you were there? After taking a moment to try and recall, Katie shook her head no. When did you first notice the fire? Using the provided notepad, Katie wrote out her best guess of the time window. About 10 minutes after arrival. Being brief, what happened? Doing her best to give any helpful detail without it turning into an entire essay, Katie got busy writing. The smell of smoke came from a small closed room at the back of the restaurant facing the tables. I noticed smoke coming from the door. So did the waitress who attempted to open and extinguish the fire. She didn't know about the backdraft the room would have caused, but I got to her in time. That's all I remember. That's all I needed. Before leaving, the captain placed a hand on top of Katie's. You did well. Confusion sparked in Katie as she watched the captain leave. All the firmness that had intimidated her earlier had faded, revealing compassion. With anger still fuming in Katie, she turned her attention back to the notepad she was still holding. Despite the many questions, she needed answers, so she narrowed it down to one to start with. Who did a background check on Giles? Chapter 12. As soon as the captain had mentioned the background check, James slipped out before eyes could fall on him. Unlucky for him, they all lived in the same building, so there wasn't really anywhere he could go and hide. Soon enough, Katie would find out that it had been him who pulled all the information on Giles. and she wasn't going to be happy about it. Rather than running back to his place, he had opted to see Douglas instead. Hopefully, talking this out with him could help him figure out what to do. While knocking on Douglas's door, he couldn't help regretting showing the file to Patrick. A half-naked Douglas opened the door just as James was about to knock again. "Ah, lad, come in. Was just packing." "Did you pack your shirt too?" "Funny." Douglas paused, noticing the worried expression washing James. "What seems to be the trouble?" Before responding, James made his way over to the long brown couch in the living room. The moment he sat down, his head fell, his face finding a home in his hands as he spoke. "I think I screwed up." While James sat there coming to terms with himself, Douglas sat in the recliner to the side of the couch. Rather than respond or inquire as to his meaning, Douglas waited patiently. After a few moments of silence, James sat back. "So, why you thinking you screwed up?" "Captain Hoffer just informed Katie of the information I gathered about Giles." James wanted to reach into the past and smack his past self. "Ah, I see. You knew she wouldn't be too keen about it." "True." While searching for everything, he had told Douglas that doing it was probably going to get him in trouble. "I mean, I get that it isn't technically my business, but the safety of the pack is all of our business. Besides, why is it such a crime to care for someone's safety?" Douglas was about to answer the question he thought was being asked, but quickly realized that James seemed to be falling down a rabbit hole of thoughts. "I'm not saying I have any rights when it comes to who she wants to spend time with, but does that mean that we shouldn't be sure that person isn't some kind of threat? What if I had found out that he was a wanted man from another country or something? We still don't even know much of anything about him." James had left the couch and was now pacing around the room in circles. "An art dealer? What is that? Why am I the bad guy for caring? Why do I feel so disgustingly guilty? Just minutes earlier I thought things were going to be back to normal with Kathryn, and now this. How could I be so stupid?" By now Douglas had sat back in his recliner, one leg crossed over the other as he watched James. Once he realized James was done ranting, he proposed a thought. If you had been in her situation, an attractive woman saved you, then spent time with her, and Katie decided to run a check with no mentioning, how'd that make you feel? "That's just it, though. I would run the check before doing anything else. With Drew's pack just across the bay, and their desire to ruin us, it seems the safest thing. But did you strictly do this as a precaution for that reason? Or did you do it because of your feelings for the lass?" "Does it matter?" James eyed Douglas, hoping for a response. When Douglas didn't say a word, James sat back down on the couch. "Fine, okay. I did it because I care about her and worry about strangers coming into her life. She seems blind to the danger that can come from an unknown visitor. Why does that make me the bad guy? Why am I at fault for caring about her?" "Oh, lad, it's not that you care about her that's wrong. It's that you didn't trust her judgment." Douglas stood and walked over to James, placing a hand on top of his head. "It'll take time, but she'll forgive soon enough." Douglas made his way to his room, leaving James on the couch to think over what he said. "You think about it. Going to finish packing. But someone's threatening us, invading our home." "Not the point, lad," Douglas hollered from his room. "Fuck!" James dropped his head on the back of the couch, his eyes focusing on the ceiling. Douglas was right, and James didn't want him to be. But he was. Despite telling himself that he was doing it out of safety concerns, the main driving factor had been his feelings. It wasn't his job to investigate people. If that was someone's job, it would be Patrick's. Even though he did it out of care and concern, he knew now it wasn't his place. He had no rights over Katie. There was no fixing this, he knew that. Katie wouldn't just forget about it. How was he supposed to live here with her, be part of the pack, if she hated him until the end of their days? She was here first. For just a moment James considered leaving. Sadly, it seemed to be his nature to run when he couldn't see a successful outcome. He ran from Montana. Why not now as well? Not yet, he whispered to himself. First things first. You say something? A now fully clothed Douglas asked as he carried a small duffel bag into the living room. He was now all dressed in black, resembling that of a SWAT team member, though his red hair still stood out. Maybe I should join you guys. Do you think Deagland would let me? At least then he wouldn't be here. Plus, if he was to leave, he wouldn't feel right doing so until this had all been sorted out. Didn't Patrick say you need to fix the computers? Douglas eyed James suspiciously as he awaited a response. Yeah, but it will take time for all the parts to come in. James hoped Douglas wouldn't see past his excuse. See no harm in asking, then. But do you think you should first try apologizing? You're like my very own Jiminy. I'm guessing he's still in Katie's room, so I was going to try to apologize if she will let me. There was a great deal of doubt growing inside James as he thought about that. At this rate, he'd consider himself lucky if she'd even acknowledge his existence. The whole way back to Katie's room felt as though he was walking straight to the edge of a cliff with the intention of leaping off. All his mind could think about was how mad she was going to be. How she was never going to look at him the same. Worse yet, that his actions may push her more towards Giles. The closer they got to her room, the more he slowed with each step. There was no delaying it any longer as they stood outside the room she was in. Everyone was still inside, apart from the captain who was probably down talking with Giles. After taking one last long, deep breath, James silently followed Douglas inside. All fell quiet as they entered. Unsure of what else he could do, James decided to dive right into the deep end. Katie, I am so very sorry. His eyes turned to stare at the floor, unwilling to see the anger in her eyes. I shouldn't have run the search. I should have trusted your instincts. You don't need to forgive me. I'm not asking you to. Just wanted you to know how sorry I am. It wasn't my place. Once he finished apologizing, he could feel his heart beat slow as he waited for a response. A few moments later, a tapping caused James to finally look up from the floor. Katie was holding up a notebook with her response. You're right. It wasn't your place at all. Get out. She was now pointing at the door behind James before turning away from him. Doing as he was told, he turned to walk out as a hand patted him on the back of the shoulder. Unsure if it had been Douglas or someone else, he just kept walking, not wanting to turn back. Nearly every inch of him was begging to run far and fast, without ever looking back. Back home in Montana he had less to care about when he left. His parents had chosen his brother even though he was a year younger than James. They didn't understand James's interest, and he didn't understand their decision to stay sheltered from the ever-expanding world. Growing up hadn't been easy. He'd taken the brunt of his father's anger while his brother had always been praised. Eventually he turned 18 and ran. In fact, he was the youngest member of this pack, only being 25 now. Seattle hadn't been his first stop after leaving home. At first he just wanted to be free and see some of the world. It hadn't been an impromptu decision to leave. He had planned it for years. So he had managed to save up enough money to tide himself over while he figured out what he wanted. After traveling around for years, he yearned for more out of life and settled on making a life here in Seattle. The weather had drawn him here, along with the ever-growing tech world that seemed to be sprouting up. Running into a pack of misfit werewolves hadn't been part of his plan, but he had figured it was fate. Now, maybe it wasn't. "What's up?" Patrick asked, pulling James back to the situation at hand. Douglas had apparently directed him into the hall. The laddie has a question, gesturing for James to speak up. I won't be able to do anything more to our systems until the equipment arrives, so I would like to request permission to join the scout mission. To run away was more of what James wanted, but he would settle for just being out of the building, to give Katie space. Before Patrick could give a response, Deaglin walked up. I don't see why not. The more eyes and ears, the better. Sure, as long as the hotel can run smoothly until then, we should be good. It'll mean we're down another person here. It wasn't hard to tell that Patrick was thinking over how to make it work as he began rubbing his chin. Leaves us a bit unbalanced. But Hoffer did say she was going to have some men around here. And with one more, you guys should find them faster. Yeah, we can make it work. Patrick turned to look at James, making eye contact as he continued. Are you 100% certain that you are in the right state of mind to join in on this mission? Eye contact was not something James was comfortable with, but in this situation he knew it was necessary. Yes, I'm fully capable of joining, and I will have my complete focus on the mission. Okay, then yes. Go pack quickly, you're leaving in 20. Turning away, Patrick headed down the hall back to Katie's room. Meet us at the back of the building near the loading door. It will be good to have you join us. Deaglin offered a reassuring smile before continuing. Come, we can ride the elevator together. Hopefully Dimitri's ready. He takes longer than anyone I've ever known when it comes to packing. There was always a comfort that came from being around Deaglin. Even now, with everything James had running through his mind, Deaglin seemed to give off a calm that helped ease James's mind. It was another reason he had asked to join. Growing up with a beta as a father, it meant spending more time around an alpha than some others did. To James, alphas were tough and firm due to having so many others looking to them for almost everything. Not Deaglin, though. He was calm and gentle even after everything in his life. You won't need much, just a change or two of clothes. We may shift if necessary, so pack clothes you don't care about. He stepped into the elevator. We also checked, and it looks like it should be damp, so pack some extra socks just in case. Wait, is this your first scout mission? With you, yes. With only being part of the pack for a year, this was the first time it had come up. Normally James preferred to help from a distance, but there was always a part of him that yearned for this. His wolf part, that is. Ah, okay. Well, we try not to shift much when we're out. There are some trail cams scattered around, so be careful if you feel compelled to. We have gear already packed and ready, so not to worry about that. We have everything you will need. The doors of the elevator opened to the floor that Douglas and James shared. We'll go over the details on the way. Don't forget you've less than 20 before we leave. The doors closed on Deaglin. Grab your things and we'll go, Douglas said, before heading into his apartment, leaving the door open behind him. A thought came to mind as James stepped into his apartment. Briefly glancing around the bare space, he realized how little he had done. Had he ever made this a home? Beyond his computer setup and a basic bed in his room, the place was pretty empty. There was a long blue couch in the living room to his left that Douglas had bought for him after he moved in. That was basically the only piece of information in the space. On James's right was his empty kitchen. The only appliances he actually used in it were the microwave and the coffee pot. Cooking was never something he was good at. Most of the time he would just grab food from downstairs or order delivery. Surely someone who enjoyed cooking or baking would fall in love with the large kitchen, but he only ever used it as a dumping space when walking in the door. There was one personal touch, though, a small model of the Enterprise that sat in the middle of the island, a gift from Katie. Seeing the reminder pushed him into gear as he headed to his bedroom. Regardless of everything going on in his mind, he needed to focus on the mission. The only way he was going to feel okay with leaving was if he helped put an end to what was going on. After this was over, he would tell Deaglin of his possible intentions. Grabbing the backpack off the floor of his closet, he tossed it on the bed. Aside from the bed, there was also a small dresser that held his TV and stored what little clothes he had. Laundry wasn't something he minded doing, so he didn't see the reason to have extra clothes. After tossing what he needed on the bed, he shoved it all into the backpack and took one more look at his room. As he looked around, his eyes landed on the only framed picture in his entire apartment, a picture of him and his mom. She had passed away when he was only 10. It was one of the few things he had taken with him when he left Montana. A single tear flowed down his face as he took one last look before shutting off the light and walking away. Douglas was standing at the front door, his duffel bag hung on his shoulder. "You ready?" "Yeah, let's go." Chapter 13. It had been hours since the scout team left, and all Katie could do was lay in bed feeling useless. Minutes were starting to feel like hours as she tried to mentally will her healing to speed up, despite knowing she couldn't. Deep down, she knew she wasn't, but it was getting difficult for her to not be upset about her situation. All she wanted to do was jump out of this bed and help the others. At least now she was able to talk again. Writing always took so long. "How are you doing?" Beth asked as she walked over, noticing the distress in her friend's eyes. "Going stir-crazy, that's how I am," groaning as she fussed in bed. What had been sharp, searing pain had now subsided to mild discomfort as her body worked to heal. "Careful. Gunter said you need to take it easy so you don't rip open anything. Could give yourself more scars than necessary." Attempting to calm Katie, Beth grabbed her hand and squeezed. "It won't be much longer now." There was no holding back anymore, as Katie's chin quivered just before tears erupted from her eyes. Her body shook as she laid there sobbing. Within seconds, Beth had climbed into the hospital bed with Katie and wrapped her arms around her. Crying wasn't something Katie did often. It took a lot to get her to cry, but there was no holding it back. No words were said as Katie pressed her face into Beth's chest, tears soaking her shirt. All Beth could do was hold her friend, trying to be gentle while also trying to comfort her. Moments passed while they lay there together, Katie's sobs calming with time until it was a mere sniffle. There was a pause as Katie tried to find her words. "I'm sorry." "What? Why are you sorry?" Beth brushed the hair from Katie's face. "Your shirt's soaked." "I don't care about my shirt. What I care about is figuring out why you're crying." Staying wrapped in Beth's arms, Katie took a moment to wipe her face on the blanket. "Just everything. I'm stuck in this bed while all of this is going on. I haven't been able to see Giles, and someone seems to want to kill him or something. Plus, I feel so betrayed by James. This is all just so much, and I just can't figure out where everything went wrong." "Everything hasn't gone wrong, sweetie. Life is hard right now, but that's part of living. Things will get better, I promise. It just seems awful to you now because you're stuck in bed, but only for a little while longer, and then you'll be back to full strength. Remember, the pain you feel right now and the sense of helplessness is all because you helped someone who wouldn't be so lucky." "I know you're right, I really do. Just can't shake this feeling." It was all too much at one time for Katie, despite knowing it was only temporary. "Giles will be perfectly fine. He isn't leaving the building any time soon, said he wouldn't leave until you returned." Lying to him that Katie had been rushed to the hospital had been the only way to get him to stop asking questions. "Patrick and Astrid are roaming the hotel, and Hoffer has a few men around the building perimeter. Our home is safe for the time being while you rest." "How are we supposed to explain that I'm back, though? Won't Giles be suspicious?" It wasn't normal for someone to sustain such burns and be walking around the next day. "Not to worry," another voice answered. Gunter walked in, chart in hand. "I just spoke to him." "Really?" Excitement fueled Katie as she almost forgot to not spring up off the bed. Easy now. Don't move around so much," stopping at the foot of the bed. "And yes, I informed him that your wounds were all superficial and that you were just in shock from the incident." "And he believed you?" Beth asked, a hint of suspicion in her eyes as she did. "You know human minds. They will rationalize things they don't quite understand. A door closes by itself. The wind." Gunter waved a hand. "A ghost standing on the side of the road. Just an illusion brought on by exhaustion and lights. Someone injured and then fine the next day. Just looked worse than it was." Shrugging his shoulders as he walked closer. "So, don't worry too much." Did he say anything else?" Katie couldn't resist asking. "Actually, he just wanted to know when you would be back. I informed him you should be back tomorrow." Glancing at his watch before continuing. "It's almost 10 p.m., so I'm thinking you should hopefully be up by morning. That is, if you listen and stay put." He eyed Katie, doing his hardest to seem stern. "Now, let me check on how you're healing. Beth?" Yeah, Doc, I'm up." Beth moved carefully as she got off the bed. "Now then, I need you to carefully roll onto your stomach." Gunter was now at her bedside. Trying to be careful, Katie complied and gently rolled from her side to her stomach. As Gunter opened the back of her gown, a question slipped out. "Did you know about James doing a background check on Giles?" "No, but I can't say I was surprised." "I do know you are mad that he did. I saw the look on your face. Can I give you one piece of advice?" "Yes. Try to look at it from his perspective before you make up your mind about it all." The glare coming from Beth was almost terrifying as Gunter tried to clarify. "Before Beth here tears me to shreds, what I mean is, he didn't do it with bad intentions. Sometimes you have to look at the intentions behind the actions rather than the actions themselves. Not everyone thinks the same way." That got Beth to ease a bit as he said one last thing. "As a nurse, you know that sometimes we cause our patients pain, but we do it with good intentions." Nothing more was said as Gunter finished looking over Katie's back. Though she didn't want to admit it yet, Katie knew he had a point. The initial anger she felt had calmed some over the last few hours, allowing her to think more clearly. Sometimes it was hard to think about things from someone else's perspective, especially at first. But he was right. Even though to her she felt betrayed and enraged by his actions, he wouldn't ever purposefully try to make her feel that way. She just needed time. "All done. Everything is looking good, and you're right on track. Right now, the best thing you can do is to just sleep." Gunter made his way to the door. "Will do." All that crying had made Katie more tired than she realized as she yawned. Once Gunter had left the room, Beth turned the lights down. "I have to go as well. Supposed to be in the lobby. Get some sleep and I will check on you later." "Thank you, Beth." There was the slightest pain of loneliness as Katie watched Beth leave. Being alone wasn't her favorite. She had spent too much time alone growing up. With no distractions, her thoughts started drifting to the past, something she didn't normally like to think about. Today was an exception. Rather than focusing on the pain that normally clouded her memories, today seemed to bring up some happier times. Rather than some holiday memory or special occasion, she seemed focused on what appeared to be a normal day. It was hard to remember what year or even why she was thinking about it, but regardless, it put a smile on her face. It was a morning like any other. Sat at the kitchen table were Katie and her two older brothers, while Mom was in the kitchen making breakfast, a radio playing softly. Mom had always loved having music playing while she did almost everything. The boys were kicking each other under the table repeatedly, despite Mom asking them to stop. It wasn't until Dad walked in the room dressed for work in his usual blue station uniform that they immediately stopped. Katie could hear her mum chuckle from the kitchen, followed by something regarding boys and their fathers. "You boys need to listen to your mother when I'm not around." Dad placed a hand on the top of each of their heads before fussing up their hair. "Dad!" they both exclaimed. After he was done messing with them, he joined them at the table. "Just because I am absent doesn't mean you can ignore your mother. You boys are on your way to becoming men. That means you have to work together to take care of her and Kathryn while I'm not around. It's your job to protect them and help them, understood?" "Yes, Dad," both responded. They weren't technically twins, though many people would ask. Surprisingly, they were a year apart, yet they did share the same birthday. "I like the sound of that," Mom said, as she carried a plate of waffles to the table, a happy smile on her face. "Now, who's hungry?" They all raised their hands in excitement. "Good. Kathryn, can you help me bring the rest?" "Yes, Mommy." A delighted Katie bounced off her chair and ran to the kitchen. Helping in the kitchen had been something Katie loved doing when she was younger. Watching her mom move around the kitchen was almost whimsical in a way. Everything she did seemed effortless and graceful. There was no looking around or guessing. Mom just seemed to know exactly where everything was. At times, it seemed like she could blindly make a cake and have it turn out perfect. Plus, she always seemed to smile while in the kitchen. "Here you go." Waiting patiently with her hands out, Katie was handed a large plate full of bacon and sausage. With the plate in hand, Katie turned and cautiously walked back to the table. All of her focus was on trying not to drop anything. After gently setting the plate on the table, she hopped back in her seat as Mom set down a plate of eggs and a pitcher of orange juice. Once Dad had finished a prayer, they all started piling food on their plates, each of them smiling. Breakfast like this was something they did on the weekends, making weekends just that much better. Unfortunately, though, Dad still had to work sometimes. Being a firefighter wasn't a Monday through Friday type of career. Him being gone often made moments just like this that much more special and appreciated. "Honey, these waffles are even better than last time," Dad said between bites. His words had caused Mom to blush as she waved a hand at him. "You say that every weekend," a slight giggle in her words. "That's because everything about you gets better with age." They shared a smile before taking another bite. "Ew, Dad, we're eating." Breaking the moment was Katie's older brother, Jerome, before grabbing another piece of bacon. "But Mom's waffles are the best." A confused expression crossed Katie's face as she tried to figure out why her brother had said ew. Her comment caused her other brother, Dennis, to start laughing. "What?" Glancing around the table, still confused and waiting for someone to explain. "Just ignore your silly brothers. Your father just said a very sweet thing is all." Mom turned her focus to Jerome and Dennis. "You two should start taking notes from your father if you want to be good husbands one day." She looked around the table before standing. "I can't believe I left the jam on the counter." Before she could make it to the counter, Dad quietly got up and snuck his way to her. In one swift movement, he spun her around and into his arms. They instantly began dancing around the entire kitchen, laughing and smiling the whole time. The memory began to fade, just as a lone tear slid down Katie's face, exhaustion weighing on her as she drifted to sleep. Chapter 14. After nearly 3 hours, James sighed in relief as he stepped out of the black SUV. Taking a deep breath in was practically intoxicating for him, being out in nature again. Sure, there was a beauty and comfort to the city that he had grown to love, but nothing beat wide-open nature. They had gone off the main road and down a very small dirt path, leaving small scratches down the sides of the vehicle. The sun was setting as they left, allowing for some cover as darkness took over the sky. Even still, James could see the beauty around him. Trees completely encased the five of them as they began gearing up, green as far as the eye could see. Standing there, he couldn't recall the last time he had ventured out. Time seemed to slip by faster than he realized. Even his wolf seemed to be rejoicing at the vast open space surrounding him. Deep inside, he could feel his wolf itching to be freed. After the week he had, there was no ignoring it. Plus, it would up his senses. Walking over to the others at the back of the SUV, James couldn't help feeling like he was somehow part of a top-secret mission team or something. They were all wearing black BDUs while strapping on gear pouches full of supplies. Melina and Douglas seemed to be the only ones putting on bulletproof vests, which seemed odd but not unusual. Many older werewolves seemed to dismiss protection, saying that they never needed it before. To that point, they hadn't even brought any lethal weapons due to not believing in them nor wanting to raise any awareness to their activity. There were other things they had brought, though. Taser guns, batons, and, surprisingly, some smoke grenades. Aside from those, they had also brought some other items, including food and medical supplies just in case. Deagland? Trying to get his attention from the gear he was currently strapping on. Yes, James? Pausing after clipping the buckle to his leg pouch to talk. I want to shift before we head out. I think it would be good to have at least one of us in wolf form. Wolf form would allow some of his senses to heighten, giving him better night vision and smell. Plus, it would ease his soul and free his mind if he did. Few things in life seemed better to him than being able to run free in nature. It would also allow for him to be faster. At first, he couldn't help wondering why they didn't all just shift, but after a while he started to realize why. It made them slightly more vulnerable. In wolf form they were slightly larger than an average wolf, which made them bigger targets to any type of hunter regardless of it being legal or not. After staring at James in silence, Deagland responded. You have a point. Go ahead, but... reaching into the SUV before pulling out a strange backpack. We will strap this on you. It's a backpack designed for canines. Shouldn't restrict any movement, but you'll be able to bring clothes and anything else you can fit with you. Thanks. Eyeing the backpack, unsure about wearing it, but understanding the necessity. Should I? Pointing to the SUV. Not in there. Melina had walked up, joining the conversation. I checked this area. We're clear of any cameras, so feel free to just shift. Just try to stay in a close range so we don't get separated. Before you do, though, let's readjust the plan to accommodate. Walking up to the trunk of the SUV, she pushed a few things aside and rolled out the map. There was a large red circle indicating their search radius. We are currently here. She drew a small square where they were standing. Since you'll be shifting, I want you in the middle of our line. We will stick with our original plan, progressing through the forest in a line formation, but we'll put more distance on either side of James. The line will be Douglas, Deagland, James, Dimitri, and then myself, marking up on the map where each would start from. 1/2 mile between each, except we can make it 3/4 of a mile on either side of James. From there it remains the same. Radio in if you find any trace. Turning to face James. You can either run to Deagland or Dimitri, depending on which you're closer to at the time, or shift and radio in. I'll secure your radio to the backpack. That way you can still hear us if needed. Good plan, Melina. Deagland placed a hand on her shoulder as he smiled at her, pride beaming from him. This was Melina's first mission to head, and Deagland seemed like a proud father. Wasn't a side James saw of him often. Thanks. Smiling back at him before resuming her usual tough exterior. Shift, then. Let's get moving. Rather than hide anywhere, James began stripping while the others finished loading up and locking down the SUV. Despite running warm, the chill in the air was hard to ignore. Fall in Washington was chilly, and tonight was no different. Once his shoes and socks were packed in the bag, he pulled off his shirt. Goosebumps pedaled his skin as he folded it and placed it in the bag, next were the pants. Hesitant due to the cold, he slowly unbuckled his belt and pulled them off. The breeze freezing his legs, encouraging him to hurry up. Once he'd shifted, he'd be plenty warm. To most humans, stripping in the forest around people seemed like a shy endeavor, but as a wearer it was completely normal. Nudity was natural to them in either form. Once he was only wearing his birthday suit, he summoned his wolf forward. His eyes began glowing as he dropped onto all fours, thankful that shifting didn't hurt after the first time. James could feel his wolf howling with joy as his body began to phase over. Long brown fur erupted from every inch of him, his body beginning to shape itself into that of his wolf. A long tail flowed out from his tailbone, while his face formed into a long snout. His arms and legs adjusted themselves, conforming to a new configuration, his hands and feet closing into paws. Lastly, his claws sprung out from where his knuckles normally were. It had only taken a few seconds for the entire process. All that was left to do was to shake his new body from the tip of his nose to the end of his tail. It was a weird behavior, but shaking after shifting always felt good. I think this is the first time I've actually seen you as a wolf. Somehow I didn't realize you were so dark brown, Dmitri commented as he studied the new form. James let out a huff as he stretched a bit. Aye, lad, looks like a wee bear almost. Douglas reached down to pat the top of James's head. Just a wee cub. Towering butt, James thought to himself. A playful growl emanated from him as he turned away and walked over to his backpack, making sure his tail hit Douglas as he did so. Using his teeth, he grabbed his bag and carried it over to Melina. After dropping it at her feet, he used his back feet to kick some dirt at Douglas. Douglas laughed as he brushed the specks of dirt off his pants. Guess you don't like being called a wee cub. James let out a huff as he briefly nodded. One day I'll be older. He will also be older, but at least I won't be so young. If he were honest, he didn't mind all the playful jest from Douglas. With the lack of relationship between him and his brother, he actually enjoyed the big brother role Douglas filled. Taking the hint, Melina strapped the backpack onto James. After making some adjustments to better fit him, she stood up. Is this okay? Not in the way? After giving it a good hard shake, James trotted around the group before trying to stretch and jump. With nothing getting in the way or being uncomfortable, James sat and nodded. Can hardly notice it. Part of being in wolf form meant not being able to communicate much, but right now it was welcomed. He had his inner monologue. That was all he needed for the time. Okay, everyone ready? Asked Deagland as he made one last slight adjustment to his belt. There were nods all around, signaling that the fun was over. It was time to go hunting. Melina took charge. Move out. With that, everyone headed off to their starting points. James only needed to go straight north from the SUV, while everyone else needed to spread out to their points. It was easier this way, seeing as how he wasn't able to use a map, GPS, or anything for that matter. With his senses, he could tell where north was, and that was all he needed. It took a few minutes to readjust to being in wolf form, and all the perks it had, but after that he was free. The once chilly breeze was now a comfort, like a fan on a warm day as he trotted through the trees. Being in wolf form was intoxicating, but he had to fight the urge to run. Need to find them before they find us. There was no telling where Drew was hiding his pack, meaning it was too risky to just run wild. Deagland provided a debrief on the drive about Drew's usage of traps, reminding James to be observant. Apparently his sons had also grown to like traps, only theirs tended to be more painful. On a few of the prior scout missions, the teams had come across a few, some set up with explosives. Being careful wasn't optional. Even with the prospect of danger, Being in wolf form seemed to calm him. Between the wind in his fur, the sounds of nature all around him, all his pain and troubles of earlier just washed away. It was as if it was only tied to his human form. In this moment, in this shape, he no longer belonged to the human world. One time he heard someone say that they enjoyed flying, that it was nice to not be around people who knew them. Maybe that was a human way of feeling free from ties. Making sure to stay in the area of the searchline, he began moving in a more zigzag formation to try and ensure he was checking everywhere. Time almost disappeared as he continued, his pace picking up as he went. As long as he watched where he was going and didn't get distracted, he wouldn't miss anything. Trees and bushes began blending into each other as he went, all of them looking the same as the ones before. It was almost difficult to remain on task, the euphoria of being free almost overwhelming his thoughts. After a while, there was no telling how long it had been. With no watch, clock, or any other device to connect him to the working world, it was nearly impossible to tell the time. Reminded him of casinos. With no clock in sight and no windows to see outside, people tended to get lost in their enjoyment. If he stopped his search, he could try to use the sky to tell, but he couldn't see a reason to do so. It didn't matter what the time was, only the mission. A noise up ahead caused James to slow, lowering himself as he honed in on it. Instinct took over as he quietly stalked over to where the noise came from. There were no scents that seemed out of the ordinary, but regardless he advanced with caution. Excitement pumped through him as he got closer. When he was finally close enough, he leaped over the bush, only to land on a panicked rabbit before it took off. Wolves may not be able to laugh, but he sure did on the inside. A rabbit. I was startled by a rabbit. After internally laughing it off, he got back to his path. Continuing along through the forest, he couldn't help feeling the slightest pinch of regret. This freedom he felt had been so close this whole time, yet he had denied it, ignored it, wrapped up in his work, normal day-to-day life caused him to deny his true nature. The others would periodically go on camping trips, but he had passed on them each time, claiming he was too busy with work. Not again. From now on, he wasn't going to ignore his wolf. Check in. Melina's voice through the walkie-talkie was almost enough to scare the piss out of James as he nearly jumped out of his fur. Check 1, Deaglin rang in first, followed by Dimitri and Douglas. Good. James? James announced himself the only way he could, with a deep howl. We're just under halfway, so eyes and ears. Melina cut communication and all was quiet again. It won't be long now. Melina's words altered James's mindset, kicking him into focus. They were closing in on the enemy. As he started picking up the pace, he turned his focus back to Katie and what the mayor's boys did to her. Fuming anger raced through him, shifting the glow of his eyes to a red tint. Determined to be the one to find them first, he pushed harder. I may not be the one she wants, but I will be the one to tear them to pieces for what they did to her. Pushing harder, maintaining his pattern, he could feel his claws digging into the soft, wet dirt of the forest with each step. Then I can leave. There was no further update as he ran, no telling how much time had passed. It doesn't make sense. They should be nearby. If this didn't pan out, if they weren't here, it would be his fault. I will find you, repeated over and over in his head. Determined to be right, he pushed harder and faster. After some time passed, James slammed to a stop. I got you. Finally. The scent was small, but it was there. Unsure of whose it was, He only knew it belonged to a werewolf. Starting slowly, he followed after the scent. It was weak. If he shifted now, he would lose it. The breeze must have blown it in his direction. Before he knew it, he was moving faster as the scent began growing stronger. Instincts to protect those he cared for fueled him as he focused in on the scent, following it like a trail of crumbs. By now he was surely far ahead of the others, unless they had somehow picked up the scent as well. Until he was able to shift back and radio in, he was on his own. This is my chance. There was no time to catch himself as the ground fell out from under him. Fuck! A trap! Shifting quickly in an effort to grab onto something failed him as he plummeted down the dark hole. James cried out as his body slammed into the ground. Pain racked his body as his vision blackened before losing consciousness. Chapter 15. Sunlight pierced through the windows of the medical floor as Katie woke, her arms stretching out as she did. After a few good stretches, the fog of sleep lifted, allowing her to realize she hadn't felt any pain in doing so. Reaching around to feel her back caused her to sigh in relief. She was now fully healed and free to leave this bed. Happiness, mixed with a sense of strength, powered her as she nearly flew off the bed. Her body ached as she tried stretching. Sitting still for long periods of time always made her body long for movement. Taking a quick glance at the clock hanging on the wall above the door, she decided to get dressed and go find someone. Generally, between 7 and 8 in the morning was a busier time for the hotel. People getting breakfast or heading out. Surely the others could use her help. Plus, there was a good chance Giles would be up and she could finally see him. Now that she was no longer bound to a bed, she could actually be useful, and that alone was a great feeling. There was a pep in her actions as she happily slid on her jeans, grateful that Beth had the foresight to bring down a change of clothes for her. Lucky for Katie, Beth had forgone her usual outfits of choice for a more basic outfit of dark jeans and a plain black shirt. If Katie was going to join on patrolling the hotel, she needed to blend in, not stand out. Though she couldn't help wishing for something sexier when thinking of stopping at Giles's door. "Ah, you're up," Gunter announced as he walked in. "Yep." After sliding on her shirt, she turned to him, before sitting down to put her socks on. "I feel great and everything is healed. I'm ready to get out of here." "I bet you are. Medical professionals truly make the worst patients." A smile softened his features as he watched her. "Why are you looking at me that way?" Eyeing him while putting on her black and white sneakers. "I'm just relieved to see you back up on your feet." "Thanks," returning his smile as she stood. "Do we have any updates yet? I want to be useful again. Also, I want to stop and see Giles." "As I thought you would. We haven't heard from the team yet, but they should be checking in at any time now." Gunter checked his watch before continuing. They should have reached their starting point just after 1, and with the ground they're covering, they should hopefully be closing in on their search. There was a slight hint of concern as he continued to stare at his watch. Either they were about to run into Drew's pack, or, worst case, they already had. "Maybe Patrick has heard something. Come on." Motioning for Katie to follow, he made his way out of the room and down the hall to the elevator. "How did things go last night? Hate that I had to stay in bed, but at least I feel completely rested now," she asked before following after Gunter to the elevator. It was becoming more noticeable by his quick walking that there was concern building in him. His concern was to be expected. They always worried when part of their pack ventured out on this type of mission. Drew and his pack were not kind, and didn't care who they hurt. Things were quiet as usual. Soon as the doors opened, they headed into the elevator, Gunter pressing for the lobby. They were silent as the elevator brought them down. Katie had noticed Gunter's lack of chatter and decided not to pester him. He was obviously drained from the lack of sleep. After the doors opened, they headed over to find Patrick behind the front desk with another employee. The young lady beside him seemed intimidated by his presence. Her stiffened body stood at attention as she kept taking quick glances up at him. To her defense, his tall stature compared to her slightly shorter than average height made it seem as though he was towering over her. Top that with his militaristic appearance, he was bound to make some people nervous. Katie couldn't help but giggle to herself, knowing how kind he truly was. Reminded her of people being afraid of a large black dog, only for that dog to be nothing more than a goofy cuddlebug. Once Patrick noticed them approaching, he whispered something to the young lady before gesturing for them to follow him. The three of them headed into the office for some privacy, since no one else had arrived for the day. With the door closed behind them, Patrick wrapped his arms around Katie, giving her a tight squeeze before releasing her. "So good to see you up. Can finally hug you." Holding her at arm's length to look her over. "Yeah, you look like your normal self again." He patted her shoulders before letting her go. "Have you heard from Deagland and the rest?" Gunter asked, not wanting to wait any longer. There was a shift in Patrick as he turned his focus back to their current situation. "Not yet. But I instructed Molina to give me an update at 0800 regardless of progress," noticing the concern on Gunter's face. "Not a worry. They know what they're doing and they're only supposed to locate, nothing more." "What can I do to help?" Antsy to be useful, Katie couldn't stand around anymore. "Actually, I need you to go talk to Giles. He's been coming down to ask about you every few hours. He's driving me nuts. So, before I lock him into his room, I think you should let him know you're here and fine." Katie's heart skipped a beat at the thought of seeing Giles. It took a lot to hold still rather than run straight to his room. "I can do that. Should I go now?" "Yes, please. He was just down here again a bit ago. Don't linger long, though. Gunter here needs some sleep, so I'll have you come back down here and take over for him." "Got it." Already halfway out the door as she responded, quickly closing it as she left. Making her way up to his room, her excitement began turning into panic. The closer she got, the more anxious she felt, as though she was walking into a dark void with no knowledge of what waited for her. In an attempt to calm her nerves, she reminded herself that he was wanting to see her. He was concerned for her. Even still, she couldn't shake the feeling of walking straight into fire. Romance was still new to her, and it left her feeling that this was what people in love called fireworks. It was just far too early to think this could be love. Intense attraction, maybe, but not love. She had nothing to compare this to since becoming a werewolf. Sure, she had a few boyfriends before her transition, but since then she had put all her focus on work and adjusting to her new life. When you can live for hundreds of years, there is no rush to do anything. When she was in elementary school, her class had to perform a play for the school and parents. Stage fright had set in that morning, causing her to try her hardest to fake being sick to get out of it. Her mom had sat her down, not falling for her overly dramatic act, and told her that any time she was scared or nervous, to think of 3 nice things and say them out loud. After saying 3 positive things about the play, she felt freed from her stage fright. It still worked to this day. Attempting to steady her confidence, she told herself 3 things before knocking on his door. He has been asking to see me. I am healed. He will be happy to see me. As usual, it helped and put a smile on her face. With the boost to her system, despite her heart still racing, she confidently knocked on his door. There was the briefest hint of uncertainty lingering in Katie's mind as the door to Giles's room swung open. Even with all the possible scenarios that had played through her mind before knocking, she was still not prepared for what happened next. With one sweep of his arms, Katie's feet left the floor as Giles lifted her and spun in circles, a smile never leaving his face. "You are okay." Giles pulled her in for a tight hug, his eyes gleaming at the sight of her. I was worried. He pressed her harder into his chest for a few seconds before quickly releasing her, a pained expression sweeping across his face. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Are you completely okay? Yes, I'm okay. And no, you didn't hurt me. I didn't even get a scratch. Taking note of how his face changed at the sound of her words. She never would have imagined a face as sharp and chiseled as his could appear so soft and kind. Yet for some reason, she got the feeling that there was something more lingering behind those gentle eyes. With the state I last saw you in, and the fact that you were in the hospital until now, had me concerned that you had been injured. A door a few down opened as someone walked out into the hall. Come on in. Giles stepped aside to let Katie pass. Shock mixed with a concussion can make it seem worse than it is. I'm okay now, though. Gunter was concerned and wanted to ensure I was fully examined and watched over. Luckily, they had been able to think up a simple explanation. Hopefully he fell for it. That is what I was told, too, but I had no way of knowing if it was true until now. He closed the door to the hotel room. You should never put yourself in harm's way again. It could have been much worse. It is not worth the risk. The tone of his words almost made it sound like a command being given, something Katie didn't care for. With the door closed and only the two of them in the room, something in her seemed uncomfortable. It was nearly impossible to decipher whether or not it was panic or intense attraction. For werewolves, intimacy was slightly different. Instead of the usual sensations brought on by attraction, they experienced a more heightened and intense version. At times it could feel like their bodies were on fire, burning with attraction and lust. Pheromones were perceptible and stronger, leading to heightened arousal in the partner from the scent. More importantly, but not strictly, werewolves tended to mate for life. It wasn't something they took lightly, though there were still many who did. Generally, when they found their mate, it was more permanent. Maybe it had something to do with the smaller pool to choose from, or just part of their nature. It was becoming difficult to navigate the feelings she was going through, knowing he was only human. Well, now you know. Looking out the window, she tried to ignore the other comment. Concern made people act and say things without thinking, and she tried telling herself that was the case here. Katie nearly leaped in the air when she turned around to find him standing only inches away from her. Apologies. I did not mean to frighten you. Noticing her slight jump. He reached up and cupped Katie's face in his hands, his thumbs caressing her skin as he did. Oh, fuck it. Pulling her in as he leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Their lips moved in sync as his left hand slid to the back of her head, wrapping up in her hair and pulling her hard against him. Excitement fluttered through Katie as they remained locked together, their bodies molding to each other. In comparison to her own, his lips felt cold at first, but were quickly pulling the warmth from hers as they continued. He must have brushed his teeth recently, as all she could taste was mint, a welcomed scent in her opinion. Reaching up, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck as his hands slid their way down her back until they cupped her rear. Something in her was aching, but not in the way she expected to. With his hand still firmly holding her, he lifted her off the ground, causing her legs to instinctively wrap around his hips. Holding her firmly against himself, he turned and pressed her back against the wall beside them. With her body pinned between the wall and himself, he kept one hand on her backside and used the other to pull her arms from him and pin them to the wall above her head. Their lips parted for the briefest moment as she let out a gasp before returning to him. Their bodies began to move together as her body began to quiver and heat up simultaneously. She could feel her breasts pressing into Giles, his rock-hard chest not giving way as they did. Her thin bralette left nothing to the imagination. Normally she didn't enjoy feeling so restricted, but knowing that she could overpower him if she wanted seemed to only heighten her arousal. Suddenly the wall behind her vanished as he pulled them away from it, turning towards the bed behind him. Without removing her body from his, he laid on the bed with Katie pinned under him. Finally pulling his lips from hers, he looked her over, while his now free hand trailed a path down the center of her chest. Looking up at him caused panic to suddenly flash through her, her nightmares clashing with reality. Instinct kicked in as her body fought back, breaking free of his hold and slipping out from under him. Did I do something? Confusion replaced Giles's features as he sat next to her. No. Shaking her head in an attempt to remove the images of Alex and Andrew from her mind. It's complicated, that's all. Tears threatened to escape. I'm sorry. Before anything else could be said, a loud banging erupted from the door to the room. Katie, you in there? Recognizing the voice, Katie rushed to the door. Noticing the slide lock as she approached, she quickly slid it back and swung open the door to find a worried Patrick waiting for her. Good, you're here. Leaning in so as not to be overheard. We have an emergency. James is missing. The words hit Katie like a wrecking ball to the chest as she instinctively rushed out of the room, letting the door close itself behind her as she followed Patrick. Everything around seemed to fall out of focus as she tried to regain her ability to breathe without feeling as though she was drowning. Her heart felt as if it had fallen from her chest as she stepped into the elevator where Gunther was waiting. What? Finally finding the ability to speak as the elevator began heading up. What do you mean he's missing? How could he be missing? Deaglan just called in. They believe they located Drew's compound, but now they can't find James and he isn't checking in. Douglas tracked his scent, but it suddenly drops off half a mile from their compound. James. Fear replaced every thought in Katie as she whispered his name to herself. Chapter 16. Damn. Giles stood from the bed once the door had been closed for a minute. She is most attractive for a werewolf. Walking over to the small dresser, he grabbed the comb sitting in front of a mirror and fixed a few stray hairs. Almost ashamed that she will have to die along with the rest. The mere thought caused his eyes to glisten as the corner of his mouth pulled up. Chapter 17. Darkness encased James when he finally awoke, pain searing through him as his teeth clenched in response. Buried in a void, not a drop of light to be found, there seemed to be no discernible difference between his eyes being open or closed. Even with his enhanced vision, there was nothing to be seen, not even his hand as he moved it in front of his face. There was no knowing where he was. He could be 100 miles below the surface and not have a clue. The only sound to be heard was of his own pain and breathing as he lay there. The one thing he was sure of was the pain, spreading across his body, urging him to cry out. The last thing he remembered was following the scent of unfamiliar werewolves, and alerting them to his location was the last thing he wanted to do. With the state he felt his body was in, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance if they found him first. Focusing on the sources of the pain, he was able to narrow it down to his lower right leg, left wrist, possibly a few ribs and one hell of a headache. To top it off, he was stark naked, the cold air making him well aware of that fact. Somehow, despite shifting, his backpack had managed to stay on. Using his right hand, he unbuckled the strap around his neck and chest before taking a few long breaths. Without knowing the extent of his injury, there was a risk to moving around too much. Pushing through the pain while doing his best not to strain himself, he began maneuvering the bag. After what felt like 5 minutes, he managed to pull it free and pull it close. Unfortunately, it hadn't done much good at breaking his fall, but rather made things worse. Now it was free, he was certain that he had a few broken ribs as he lay flat on the cold, hard dirt. Taking a minute to breathe, he stared up into the darkness, straining to find any sort of light or detail to give him some kind of idea of the situation he found himself in was in vain. There was nothing. Using only one hand, James felt round the inside of the bag for the radio, only to find the broken remains instead. Tossing the remaining pieces aside, he fumbled around in the bag. Hopes of finding a flashlight had been low to begin with, but completely crumbled as he let out a sigh. All the bag contained were his clothes and a small lightweight box, most likely a basic first aid kit. Would be useful if he had only sustained a few cuts rather than what he was beginning to suspect was more on the internal side of injuries. There was no calling for help, no way to help himself, and no way of being able to see his surroundings. Thinking about it, he hadn't a clue how long he'd even been wherever he was. Despite having the others in the area, there was no telling if they would find him, when anyone would find him. Part of him wanted to call out for help, to yell as loud as he could, but he knew he couldn't. The best outcome, in his opinion, was that no one knew he had fallen in a trap and that soon the others would notice him missing, that they would track him down. He needed to try and assess his injuries if he was going to eventually get out of here. Reaching up, he started feeling around. It didn't take long for his fingers to come into contact with a warm, sticky fluid, causing him to flinch. Blood. He wasn't surprised. He'd smelled it earlier. Suddenly he caught a whiff of what he'd been tracking before he fell. It was quickly getting stronger from somewhere to his left. Turning his head in an effort to hopefully see what was coming, he finally spotted a new hint of light. It was beginning to form the outline of something door-shaped. The threat was causing his heart to pound hard in his chest as the scent continued growing stronger. He finally could hear footsteps, 2 sets. Desperation pulsed through James, something he hadn't ever experienced. In just a few moments, 2 werewolves he didn't know were going to walk through that door, and he was naked, injured, and without anything to defend himself. Looking around, his eyes began adjusting with the newly provided light. Though rather dim, it allowed him to make out where he was. A circular dirt pit with a long tunnel heading to the surface, something along the lines of 20 feet if he had to guess. There was no getting out. Knowing this wasn't going to end in his favor either way, he took one deep breath before propping himself up. Using only his left leg and right arm, he began scooting back until his back was against the wall, grunting in pain with each movement. There was one thing he was optimistic about. He still had feeling and movement in his entire body. It was obvious, though, that his right leg was indeed broken. At least he was pretty sure his leg had been straight before he fell. On the other hand, his left arm didn't seem like it was broken, but it was injured. Other than his head, he couldn't find any open wounds anywhere else. Sooner than he expected, the door swung open and 2 men stepped inside. The mayor's boys. "Look, Alex," Andrew said as he made it to James first. "It's the youngling." The slightest hint of a smile crossed his face as he shoved James's side with his foot. "Go fuck yourselves," James said to both of them through tightly gritted teeth. Alex walked up, his hands in his pockets. Twins were common in the werewolf world, but identical ones remained on the rarer side, and yet here were 2 who thrived on their rareness. Aside from being nearly indistinguishable from each other already, they also had a similar way of dressing and in the way they carried themselves. It was as though they wanted to be sure the world knew they were twins. They both only ever seemed to dress in a business style, giving off an American Psycho-esque vibe. Even their dark hair was styled in an almost similar fashion, Alex having more of a pompadour while Andrew preferred a slicked-back style. Aside from their identical physical appearances, they were the same in every other way. Similar personalities, behaviors, expensive cars, little to no concern for humans, and both had a lust for causing pain. They were twisted beyond compare, and they now had James. Alex squatted down beside James, pulling the legs of his pants up as he did so. Why did it have to be naked? Ignoring James's earlier insult. Are you jealous? Why don't you two just run home? More voicing his own wishes than thinking it would actually work. Fear was continuing to build in James, despite doing his best to not let it show. There was no telling what they had planned, but the one thing he did know was that it wasn't going to end well, at least not for him. They continued talking, as if James was nothing more than part of the dirt wall he was pressed up against. There are clothes over here, Andrew commented as he pulled out a pair of boxers, throwing them at Alex. Put these on it. A disgusted look was quickly spreading over Alex's features as the boxers smacked him across the face, causing James to let out an involuntary laugh. Tough guy getting grossed out by boxers. Regret vibrated through him as Alex pressed down on his broken leg. A low growl escaped through James as he clenched his teeth in an effort not to cry out from the pain, not wanting to give Alex the satisfaction. Younglings need to learn respect for their elders. With his hand still pressed against the injured leg, Alex stared into James's eyes. Piss off, being sure to enunciate each syllable as he stared back, not allowing the pain to show through as he did. Come on, Alex, pulling his brother's hand from James's leg. We have a schedule to keep. You can have your fun once we get it to the cabin. Kneeling down at James's feet, he grabbed the boxes from the ground where they had landed. But I don't want to be staring at its junk, so let's get these on it and get going. True, Victor should have everything set up by now. Reluctantly, he helped Andrew get the boxes onto James, making sure to be rough as possible as he did. With only one useful arm, James knew he wouldn't stand a chance against them both. Besides that, any attempt would undoubtedly lead to having no useful arms. He needed to be smart. It was almost torturous, having to sit there like a rag doll while the twins of hell managed to get the boxes on him. All he wished in that moment was for his pack to jump down the trapdoor he had fallen through and pull him out. Sadly, though, he knew that wouldn't happen. He wasn't that lucky. After they were satisfied to not have a front-row seat to James's nudity, they stood over him, looking him over before turning to face each other. "Drag him?" Andrew asked Alex. Turning back to stare down at James, Alex rubbed his chin for a moment before shrugging. Why not? Foolishly, James had initially thought they meant to drag him by his shoulders, but he was quickly corrected as they both reached down and grabbed a foot. With both of them forcefully pulling a foot, they began to drag James from the wall, his head slamming into the ground as they did. Knowing that the sounds of his pain would only please them, he did his best to hold it back, though it was already becoming more difficult by the second. Andrew had grabbed James's injured leg and was making sure to twist and squeeze it with each step. At the rate he kept going with it, James was beginning to wonder if he'd end up losing the leg. Without a shirt on, James's back was left unprotected from the hard ground as they continued dragging him through the door and down a tunnel. Rocks and loose dirt rubbed into his back with each hard tug, digging itself deeper into his skin. It didn't take long at all for a fresh scent of blood to seep into his senses, knowing it was his own that he smelled. Between the ongoing pain from his tortured leg and the new growing wounds on his back, It was becoming difficult to stay conscious, let alone focused on anything. The world seemed to fade in and out as they continued dragging him, causing him to lose all track of time. Eventually they stopped, dropping his legs onto cold metal. A loud noise, followed by the floor beneath them vibrating, echoed around him as they began moving. Dim light shone through boards above them as they continued moving towards it. Just as it seemed they would ram into the ceiling, a large rectangle shape opened from the boards, allowing them through. Making out any real detail was nearly impossible in the condition he found himself in, yet he could tell they were no longer underground. It was some type of room, no bigger than a living room, but apart from that, there were no clues as to where they were. If they had gone away from the area he had been scouting, there was little hope he would be found, and that thought seemed to echo in his mind. "This could work," one of them said. With the pain coursing through James, it was difficult to make out which one. Hands suddenly wrapped around his upper right arm as he was dragged once more. Instinct told him to fight back, regardless of his low chance of survival, but he knew his body needed energy to heal. The less he exerted himself, the faster he would regain strength. Moments later, James's body left the ground before being slammed down on another hard surface. As his head smacked down, his vision faded out and in briefly. His eyelids fluttered in response before closing. Chapter 18. A sense of danger caused Giles to wake, a feeling of unease taking up residency in his stomach. There was a lingering feeling of eyes watching him as he sat up in the darkness of the small tent. Reaching over to the spot beside him, caused an alarm to go off in his mind as his hand landed on the cold ground where his sister should have been. "Gemma?" Alarm was quickly turning to terror as he frantically felt around, hoping she had only moved. After managing to feel out every inch of the cramped tent, he rushed out the small opening. "Gemma!" he called again as the icy snowstorm shook him to his core. At least outside there was a hint of light being cast down from the full moon, reflecting off the snow-white ground. There were no foot tracks around the tent to follow, as he desperately tried to figure out where she had gone. Wind whirled around him, seemingly pushing him towards the trees just ahead. Taking the hint, he took off. Just as he reached the tree line, a scream tore through the night, muffled slightly by the storm. The terror that had been building in Giles grew tenfold, the realization that the scream was from Gemma. Running as fast as the snow would allow, he furiously ran in the direction he believed her scream had come from. Another scream echoed forth from somewhere deep in the trees. Between the mountains surrounding the small valley and the storm swirling around, it was nearly impossible to decipher where it had come from. The cold was taking its toll on Giles as he tried to figure out where Gemma's screams had come from. Tears froze to his face as his head jerked from side to side in hopes of finding her. It wasn't long before his bare feet lost all feeling as he continued to run. At this rate, he could have been running in circles and not have known it. "Gemma!" Stopping to call her name, his voice struggling as he did. His lungs were aching in his chest as he spun in circles, waiting for a response. Between the freezing snow and his young body, there was little strength in him to keep going. A moment later, there was another scream from Gemma. This time, it made Giles's heart stop in his chest as it echoed off the trees around him, as though the forest itself was screaming for her. There was pain in her voice more than before. He willed himself to pursue, taking off in the direction he swore it came from. It was growing harder to see as he tried desperately to avoid running head-on into the trees. Breathing was growing more and more difficult as the storm continued to slam him in the face. The cold was causing his airway to feel as though it was composed of blades. All his life, Gemma had been the one looking out for him. She was the older sibling and with that had taken the role of his guide and protector. Now, When she needed him to protect her, he was failing her. Somewhere out here she was in pain, and he couldn't find her. There was no telling if he was even heading the right way, with the way her screams were echoing. Trying to call her name again failed as his lungs betrayed him, reserving that energy to keep him breathing. One last nightmarish gurgling scream radiated through the trees as though it was the storm itself. This time, it was cut short. "Gemma!" Giles cried out his sister's name as he woke, sweat covering his body as he sat up. Glancing around the hotel room brought him little relief as he tried to forget the past. Tears swelled in his eyes, something that hadn't happened in so long while he tried to fight them off. Gemma's face appeared in his mind as he quietly called out her name once more. He tried reminding himself that the past was the past. There was no going back. Despite that knowledge, the pain remained, always lingering. People seemed to have a tendency to say that time could heal, but those were the ones who had little to be healed. Giles had learned a long time ago that time doesn't heal loss. You only learn to grow around it. Gemma was the reason he was here, why he did what he did. The only way he found to calm his pain was by smothering it in pure hatred. Turning his focus back to the task at hand allowed his mind to clear, the tears to cease. Chapter 19. Anticipation was starting to get the better of Andrew as he looked around the dingy rundown shack. It wouldn't be long now. Soon they would be able to finally finish what they started. Just thinking about what was to come was enough to make him smile as joy fluttered through him. Now that they were so close to their goal, he couldn't help feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest. Unfinished business was something he detested, his brother feeling the same way. But soon, they would be able to eradicate the impure werewolf they had accidentally spawned. This time they weren't taking any chances, even if it meant cutting the abomination to pieces. "It's perfect." Breaking the silence, Andrew admired the autopsy table sitting in the center of the shack. The cold of the metal was almost shocking in contrast to Andrew's warm skin as he ran a hand down the side. When he had asked Victor to procure everything they needed, he hadn't expected things to turn out as well as they were. Rather than a simple slab on wheels, this was the real deal. Thick, hefty metal stretching nearly 10 feet, with built-in drains leading to a sink that boasted a small hose faucet. It was sitting atop a wide rectangular base that hadn't shifted one bit when they had deposited the youngling on top, even with how hard they had done so. They had been sure to place the youngling so that his head rested in front of the sink, allowing for a little extra fun if desired. There was a beauty in the contrast between the rundown shack and the new, glistening additions, old and new. An unexpected addition to the day was a looming storm that had rolled in with the morning, casting a glorious grey cover over everything. Rain was battering down on the already unstable roof, a few drops splashing down through cracks in the boards. This storm was certainly a nice bonus. Alex was standing in the open door, looking out at the sky as he spoke. It's definitely going to add to today's fun. After taking one last look, Alex walked back to the table to help attach the restraints. Agreed. It's been a good long while since we had such a rough storm. As long as this shithole stays standing long enough. Eyeing the dilapidated walls as he tightened a leg restraint. All will work out. For a little extra entertainment, they had opted to hang a mirror over the table, allowing whomever ended up on it the privilege of watching. The only other thing that stood out, apart from the table's unusual location, were the tie-downs that had been retrofitted to strap down the arms and legs. They resembled shackles used long ago and had been designed by Victor to be strong enough to hold down a werewolf. Normally those who were placed on such a table were already dead, but where was the enjoyment in that? Andrew was practically giddy as he looked over the unconscious youngling. I know we went with the table for a reason, but I think hanging it on a torture cross would have been slightly more amusing, Alex mentioned as he finished tightening the last strap around the youngling's leg. Always wanted to use one, perking up at his next thought, or one of those brazen bulls. Sometimes Andrew felt exceedingly lucky to have his brother, to have someone equally enticed by such things. Their whole lives they had managed to maintain their similarities, only growing closer with time, knowing that they were never alone, that they had someone on the same wavelength always brought them comfort. There was no judgment, only acceptance and support. When it came to women, though, that's where they had their differences. Me too. Noticing the slightest hint of disappointment in his brother's voice, Andrew tried to reassure him. We can use them next time, I promise. Since they had learned of the nurse surviving, they'd thought over many ways to end her, but none were as perfect as this. Look, pointing to a corner with a much smaller table on wheels. New toys. Doing his best to impersonate a show host, Andrew pulled off the cloth that had been draped over it. Ta-da! Taking a quick bow. Twinkling in the gloomy light of the shack was an array of new surgical instruments. While waiting to move forward with this plan, they had spent some time familiarizing themselves with each and every instrument. After experimenting on a few unwilling participants, they were able to develop a basic understanding of each one, allowing them to know exactly which they wanted to utilize. On top of those, they had also added in a few non-medical tools. A hammer, for example. With all the possibilities laid out before him, Andrew couldn't help appreciating their beauty, and he wasn't the only one. Now this will be fun, Alex said as he ran a finger across the instruments, as though they were the ivory keys on a piano. Just one last thing. Andrew bent down to reach the CD player sitting on the bottom shelf of the rolling cart. With the press of a button, a CD began spinning as a thrilling symphony flowed from the speakers, almost perfectly aligning with the sounds from above. Growing up, they had grown a love for classical music. Their mother had been a master at the piano. She played nearly every day as they would sit on the floor listening. After she had died in childbirth, they had continued listening and playing themselves, never wanting to lose that connection with her. Rolling up the sleeves of his dress shirt, Andrew walked back over to the youngling who seemed to be unconscious. Now then, going off what Victor said, pausing to check his watch, we have just under an hour. That doesn't leave much time to enjoy this. Holding the piece of cloth in one hand, Alex now pulled the musical instrument cart in the other as he joined Andrew. True. Andrew was standing beside the youngling's head and sink as Alex took his place opposite him. They locked eyes briefly, both savoring the moment just as thunder began rumbling outside. Without another word being said, Alex pressed the cloth down against the unconscious youngling's face as Andrew proceeded to grab the sprayer hose. With the press of a button, water flowed from the spout and down through the cloth. The moment the water made contact, the youngling began coughing and thrashing against the restraints. After nearly a minute had gone by, Andrew stopped the water as Alex pulled the cloth from its face. "Oh, good. It's awake." There was a perkiness to Alex's tone as he tapped the side of the youngling's face. Younglings really lack resilience, you know. After putting the sprayer back, Andrew extended his hand out to Alex, who then placed a scalpel in it. "James," came from the youngling as it attempted to cough up the last of the water that had made it down its throat, arms straining against the straps that held them down. "Sure, James," being sure to emphasize the name. Holding the scalpel in his right hand, he leaned down close to James's ear. "Knowing your name doesn't make a difference." Sliding the scalpel up and under the right side of James's rib cage as he spoke, being sure to go slowly as it scraped along the inside of his ribs. A deep growl sounded out through James's clenched teeth as his body tightened, blood flowing from the incision. Once Andrew had slid the blade far enough in, further than it was intended, he began moving it back and forth. "Can you feel the vibrations on your ribs?" The motion caused the blade to tap on the inside of his ribcage, while James did his best not to react. "If I move this way," moving the blade once more, "I can touch your liver. I'm genuinely curious. Can you feel that?" Frustration began building in Andrew when the only response he received was a long growl through clamped teeth. Small hairs began sprouting across James's chest, just as his teeth began to elongate. Without hesitation, Alex slammed a needle into James's left deltoid, while Andrew pulled the scalpel free. Alex pressed down on the syringe, pumping the liquid concoction into James until there was none left. Once emptied, he pulled it free and tossed the syringe into the sink. Within seconds, the changes in the youngling reverted. "There we go," Alex said as another rumble above shook the walls. "Can't have you shifting on us. Would only make things more difficult, and that would just be rude." Suddenly, James's chest arched off the table, his limbs straining even harder against the restraints, before slamming back down on the metal surface. Sinister black lines were spreading out like zombified veins, originating from where the needle had pierced. At first it looked like spider legs were sprouting, but they began branching off over and over as they spread. With the rate it was spreading, it would take hours for the lines to overrun his entire body. Looking down to see the agony overrunning James's features was almost euphoric for Andrew and Alex as they continued. "That's a nice little concoction that a friend put together for us. Keeps you from being able to shift." Andrew stopped there, allowing Alex to continue explaining. "It's also mixed with a fun toxin that will ensure you die in the next 2 days, but," pausing as he gently placed a hand on James's chest, "not to worry. You won't be alive long enough to succumb to it," patting his chest twice before returning his attention to the instrument tray. "Pretty lucky for you, in our opinion. We've heard the stories about how excruciatingly painful it is towards the end." He picked up the chest spreaders briefly, before setting them down. "Apparently, in the last few hours, the fluid in your body begins seeping through your skin, sort of like a sponge having all the water squeezed out of it, but from the inside out." There was the slightest hint of a shudder of disgust in Alex as he imagined it. "Now, we know it may sound like overkill." Andrew tapped the bloodied scalpel off the tip of James's nose. "But lucky you, we were taught to learn from our mistakes." Anger sparked in him at the thought of their past failure. Without thinking, Andrew slammed the scalpel deep into James's right side. Though it had been out of impulse, feeling the blade break through so effortlessly was invigorating, instantly calming his anger. The youngling's body tensed once more as he bared his teeth from the strike, blood dripping out around the small piece of metal. With the small blade still wedged inside, Andrew made sure to give it a rough twist before tearing it free. A loud cry ripped free from the youngling, the sound like music to their ears. Andrew's head fell back as he straightened up, a large sigh leaving him as he stretched his arms out wide. Now that felt good. Light flashed through the windows of the shack, illuminating James's face more so as Andrew looked him over. 2 small rivers of dark, thick blood were flowing from the puncture wounds down the drains, while the black lines were beginning to engulf his shoulder. "I," James grunted, pulling against the restraints as he fought to speak. "Will," struggling through the pain to get each word out, "kill you." A snarl radiated from Andrew, just as Alex slammed the hammer down onto James's left arm, smashing the already injured bone on impact. The sound of the bone crushing was immediately accompanied by a loud scream from James. "We don't have time for this." A hint of frustration seeped from Alex as he set the hammer back down. "Your little friends are on their way, and we still have so much to do before they get here." Pausing as he ran his palms from his temples back and down the sides of his head. "Just can't have you being rude. Makes me impulsive. This is true. We're on a tight schedule, and we only need you alive long enough to lure that little abomination here. So with that said, let's continue without any more attitude." Andrew felt a small tickle of anticipation as he wiped the scalpel clean on James's chest. "You see, we've spent a lot of time planning this all. The broken leg, though?" Alex walked over and poked at the broken leg. "Was a nice little bonus. But you still look too, well, clean. We were going for more of a distraction, but we can fix that pretty easily." After moving to stand by his feet, he wrapped a hand around each ankle, pressing down firmly to hold James in place. Thunder rattled the small shack as Andrew pressed the tip of the scalpel firmly into James's chest. "This wasn't part of the original plan," shrugging as he continued cutting into James. "Since you were so adamant about your name, I figured I could help make sure everyone knows it." After finishing the first letter, he noticed James's eyes were squeezed shut. "Come on. I made sure to have this mirror here so you'd be able to watch. The least you could do is open your eyes." A few tears slipped out from the corners of James's closed eyes as Alex applied more pressure to his already broken leg. "I believe my brother asked you to open your eyes." "Just kill me already," came from James, barely above a whisper. "You know we can't do that." Remembering their restraint, Andrew returned to his work. Feeling the blade glide through the skin with such ease was practically intoxicating as he continued, enjoying each cut he made. Watching the blood escape as he went was quickly becoming mesmerizing with every drop that came forth. Somehow this time was different than their practice runs, more enticing. He figured it would be, but not to the extent as he continued. After only a few minutes passed, he had finished. "There we go," stretching as he stood back to admire his work. Sprawled across the bare chest before him were the letters James in large, choppy letters. "It's not my best writing, but this is a bit more difficult than a pen," waving the scalpel around. "I'd give it an 8, Alex commented, releasing his grasp from James's ankles. I'm okay with an 8. Handing the scalpel to Alex as he took his spot across from Andrew. "He still has his eyes closed, Alex." "I noticed." There was an annoyed tone in Alex's voice as he responded. Frustration was getting the better of Andrew until a new idea flashed in his mind, perking his mood. "I think I know how to fix it. Speculums, please." Extending a hand as he asked. "These fancy little things will make it so you can't close them anymore. Wouldn't want you to miss all that comes next." It didn't take long to get the speculums into place, having practiced with them before. Once the youngling's eyes were forced open, he checked his watch. "Well, shit. I was hoping we would have enough time to do this the right way, but it doesn't look like we will." "They will kill you," James strained to get out, pain evident as he struggled to speak. "They are outnumbered," distaste flowing from Alex. "You shouldn't really concern yourself with that. After all, you won't be able to see much of what happens anyway." Extending his hand to Alex one last time as he pulled over a pair of forceps. "During our practice runs, we tried out many options, wanting to make sure we got things right. Practice makes perfect," Alex added. "Exactly. One thing we found fascinating was the way eyes work. Did you know there are only 6 muscles that hold your eye in place?" Using the forceps to make a circle around the youngling's right eye. 6 tiny little things, holding in something so important. I mean, if you really look at the human body, they are such fragile things. The knee, for example. You would think we would have developed more protection around something we needed in order to run from predators so long ago. The eyes, though, leaning in to examine the one closest to him, are supposed to be the gateway to our soul, and yet so vulnerable. Let me show you what I mean. Glancing up at the mirror first to ensure James had a good view from his angle. In order to ensure an easier procedure, Alex placed one hand on James's forehead and one on his neck. After repositioning to get a better angle, Andrew took one last moment, wanting to savor what would happen next. With one long, deep breath in and out, he began. "Now, since we don't have the time I had hoped, this will be a bit quicker and probably more painful. So please do your best to stay as still as possible." A nearly deafening roar erupted from James as Andrew drove the forceps into the corner of his eye socket, finally giving Andrew what he had been waiting for. Chapter 20. Before the SUV had time to stop, Katie ignored the others' calls to wait and flew out the door closest to her. Without a second thought, she shifted the moment her feet hit the ground. Her clothes tore free as she morphed into her wolf form, her thick brown fur taking its place. Rain smacked her in the face, weighing down her fur as she ran. Adrenaline coursing through her like a raging wildfire blasting past a firebreak. Nothing else mattered as all 4 feet pounded on the forest ground, running as fast as her body would go. Regardless of when the pack would catch up, she wasn't going to stop. James was in trouble and nothing was going to stop her from reaching him, not even the storm raging above. Now that they knew where Drew's pack was holding up, they were able to get a closer starting point, drastically reducing the time it would take to get to him. There was no telling if he was alive, dead, or even still in the area, but it didn't matter. She wasn't going to stop until she found him. Trees blew past her in a blur as she ran, her heart racing in her chest. She was pushing herself harder than before, her desperation fueling her. With every step that struck the ground, she could feel her claws tearing up the mud below her. She didn't care about the obvious trail she was leaving, only that she got to James first. The one thing in her favor was that the wind was blowing in her face as she ran, pushing her scent behind her. After running for a bit, she picked up the faintest scent. James. His name flashed in her mind. It wasn't coming from where they had determined Drew's pack to be, but rather to the left of it. Without losing her pace, she adjusted her path to follow the scent. As she ran, the scent grew stronger, until dread overwhelmed her when she realized what she was smelling. Blood. James's blood. With that, her feet started moving faster than she thought they could. An array of emotions was beginning to overtake her focus until she honed in on just one. Rage. Her vision quickly became tinted in red as she pushed harder. Up ahead, she could see a small, worn-down shack, the origin of James's scent. Getting closer, she was able to pick up two other scents that had been haunting her for nearly a decade. Her lips pulled back in response, baring her teeth as she closed in on the rundown structure. As she got close enough, she could hear classical music wafting out from the shack. It had been muffled by the sound of the rain slamming down, but now she was closer, it seemed to drown out the rain. On the way here, they had come up with a few options on how to get James back, wanting to keep the casualties as low as possible. Astrid was their strongest fighter, being the oldest, and was going to be leading most of the pack in an effort to distract, while Douglas and Deagland were to accompany Katie to find James. Knowing that they would be right behind her gave Katie the added strength she needed. Not wanting to stop, Katie honed in on one scent as she barreled full speed through the door. Alex's scent. There was no hesitation as she launched herself, a loud snarl ripping free from her as she flew at her target. With her momentum, she slammed into Alex's left side. The impact knocked him to the ground as she drove her claws and teeth deep into his shoulder. Alex screamed in agony as she sank her teeth deeper, his blood flowing into her mouth as she aggressively shook her head from side to side. Another anguished cry echoed in the shack as she dug her claws further in his chest and side before ripping them back, slicing through his skin. "Let him go." The sound of a gun racking back accompanied Andrew's demand. "Or I put another hole in his fucking head." Reluctantly, Katie released her hold on the now severely injured Alex as he attempted to squirm away from her. Standing over him, she let out a frustrated snarl, fighting the urge to rip his heart from his chest. His blood poured from her mouth as her jaws parted, staining her fur before taking a step back. A low growl began vibrating through Katie as she unwillingly turned her attention to Andrew. Her lips pulled back, further exposing her now bloodied teeth, as her eyes landed on the gun being held to James's head. Seeing what they had done to James only added fuel to her already raging fury. Her red-tinted vision further darkened on everything except Andrew, highlighting her new target. "You're the abomination we spawned, aren't you?" Turning the gun on her as his finger moved to the trigger. "Do you like what we did to your little friend? It was all for you." Howls sounded from outside the door, causing Andrew to take his eyes off Katie for a split second. Taking advantage of the distraction, Katie leaped over James as she aimed for the hand holding the gun. Wrapping her teeth around his forearm, she clamped down. Blood shot out from multiple puncture wounds as she dug her teeth in as far as they could go. She could feel her teeth jam into his bones as he let out a roar in response. The impact caused Andrew's finger to clamp down on the trigger, resulting in a shot being fired. Katie's hearing was momentarily compromised from the explosive sound echoing through the small confines of the structure, but she never let go. It wasn't until a large hand dug into the scruff at the back of her neck that she was pulled off and tossed against the wall behind her. Not losing a beat, Katie landed on her feet and leaped back at the now shifting Andrew. Their jaws locked onto each other upon impact, Andrew finishing his shift as they did so. Pure wrath took control of Katie, blocking out all human emotion as her wolf took over. She drove her canines into the top of Andrew's snout. A loud yelp vibrated from Andrew as Katie's teeth broke through, puncturing his nasal cavity. His grip on her swayed as he tried to pull himself free. Feeling his attempt, Katie allowed him to pull away in an effort to go for his neck. Unfortunately, he slipped free as she eased up. Glass flew everywhere as Andrew threw himself out the window behind him. Without hesitation, Katie leaped out the same window in pursuit. Chapter 21. Making his way down to the hotel lobby, Giles couldn't help but appreciate the day. Finding joy amongst the hectic sea of time wasn't something that happened often. When it did, he made an effort to embrace them. Today was one of those days. A large storm had made its way in from the ocean, covering the entire area in a dark grey tint. Rain was pounding against the building as thunder rolled above, causing the windows to lightly rattle with each rumble. Storms like this were what sailors used to fear, but for Giles, it brought joy. Everything was going as planned. Before the doors opened, he took one last moment to compose himself. It hadn't been easy, playing the role he'd given himself, but he was beginning to enjoy it somewhat. Playing the role of an alluring, mysterious hero had its perks, and luckily he had the look to go along with it. For as long as he could remember now, his attire seemed to be composed of mostly black items, aside from an occasional grey or blue item. It had started due to grief, and had become his new normal since then. More recently, he had developed a more expensive taste in clothing as well, opting for a more refined, dapper style. Needless to say, his tastes seemed to grow more expensive with time. Stepping out into the lobby, he noticed a police officer standing beside the entrance, most likely to be out of the storm, along with another who was headed down a hallway. The werewolves had left shortly before he'd made his way down, feeling safe to do so with the police presence. It was hard to tell, but Giles was certain there was at least one of their pack still in the building. There was no way they would leave the building completely unattended. While making his way to the front desk, scanning the lobby as he went, he noticed it was mostly empty. In the dining area were a couple of people gathering around the breakfast buffet, a couple with a young child as well as 2 solo individuals. With the storm rolling outside, the lack of activity in the hotel didn't seem odd, but what was unusual was the empty desk. Normally, no matter the time of day, there had always been someone at the desk. Seattle was accustomed to rainy weather, but this type of storm wasn't common, so there was a good chance some workers hadn't shown up today. A moment later, he could hear a voice he had grown to recognize during his stay here. It was coming from the hall that led to the service entrance back behind the office door. The voice grew closer as Dana came around the corner, a group of workers trailing behind her like little ducklings. Dana was on the shorter side, seeming shorter now that the men followed her stood a good foot taller. Aside from her height, she sported a sturdy build that appeared to suit her personality with the confidence to match. "Giles, good morning," Dana called to him in her regular perky mood. "Please just give me one moment and then I'll be with you." Giles nodded in response, a kind smile forced across his features as he did so. Throughout his lifetime, he had come across all ranges of individuals from all walks of life, and yet perky people seemed to be some of the most vexing. They were draining, with their constant cheerful demeanor and exceedingly outgoing personalities were tiring to keep up with, but in this case it was necessary. "Your escort should be here in just a minute," commenting to the group of workers as they approached the elevator. "As usual, please call down if you need anything," shaking one of the men's hand before turning back to Giles. "Good morning, Dana," Giles greeted her as she approached an extended hand. "To you as well, though this weather may disagree," smiling as she shook the hand offered. "Is there anything I can get you?" "No, thank you, though. Just came down for some breakfast," doing his best to be charming and match her level of friendliness. "The hotel is having some work done?" trying to seem as unaware as any other guest staying there. "Oh, yes. Just some ongoing work in the rented half of the building. Nothing to worry about, I assure you." I'd not realized there was a section of the hotel that had been rented. Looking over to the group of workers just as the door to the elevator opened and Cody, one of the werewolves, greeted the men. "Yes, this building was large enough that only part was needed for the hotel, Breakfast was just put out, so you're right on time," obviously attempting to change the subject. "Come along," Dana said, as she attempted to direct him to the dining area where the buffet had been laid out. "We will get you all set up with some warm breakfast. On a morning like this, nothing beats a hot breakfast." "Excellent." Despite his distaste for her constant cheerfulness, he had to admit that she gave off a warm, motherly vibe. It had been quite some time since he'd been around someone like that, and he was starting to think it added to his annoyance, a reminder of what was now long gone. "How has your stay been?" "It has been wonderful. You have an outstanding staff working for you." Noting the slight hint of redness appearing on her cheeks as he spoke, "You have also been marvelous. I'm not sure how you do it," being sure to make eye contact for that last part as he softened his features. "You're very kind." Her round, full cheeks turned a slightly darker shade as they entered the dining area. "Here you are," gesturing to the buffet. "As you know, everything is on us. Don't hesitate to ask if there is anything else you need." A wide smile lifted her eyes as she briefly patted his arm before walking back to the desk. Though breakfast had been somewhat of an excuse to survey the hotel, he grabbed a plate anyway and made his way down the line. If it were up to him, he would head out to find something more to his liking. But he needed to remain here, to stay in this persona. Granted, for a hotel the food wasn't terrible, but it still wasn't what he would have preferred. Luckily, they had a decently wide variety to offer. Quick fixes like cereal and muffins to make your own waffles with everything in between. By the time he'd reached the end of the line, his plate was decently filled, having grabbed some bacon and a couple of pancakes. An average meal for the average man he needed to be perceived as. Looking at the available tables, he chose one with an ample view of the lobby. From where he sat, he was able to keep an eye on the officers as well as any guests coming or going. It would be hours until the next stage of events, and being cramped up in his room was not something he wished to do. Chapter 22. With the storm overhead and rain pouring down, there was a looming sense of dread in the air as Douglas ran on all fours, Deaglan keeping pace on his right. Dark clouds were weighing heavily in the sky above, preventing much light from breaking through. Rather than the normal daytime colors of nature, everything was draped over in shades of grey. Every so often lightning would strike down from the clouds, momentarily lighting up the area. Following each burst of light came the rolling thunder, strong enough to vibrate the forest floor beneath their feet. There was a brief moment when Douglas had wondered if they would even make it here in the first place, but they were determined and well-equipped. There was a menacing sensation floating through the forest as they pursued after Katie. Ignoring the plan they had put together, she had taken off the moment they had arrived. It wasn't hard to follow after her with the trail she was leaving in the mud. One benefit of the looming storm was that the wind it was causing, blowing their scent behind them rather than towards the target. The wind also blew the scent of their target in their direction, giving them a sense of where they were headed. At one point, Katie had split off to the left, leading them towards a small shack tucked away from the main compound. The moment it came into sight, they both let out a howl, letting Katie know they were close. An unnerving chill rolled down Douglas's spine as a shot rang out from within the small shack, echoing off the surrounding trees. His heart sped up in his chest, pounding harder as he tried to move faster. Moving closer allowed Douglas to pick up the fullness of the scent they were heading straight towards. He knew that smell, and what it meant. There was still hope, though, as they raced forward. Hope that they weren't too late. "Go in," Deaglan's voice sounded in Douglas's mind. "Going to clear the perimeter." With that, he branched off to wrap around the small area. With no sounds coming from the shack, Douglas shifted back to his human form as he stepped inside. The sight laid out before him caused his lungs to instantly flatten as he staggered back. The shred of hope he'd been holding on to seemed to vacate his mind as his eyes refused to look away. Nothing in his long life would have prepared him for what lay before him. James was strapped down to a medical table positioned in the center of the small shack, as if on display for them to find. Thunder shook the small shack as he stood there, praying it was all an illusion. Harsh black lines were branching out across James's mangled, lifeless body. Tears blurred his vision as he attempted to stabilize himself. From where he stood, he could see that James had a severely broken leg that was already turning his skin a dark purple. Blood was lingering along the sides of his body, seemingly flowing down a drain. It was still fresh. Terrified to see the full extent, Douglas slowly took a step forward. "Bloody hell," came from Deagland as he stopped just inside the door, taking in the same scene Douglas was. Time seemed to slam to a halt as Douglas moved close enough to see James's face. The image before him was more than he could handle as he fought the urge to vomit. They had taken James's right eye, leaving an empty, bloodied hole in his head. Fresh blood was still seeping from the opening, meaning it had happened only a short time before they'd arrived. "Laddie," words finally formed in Douglas. "Oh, lad, I'm so sorry Douglas was cut off just as James's chest expanded before his eyes. "He's alive!" Douglas practically yelled. Deagland had already moved to the other side of James and began feeling for a pulse. "We've got you, lad. Just hang on. What are these marks?" Tears rushed down Douglas's face as they began undoing the restraints, his eyes constantly returning to the black lines. "I'm not sure. I haven't seen something like this. Had to be the twins doing." There was a harshness in Deagland's tone as he spoke. "Where'd you think they went?" Noticing neither was around as he worked on the last restraint. "Katie must have driven them off somewhere." They both finished undoing the restraints as Deagland looked James over. "We have to get him back right away." With the injuries he'd sustained, and the amount of blood he seemed to already have lost, they knew they needed to move quickly. "How are we to get him back?" Douglas couldn't take his eyes off James as he spoke. They were half a mile out, with no way of knowing where Astrid and the others were. With everyone else still in wolf form, there was little communication afforded in the distance and storm. According to the plan they had put together, the other group should wrap back to the vehicle soon if things went as expected. There was no intent for the other group to engage, only to distract and pull attention away while the three of them extracted James. He was the mission, to retrieve one of their own. Nothing else mattered. "You'll have to carry him back as quickly and carefully as possible. I'll run ahead to get supplies ready." Deagland took a second to assess the best place to pick James up from. "I'll need you to help me triage until the others wrap back around so we can get out of here." They had come prepared, knowing who they were getting involved with. To not waste time getting here, they had used the drive to turn the back of one of the SUVs into a makeshift ambulance. How? Looking over James's broken body, Douglas couldn't figure out how to carry him without causing more pain. The black lines were continuing to spread, branching off every inch or two. More tears streamed down his face as he fought to keep his focus. Deagland moved over to stand beside Douglas. "There is no best way, but we have to move. This side should work," gesturing to where they stood. "You can drape his good arm over your shoulder and keep his broken one on his chest." With that, they gently placed James in Douglas's arms, trying to move quickly. There was no telling if or when someone from Drew's pack would show up after that gunshot. James hardly reacted as they positioned him in Douglas's arms. "Hold him tight and call for me if something happens." "What about Katie?" Remembering she had taken off again. With no sign of either Mayor's twin, a pang of concern struck him in the chest. There was no knowing where she was, and with the storm it wasn't going to be easy to find her. There was a tortured look in Deaglin's eyes as he looked between James and the broken window to their side. "James needs us now." The difficulty of his decision could be heard in his voice. Neither of them wanted to leave one of their own behind, but the choice unfortunately fell on Deaglin as their leader. "We need to go, now." Another set of tears slid down Douglas's face as he nodded, moving to the door. Deaglin shifted and took off back the way they'd come, leading the way. "I've got you, lad. Don't give up," blinking away the remaining tears before taking off. Chapter 23. Even without the thick blood trail, it wouldn't have been difficult for Katie to follow after Andrew. Between the two significant injuries she had been able to provide him, and the storm above, he wasn't getting very far. Knowing he wouldn't be able to outrun her in his condition, she pulled off to the right. With the rain pouring down hard, he wasn't going to hear her coming as she ran parallel to him. Instincts fueled her as she waited for the right time to strike. At this rate, he was going to wear himself out quickly, giving her a further advantage. After pursuing him for a short distance, he began slowing, visibly struggling to run on his injured leg. Up ahead was a small clearing in the trees with only a few moss-covered boulders, an ideal location. Now was her chance. Nothing else mattered, nothing else existed, as she ran ahead. Once she was far enough, she stopped, turning in his direction as she waited to strike. There was no humanity in her as she bared her teeth in anticipation. Blood-colored foam flew from the corners of her mouth as she launched herself out of the tree line. Katie had made it to full speed before crashing teeth first into the left side of Andrew's neck, the sheer force causing him to be pinned between her and one of the boulders. "Abomination," came from Alex. Being this close allowed for his voice to invade her mind, just as something slammed into her side. The impact tore her bite free as she was tossed across the small clearing until she slammed into a tree. Ignoring the pain quickly radiating from the impact, Katie landed on her feet and turned to face the twin wolves. A snarl escaped her in response to the uninvited guest. Looking between the two, it was obvious they were both struggling. Andrew hadn't pulled away from the boulder while Alex wavered where he stood. Their fur was stained with their blood, to the point that the rain couldn't wash it off. She may have been outnumbered, but at least the blood coating her fur wasn't her own. There was no warning as Alex took lead, running as fast as he could straight at Katie. Knowing she had the upper hand, Katie remained where she stood as she lowered her front half in preparation for his attack. As soon as he was close enough, she leaped over him. There was an audible thud as he crashed into the tree that had been behind her. Unfortunately, the impact wasn't enough to knock him out as he stumbled to his feet. "You will die this time," Andrew's voice echoed in her mind. Ignoring his attempt to sway her resolve seemed to only anger Andrew as he began growling. There was now a twin on either side of her, but she remained strong and focused. Regardless of being outnumbered, there was no running as she looked between the two of them. They had haunted her long enough, and at this point, nothing else mattered to her except putting an end to them. They were in a standoff as Katie's toes flexed beneath her, driving her claws into the mud as she turned her back to Andrew. Alex's face had been the last one she had seen that night, and now it was time to return the favor. There was a loud crackling sound just before a blinding bolt of lightning shot out of the sky, striking the tree behind Alex. The ground below shook as thunder immediately followed, rattling the forest around them. Within seconds, the tree burst into flames from the strike, lighting up the entire clearing. Smoke rose from the flames, defying the rain's effort to put it out. There was a loud snapping sound as a large, smouldering branch fell from the tree. Alex had no time to move out of the way as the branch plummeted down atop him, pinning his unconscious body to the ground. A howl erupted from Andrew as Katie turned her back on the flames to face him. With the fire blazing behind her, she could see the fear that was now present in his eyes. Knowing that he was afraid only brought her joy as she took a few slow steps in his direction. The wet fur along her spine stood in the rain. Her head dropped as a long, deep-seated growl radiated forth from her. For just a brief moment, it looked like Andrew was going to try and run, his eyes quickly looking between her and Alex. Her jaws parted as she continued in his direction. Foam and drool flowed from her mouth. Once she was close enough to see the flames reflecting in his eyes, she lunged. Andrew arched back as Katie attacked, their front legs intertwining as he furiously tried to block her from landing another bite. Jaws snapped rapidly as he frantically tried to fight her off. Even with his injuries, he was managing to hold her back. She could feel his strength falter as she pushed harder. Suddenly, he twisted, allowing his claws to rip through her chest. Adrenaline pumped through her, blocking out the pain that should have knocked her back. The air around them crackled again as another bolt of lightning struck a tree off to their right. Flames erupted from the tree, pulling his attention briefly as the entire forest seemed to rumble from the force. With his focus lowered, Katie went for a killing blow. It only took her a split second to finally bury her teeth deep into his jugular. Andrew let out a gargled howl, choking on his own blood as his body weakened under hers. Blood streamed out of his neck like a river as he collapsed to the ground, Katie's teeth still buried in his throat. His feet began kicking as his whimpers were gargled, blood seeping from his mouth. Not letting go, she violently shook her head from side to side until the blood flow began to stop. Biting down even further, her jaws were nearly closed. The moment the flow of blood ceased, Katie tore his neck wide open. Katie's chest heaved as she stood back, looking at the now blood-stained ground where Andrew lay. The rain washed over her as she arched her head back. With her nose pointing straight up to the clouds, she let out a freeing howl of victory. All the pain she had been holding on to seemed to leave her body as she stood over Andrew's lifeless body. Suddenly remembering Alex, Katie spun around. He was gone. Anticipating a sneak attack, Katie spun quickly while searching for any sign of him. There was nothing. Before she could look for a trail to follow, a set of howls sounded from somewhere ahead. They weren't familiar, and they were getting closer. A bloodied image of James flashed in her mind, reminding her of why she was here in the first place. They had tortured him, and she had no way of knowing if he was even still alive. "I would know," repeated in her mind. "I would know if he was dead." Another set of howls rang out from another direction than before, and this time they were closer. The rage that had been surging through her like a wildfire was being quickly dwindled as her thoughts revolved around James. All she could think of was James as she ran back towards the shack, hoping she wasn't too late. It wasn't hard to find her way back, following the same trail of Andrew's blood she had followed earlier. The rain had washed most of it away, but there was still enough left behind to guide her back. Katie's body was beginning to succumb to the injury she had sustained as she ran, the adrenaline no longer blocking it out. Even as the pain began spreading, she pushed herself. Breathing was becoming more difficult with every step she took, making it difficult to run as fast as she had earlier. Just as her vision faded in and out, the shack came into sight. Seeing how close she was to James gave her the extra strength she needed to keep going, her vision focusing on her new target. Leaping back through the same window she had followed Andrew out of dropped her back in the horrific scene she had tried to ignore earlier. Anger returned as she looked over the autopsy table they had used to torture James, a bloody tray of instruments scattered across the floor. If there was time, she would have burned the building to the ground. As she looked around the small space, her eyes landed on a strange rectangle shape outlined in the far corner. It wasn't until she got close enough that she could hear the slightest hint of a breeze escaping from the line. A hidden door, she thought, as she began sniffing where the air was coming from. Howls wafted into the shack, pulling her attention back to her current situation. There was no time to investigate as she turned and rushed out the door. Katie could still pick up Douglas and Deaglin's scent as she ran back to where they had parked, but it was James's that caused her heart to ache in her chest. Death coated his scent. They were going to have to race the Reaper, and it seemed he already had a head start. Running back felt twice as long as Katie's body struggled with each stride. She could feel herself slowing, unable to keep up the pace she had earlier. Between her injuries and the rain weighing down her fur, her body was growing seemingly heavier. For just the briefest of moments, she'd almost considered surrendering, but she knew that wasn't an option. With Andrew dead and the damaging wound she'd inflicted on Alex before he ran off, her revenge was satiated. All that remained at this point, what kept her moving, was James. Something else kept her going, urging her forward. At first she thought it was just in her head, a result of her injuries, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her. That someone was nearby, hidden amongst the trees, watching her every move as she ran. There was no knowing the watcher's intentions, but she could feel their presence. What she did know was that whoever it was hadn't attacked her, at least not yet. Stopping to look around was not an option, knowing that if she were to stop she wouldn't be able to get moving again. It wasn't until the SUVs came into sight that she shoved that feeling aside, focusing on getting to James. Just beside one of the SUVs were individual piles of clothes encased in clear bags laid out in a line. Each of them had quickly packed a set of clothing as a precaution before leaving, knowing they can go through clothing quite easily. One of the others must have put them out before running off. Once she was close enough, Katie began shifting back to her human form. Her body ached and struggled as it tried to recompose itself, taking longer than ever before due to its current state. Pain shot out across her body from various areas, causing her to cry out as she finished shifting. Between the weakness in her legs and the exhaustion quickly overwhelming her muscles, she collapsed beside the clothes. "Deagland!" Tears finally burst free from her eyes as she desperately tried to put on the shorts and shirt she had packed. With the storm still raging overhead, they were both instantly wet and clinging to her body. "Katie, are you all right?" A mixture of pain and anger was evident in Deaglin's voice as he called out from inside the SUV beside her. "I'm—" pausing as she noticed the bloodstain spreading across her light grey shirt. "I'm not sure." Struggling to speak, Katie forced out one more question. "Is James alive?" Using the vehicle as leverage, she lifted herself. Her legs wobbled and ached as she stood, threatening to drop her back to the ground as she slowly made her way to the back doors. "He's still breathing, but I could use you in here." By the time she got her hand on the door handle, her vision faded briefly. Doing her best to stay standing, she pulled the doors open. James was laid out on the floor of the vehicle with Deagland and Douglas both working on him. James was alive, his heart rate displayed on a small monitor to the side. "Katie?" Concern immediately spread across Douglas's face as he stared at her blood-stained shirt. Knowing James was alive and in good hands calmed Katie, allowing her to finally succumb to her injuries. Her legs gave out from under her as she collapsed. Chapter 24. "Katie!" Every inch of Douglas wanted to rush to her side, but with his hands currently aiding in saving James, he couldn't. "She doesn't look well, Deagland." His heart ached in his chest as he looked between James and Katie. "I've got this for a moment. Get her in here," Deagland urged as he finished wrapping a temporary splint around James's leg. With that, Douglas was out of the SUV before another word could be spoken. Being sure to be gentle, he wrapped his arms around Katie and pulled her tight to his chest. There wasn't much room left in the SUV, having removed the furthest back row to make a small medical bay, but luckily there was the middle row. More tears slipped from Douglas as he laid Katie on the middle bench seat. "She's bleeding." "How bad is it?" Deagland's voice trembled as he asked the question. Douglas hesitated for a second before lifting Katie's stained shirt, exposing her chest. More tears burst free as his breath caught in his throat. "Douglas?" After getting no response, his tone grew more concerned. "Talk to me, Douglas. I can't walk away from James. If I don't set his arm in time, it won't heal correctly, so I need you to take a deep breath and tell me how bad it is." After clearing his throat and taking a deep breath, Douglas managed to speak. "She's got 2 deep lacerations going from the right side of her collarbone across her chest and down to her left armpit. They look like claw marks." "How deep?" "I can see a hint of bone in some spots. Also, there's bruising along her right side." The more he stared at Katie, the more his chest ached. "Damn it." There was a brief pause accompanied by rummaging sounds before Deagland spoke again. "We need to get them back." His voice was growing more frustrated with each second that passed, and yet there was a profound sense of agony lingered over each word. "Here, pack and wrap her until the others get back. She'll be any minute now." Grabbing the supplies Deagland offered, Douglas got busy doing as he was told. The tears continued streaming down his face, causing his vision to blur slightly in between each blink. Though he didn't know as much as some of the others in the pack, he did know how to do basic medic work. As he began patching Katie, he couldn't help feeling like he could have done more, that he should have done more. When James had come to the tower, Douglas saw a lot of his younger self in him. Life in Ireland had been rough growing up. During the 1600s, the country had waged war against the wolves that lived free across the country. They hunted down and killed every wolf until none remained, killing werewolves in the process. Since werewolves don't shift back if they die in wolf form, no one ever noticed. Having been born in 1663, growing up during the extinction, life had been tough. All his life he could never understand why his family and the other werewolves didn't just move away. He had spent most of his childhood begging them to leave, but no one agreed, saying that you don't just abandon your home. By the time he had turned 18, he had given up on convincing them and ended up leaving. Ambitious and pack-free, he set out to see the world and figure out where he belonged, just as James had. Now James was hovering on the precipice of death while the woman he loved was torn open, neither of them fully knowing how the other felt. "It can't end this way." "Nothing is ending, Douglas. Everyone is making it home," sounding as though he was trying to convince himself rather than Douglas. "You know he loves her, right?" Douglas couldn't help himself from mentioning it. "I do," a cloud of sadness lingering in Deagland's words. A quiet howl could be heard from just outside the vehicle, multiple footsteps accompanying. Having just finished wrapping Katie's wound, Douglas turned to look out the window. The rain seemed to be slowing as the others shifted and dressed, each of them moving quickly as they went. "They're back!" There was the slightest sense of relief as Douglas watched each and every one of their pack make it back without a scratch. "Good. Let's get these two home." Chapter 25. Giles couldn't help feeling chipper as he opened the door to his room. Everything was going as planned, and soon he would be able to leave this dreary city behind. As he stepped inside, there was a crunch sound from under his shoe. Someone had slid a note under his door while he had been in the lobby. A smile spread across his face as he reached down to pick it up, already knowing what it said. "It's done," was written on the small folded paper. Now, to wait for the final piece. He sneered as he tossed the paper in the trash bin. The werewolves had returned to the tower a short while ago, and it wouldn't be long until he would have what he needed. Chapter 26. There was a brief moment of confusion as Katie's eyes fluttered open, a thick fog flooding her memory. It wasn't until her eyes adjusted to the harsh fluorescent lighting that she calmed, recognizing the room she was in. She was lying in the same hospital bed she had woken in before. Though it wasn't her own bed, it was home. Relief washed over her as she looked around the familiar space, until her eyes landed on the IV of fluids being pumped into her arm, not being able to recall how she had gotten here. It wasn't until she looked down at her wrapped chest and her memory cleared, bringing with it a sense of dread as the image of James overran her mind. Remembering everything that had happened, Katie pushed herself to her feet, the movement sending a stinging ache across her chest. Ignoring the sensation, she stood and grabbed the IV pole before making her way out of the room. Her legs throbbed, threatening to give out from under her with each step she took. "Hey!" Gunter called out from down the hall. "What do you think you're doing?" He was rushing over to her side by the time she looked in his direction. "James. I need to see James." The words were hard to get out, her lungs straining with every breath. "You shouldn't be up yet." Gunter was by her side in a heartbeat to offer support. "I need to see him." Noticing the pain in his eyes as tears streamed down her face. "Please." "Fine, but in a wheelchair." Feeling the weakness in her legs intensify was enough to convince her that he was right. She nodded in agreement. After helping her lean up against the wall, Gunter rushed to get a wheelchair from the storage room a few doors over. It only took a minute before Katie was sitting in the wheelchair with Gunter pushing her along. "Your body is in a fragile state, so you need to take it easy. Pushing yourself the way you did right after it had healed your burns took a toll on your body, on top of the injury you sustained. I just need to see him, to see he's okay." Every worst possible outcome rushed through Katie's head, one after another. They stopped just outside a closed door before Gunter squatted down beside her. "There are a few things you should know," wrapping her hand in his own. "Tell me." Gunter took a deep breath before he continued, seemingly searching for where to start. "He hasn't woken up. Deagland and I were able to set his broken bones, and they are already healing." He paused for a moment, a pained expression overrunning his features. "They removed his right eye and injected him with some type of toxin." Finding words felt almost impossible as she glanced between the door to James's room and Gunter. "Is he—" Katie took a few deep breaths to stop her chin from quivering. "Is he going to live?" Water pooled in Gunter's eyes as he looked at her. "I've never seen anything like this. Astrid is the only one who has seen this before. She immediately called a friend who is apparently familiar with whatever they used, and his chopper should be landing in a few minutes. Other than that, I'm not sure what will happen." Hearing the words was one thing. Actually accepting them was another. Gunter appeared to understand her silence as he stood and opened the door before pushing her in. Katie's breath caught in her throat as her eyes landed on the black lines covering James's body. Tears flooded her eyes as her hand clamped down over her mouth, her heart nearly stopping in her chest. Bandages were wrapped around his upper chest, while his left forearm and right leg were contained in casts. Multiple bruises were scattered around his body, some worse than others. Seeing his broken body was almost enough to break her as she reached for his hand, taking it in her own. Tears flowed freely down her face and neck as she looked at the bandage covering his now missing eye. Coming in here, she'd thought seeing him missing an eye would be the hardest part, but she'd been wrong. The harsh black lines were the worst part. They were covering his entire body, making him look like unfinished stained glass. "How," clearing her throat after her voice broke, "how long has it been since we left the forest?" Realizing she had no idea of how much time had passed. "It's been just under 12 hours. "And he hasn't woken up yet?" Wiping tears from her face with her free hand as she spoke. "No. Astrid says it could be due to the toxin. Other than that, we aren't sure why." Gunter had moved to the other side of James's bed to check his IV bags. "Do you think this friend can help?" If anyone in the pack would know someone with knowledge of some rare, strange toxin like this, it would be Astrid. Being the oldest and most travelled of them meant she had far more connections than the rest of them. She was one of the sweetest and caring people Katie had ever met, let alone lived with. But there was always something mysterious about her. It was something she had always found intriguing. "It sounds like he should be able to." There was a hint of hope in Gunter's words. Now that she was thinking about it, a new thought popped in her head. Do we have a place for a helicopter to land? It hadn't ever been something she'd thought about, and she couldn't recall it ever happening before. Dieglin got permission for him to land on the closest building with a landing pad. Okay. Her entire body felt numb as she sat there, her hand never letting go of James's. How did things end up like this? It doesn't even feel real, but rather an awful nightmare, and I just want someone to wake me up already. Your entire world can shatter before you even realize it happened. People have a tendency to say that time heals all wounds, but you and I both know that's not how it works. Though she didn't want to hear it, Katie already knew Gunter was right. Did I ever tell you my dad died when I was 9? Shock sparked in Gunter as he turned to look at Katie. No, you never mentioned your family. I'm sorry. That couldn't have been easy. It's okay. It was a long time ago now. Shifting her gaze back to James. He saved 7 adults and 2 infants before the building collapsed on him. I went through all the stages of grief before I realized the pain never leaves you. Katie turned her gaze back to Gunter. I don't want to live with this pain as well. I know. There was a mutual ache in Gunter's eyes before he turned away. I'm going to go let the others know you're up. Please don't walk around anymore. Your body is healing slower due to the strain. Not saying anything more, he rushed out of the room. Finally being left alone allowed Katie to fully break down, her chest heaving with each strained breath. Being faced with the risk of losing James allowed her to realize just how important he had become to her. He'd only been a part of her life for a short time, but now she couldn't imagine a day without him. I'm so sorry, James, for everything. Intertwining her fingers in his as she carefully placed her other hand on the right side of his face. Please wake up. I need you." More tears streamed down her face as her body shook. Her heart pained in her chest as her tears landed on his arm. Nothing could soothe her as she sat there, never leaving his side. Nothing existed outside of his room. As far as she was concerned, the world had shrunk down to the size of the room they were in. Remembering all the arguing they had done over the last few days intensified the grief and guilt that was building inside her. No matter how painful the thought was, the fact remained that he may not wake up, and she wouldn't ever be able to apologize. They had fought over the stupidest things, and now that may be the last time they were together. We act like idiots to the ones we love, because we ignore the fact that they can be taken away at any second. I thought I learned better after my dad, but enough time goes by and we forget that tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Talking was the only thing that seemed to calm her crying. Sometimes we don't realize who we love until they're taken from us. I'm sorry I never realized it before. Katie gently ran her hand through his hair. You're the one who makes me laugh. It's you, James. I love you. Please wake up. Same as before. There was no response. Katie's head fell, her vision blurring again as more tears fell. After rubbing the water from her eyes, she looked down at their still intertwined hand. An icy chill seemed to pierce her heart at the sight. Her eyes widened as her heart seemingly stopped in her chest. The tips of James's fingers were turning purple. Dear God, no. Don't let this happen. Katie pleaded as her heart sank deeper into her chest. Fumbling to reach the phone on the side table, she reluctantly had to pull her hand from his in order to call the others. After no one on the security floor answered, she called Gunter's cell, but there was no answer. Someone answer the phone, crying as she yelled the words. We're here, came from outside the door before Gunter and Dieglin came running in, followed by a man in an expensive blue suit that she did not recognize. What's happened? Gunter asked as he rushed to Katie's side. He's turning purple. Something she knew meant they were running out of time. The man she didn't know moved his way to the ivy pole beside James before hanging an unmarked coloured bag. There was a smoothness in his motions, his movements reminding her of the finest graceful ballet dancers she'd ever seen before. Katie, this is Eric. He's here to help. The hopeful warmth in Dieglin's voice was contagious as he spoke. Eric finished hooking the unknown bag to James's IV before turning to Katie. He will be just fine, Kathryn. I promise. The way he spoke was unfamiliar, but there was an old-world sound to it, as though English hadn't been his first language. Despite not knowing him, there was almost a familiarity in his vibrant, pure green eyes as he smiled at her. At first glance he had seemed rugged, between the messily styled hair and unshaved scruff, but there was a gentleness in his smile. Something about him calmed Katie, as though his mere presence was enough to soothe her pain. From his scent, Katie knew he was one of them, but there was something else there that she didn't quite recognize. Is that a cure? Katie eyed the bag as she spoke. Yes, it is, Eric answered as he turned his attention to James, placing a hand on his chest. How long until it starts working? Dieglin asked from the door, a mixture of sadness and curiosity in his voice as he watched James. A minute passed before Eric finally responded. Take a look for yourselves. Looking down at James sparked a sense of hope in Katie. The lines were beginning to fade around where the IV entered his arm as the cure spread throughout his body. All the agony she had been feeling faded away along with the lines. He's really going to be okay? A tear of joy was a nice change as Katie continued watching. Yes, Physically, he will be okay. I only wish I could do something about his eye, but unfortunately I can't. Taking one last look at James before turning to Deagland. I want to know how this happened. There was a change in his demeanor as he spoke, going from calming to assertive as his body tensed. Absolutely. Some of the others are currently up on the security floor going over everything. We can head up there now. There was a nervousness in Deagland as he spoke, something Katie had never heard from him before. Lead the way. With that, Eric followed Deagland out and down the hall. A loud sigh escaped Gunther, reminding Katie that he was still in the room. Do you know who that was? No. Should I? Feeling confused as she tried to recall ever meeting him. Eric Bjornsson. Wait. You don't mean... Disbelief swelled in Katie as she struggled to accept what she was hearing. After being attacked, Deagland and Astrid had told Katie the story of how werewolves had come to exist, but she had only considered it a myth passed down through generations. A story of pain and suffering that resulted in damning an entire bloodline with a curse, a myth, and nothing more. Gunther looked as though he had just met a favorite celebrity. One of the original brothers. Astrid knows one of the Bjornsson brothers? It seemed almost unbelievable, and yet she had just spoken to him herself. It wasn't just a story. She whispered as she watched the last black lines on James fade away, as well as the purple in his fingers. Just as James's color returned to normal, the hand she held in her own twitched before squeezing her. James? There was a movement in James's features as his one visible eyebrow furrowed in response to her voice. James? Can you hear me? Her voice lifted as she reached up to touch the side of his face. Kathryn. It was barely above a whisper, but it was enough as his hand squeezed hers harder. You're awake! More tears of joy burst from Katie's already exhausted eyes. James, can you tell me where you are? Gunther had moved over to check his vitals. There was a groan as James opened his eye. Home. He slowly tried to lift his casted arm to his face before Gunther stopped him. Take it easy. You've just woken up from a lot, and you probably won't have much strength for a while. Noticing the questioning look on James's face as he cleared his throat. I'm sorry, James. There was nothing we could do about your eye. But you're alive, and that's what matters now. Turning his attention to Katie. I have to step out, but I'll be back shortly to check on him. Katie nodded to Gunther before turning back to James. I thought I was going to lose you, but you're going to be okay now. I'm so sorry, James. This was all my fault. Her head fell as the pain in her chest returned. No, it's not your fault. James pulled his hand from hers to wipe the tears from her face, his movements slow and strained. Chapter 27. Reality had slipped away, leaving James floating in the center of a vast void of nothingness. There was no up or down, only infinite darkness that seemed to be caving in on him while simultaneously expanding. An unusual sense of panic overwhelmed him as the entirety of the universe vanished from existence. There was nothing. It wasn't until he tried to scream that he realized why he couldn't feel anything, not even the pain from his injuries. There was nothing to feel, because he had no body. Within the never-ending void, all that existed was his consciousness. All he could think of, the only explanation that he could conjure, was that he had died, and this was purgatory. Just the thought of being stuck in this void for an eternity caused the panic to grow stronger, until it felt as though it was crushing his non-existent body. The only thing he couldn't understand, if this was purgatory, was what he had done to end up here. Even after everything James had been through, nothing scared him more than what he was feeling right now. Maybe this was what space felt like, never-ending emptiness. But at least in space there are lights. Here there was nothing. Never in his life had he ever experienced such a thing as he felt now, unable to even put it into words. There was no telling how long he had been buried in the dark void, when a noise echoed outward from somewhere in the distance. It wasn't distinctive, but something about it was familiar. Something about it pulled at him. Within the void there was no way of telling if he was moving, and yet it felt as though he was. A calming warmth seemed to wrap around him or where his consciousness existed as another sound echoed out. This time it was closer. This time James knew what the sound was, who it was. "James?" Katie's voice clearly called out. Lines of blinding light cracked the void as she called his name, shattering the void. His consciousness began to form itself into his body as her voice called out again, "James, can you hear me?" "Kathryn." The feeling in his body was still returning as he forced her name out, needing to know that she was there. Once he'd heard her voice, he knew he was home. The rest felt like a blur as he fully woke from the void. By the time he came to, Katie was crying beside him. He hadn't caught what she'd been saying, but he did manage to hear the last part. "No, it's not your fault." Reaching up wasn't easy, but it was worth it to wipe away the tears on her face. From the moment the void had shattered, James could feel a surge of energy coursing through him. Initially, he'd thought it had been from hearing Katie's voice, but when he finally saw the IV in his arm, he knew it had to be something more. Despite the pain still radiating from multiple areas of his body, he felt a strength like nothing before. James's chest heaved as his voice caught in his throat. What happened?" His words breaking as he spoke. "What do you remember?" Katie's crying subsided as she looked him over. Speaking was becoming easier as he tried to recall what he could. "It's all a jumbled blur, but I remember Andrew's face." Anger flashed through him at the image of Andrew's face over him. When his eyes met Katie's, he looked away, but not before he noticed the change in her expression. There was a look to her that he hadn't seen before. "Kathryn," stopping to direct her face back to his own, "what happened to Andrew and Alex?" Nearly a minute passed before she answered. "Andrew is dead. I don't know where Alex is." There it was again. Each time Andrew's name was mentioned, there was a look in her eyes as she tried to turn away. It took a moment to realize what that look was. Shame. How? Katie's head fell. "Me. I did it." Tears began pouring again as she continued. I thought he killed you. I lost control and..." Her words trailed off as her body shook. James reached up to run his fingers through her hair. "Come here." "What?" Finally looking back up, her confusion slowed the tears. "Come here," motioning for her to lay beside him. "Nothing funny, I promise." Rather than a verbal response, Katie nodded, before gently climbing into the bed to lay beside James. Her tears slowed as he wrapped his good arm around her, pulling her close. Being so close allowed him to be able to feel her heart rate as it slowed, returning to a normal rate. What you did was necessary, and that's nothing to feel ashamed of. But I didn't get there soon enough, and now you're—" Katie buried her head in his side as the tears started again. "You're hurt because of me, because I didn't die that day. Kathryn Ann, listen to me." Lifting her chin until her eyes met his. "Are you listening?" A nod being her only answer. "None of this is your fault, and you don't get to carry that blame. Bad things happen every single day, and this is just the bad thing that happened today. You don't get to take the blame for what those two did. That is on them and only them. You did what you had to do, and in my opinion the world is a slightly better place for it. So carry that instead. Walk tall, knowing you made the world a little better and a little safer today." There was a pain in her eyes as she reached an unsteady hand up, placing it against James's face beside his bandaged eye. "But—" "No but," cutting her off as he spoke. "This is not your fault. I am still alive, and that is all that matters. I can live without an eye." James knew from the moment he had woken that his eye was gone. It was the last thing he'd remembered happening. It wasn't going to be easy to adjust, but the fact that he was still breathing was all he could focus on. "Am I interrupting?" Douglas asked from the door of the room. "Not at all. We were just talking," not taking his eye off Katie as he spoke. The last time he had seen Katie, he had walked away, planning to leave the tower, and now she was in his arms. In this moment, nothing else mattered. There was no Giles, no alarms going off, just Katie. She was all he could focus on, the only thing getting him through the pain pulsing through his body. "How are you feeling, lad?" Douglas asked as he made his way in, sitting in the chair opposite of Katie. "Better now." It was just then that a light went on in his head, remembering what Andrew had said. "There is one thing, though. How am I alive? They injected me with, well, I'm not actually sure, but they were certain it would kill me." Looks were exchanged between Douglas and Katie before either spoke up. "It was awful." Katie cringed at the only recent memory. "Deagland and I took some samples from you to test while we waited. We're not sure yet how they managed to get it, but they injected you with Ulf Mortar, the wolf killer plant. It's a bloody miracle that you're still breathing." "How?" Ulf Mortar was something all werewolves knew about, but it was said to be lost to time. The legend was that it only grew in one spot, and when werewolves discovered what it was, they burned that area until nothing grew. "Turns out Astrid knows one of the Bjornsson brothers, Eric. She called him right after we found you, and he knew of a cure." Katie paused to point to the bag he had brought. "Once he got it in your IV, the effects of the poison began reversing." "Wait, as in the Bjornsson brothers? The beginning of our kind?" Disbelief washed over him as he said the words. "Aye, lad, it's true. He's in Patrick's office right now." Even Douglas still seemed in disbelief. James found himself speechless as he laid there. Between the Ulf mortar that had been pumped through his system and finding out one of the Bjornsson brothers was in the building, myths were becoming reality. There was a brief moment where everything seemed too good to be true, that this had to be a dream. But the pain in his body told him otherwise. It was weird. Before knowing who he was, there was this feeling like I knew him. It was almost calming to be around him. A quizzical look caused a crease to form on Katie's forehead. "She's right," Douglas added. "I'm just relieved to see you awake, finding you in that state." Unwilling to continue, he shook his head. It's just good to be talking with you now. Same here. I wasn't sure I was still alive, remembering the empty void he'd been in. What do you mean? Katie asked, her head still nuzzled into James's side. It was honestly horrible. It felt at first like I was falling into the world until there was nothing left. Absolutely nothing. A black hole without a single trace of anything. I didn't even have a body. Thinking of being stuck back in that dark emptiness brought back the terror he had felt, something he never wanted to feel again. That sounds so awful, James. It was, until I heard your voice. A smile spread across his face as he looked down at Katie. My voice? Confusion caused her eyebrows to furrow as she looked up at him. All the crying had made her green eyes somehow more vibrant, allowing the small freckles in them to stand out more. Yes, your voice. At first I wasn't sure what the noise was, but it offered a sense of comfort in the darkness. Then it grew louder and I realized it was you that I was hearing. You shattered that void and brought me back. Every inch of him wanted to kiss her right then, but he knew he couldn't. If they were ever to have a first kiss, it had to be better than this. Douglas broke the silence, pulling James from his own thoughts. I've heard talk about what you're describing. They say that it be part of what the Ulf Mordor does, almost as if it traps you in your own mind before it kills you. Always thought it was talk. Before anyone else could say anything more, Gunther joined them. It's certainly not just talk now. I've been informed that what we use to cure you is to remain secret, but you are cured. A secret? James eyed the bag that was still hooked up to his IV. There was still pain radiating across his body, only it was slowly easing up. He may not be allowed to know what was in the bag, but he did know there was a good chance it was making him feel stronger by the minute. Unfortunately, yes. Gunther glanced over to the bag, desire lingering in his eyes. James knew it couldn't be easy for him to resist finding out, being the determined scientist that he is. Although I spoke with Eric, he informed me that you will feel some positive side effects temporarily until it works its way out of your system. What kind of side effects? Curiosity sparking in James. It was obvious from the way Gunther looked over James that his scientific curiosity was beginning to get the better of him. I'm not entirely sure. He seemed to be in a hurry. Do you notice anything? Feel any different? James took a moment before answering, trying to focus on anything out of the ordinary. Well, I feel strong, but that's about it. Strong? Douglas asked. James tried his best to explain. Yeah, it's different, though. It's not a muscle kind of strong, but rather just a sense of strength. Interesting. The same word came from Douglas and Gunther simultaneously, causing Katie to let out the smallest of laughs. Hearing some joy in her lifted James's spirit. I heard a laugh, Beth practically yelled as she rushed into the room, before slamming to a stop at the sight of Katie curled up with James. What's going on in here? Nice to see you too, Beth, or at least what I can see of you. James half smiled at his attempted joke as he let out a small laugh, noticing no one else joined him. He may not wish to show it, but it was going to take him some time to adjust, and joking about it helped. Of course it's good to see you. Beth looked away as she stumbled over her words. I mean, I'm glad you're, James cut her off before she could figure out what to say. Hey, it's okay, really. I'm down an eye, but it'll be okay. More telling himself than everyone else. Might have to start calling you Xander now, Beth commented as she forced a saddened smile. No, definitely still a Jim, Katie added. Are you really okay, laddie? Douglas asked. Before James could respond, Gunter answered for him. "I can assure you he's going to be just fine. Eric assured me that he would recover completely, apart from his eye." That last part seemed almost difficult for him to get out. "Good." Douglas calmly stood, taking in a deep breath before turning all his attention to James. "Do not ever run off like that again. Damn near gave me a fucking heart attack seeing you that way." Though he had raised his voice, there was concern in his tone as he continued. "You are not even supposed to be out there." James could see right through the tough exterior Douglas was putting on. "I love you too, Douglas." "Hell, lad, I thought we'd lost you." A few lonely tears slid down Douglas's face before he wiped them away. "Do you want to climb in this bed too?" doing his best to lift Douglas's spirits. "Ah!" Douglas waved him off as he made his way to the door. "I'm going to check in with Declan." "Come on, there's plenty of room for you too," Katie called out. "Jesus, Mary and Joseph," was all James could make out as Douglas headed down the hall before Katie started laughing. "You two are ridiculous," Beth said as she sat on the bed by James's feet. "Since things seem well in here, I'll be back to check on you in a while." With that, Gunter left the room. "Oh, guess what?" Beth perked up while crossing her legs under herself. "What?" Katie sounded more like her usual self as she returned the question. "My apartment should be ready tomorrow." Excitement was beaming from Beth as her eyes lit up. "The whole thing?" Katie gently sat up, wanting to join in the excitement. "All of it. Melina and Cody just took the workers downstairs. There's some final clean-up tomorrow, though, so they say to stay out of it tonight to be safe." "I'm so happy for you. But I think I'm going to miss you being around." Katie's excitement wavered as she reached for Beth's hand. "It's not like she's leaving the building. She'll be right across the hall from you," James added, trying to cheer her up. "Boys just don't get it." Beth stuck her tongue out at James. "And we're the ridiculous ones," Katie Play whispered to James before elbowing his side. James let out a grunt as her elbow jammed into his healing wound. "Oh no, I'm so sorry, James." "It's okay, just a flesh wound." With that, the three of them laughed off the sad truth of James's injured body. Chapter 28. Multiple voices could be heard coming from Patrick's office as Douglas made his way to the door. Despite the relief that accompanied James and Katie's recovery, there was still an ongoing threat to the pack and work to be done to the tower. At least now they were all home and safe. Just as Douglas reached for the handle, the door opened from the other side. "Hey, Douglas, how are our patients?" Dimitri asked as he stepped out into the hallway, Astrid trailing behind him. "They're doing grand. Where are you off to?" "We're headed down to the lobby," Astrid offered. "I'll wait for you at the elevator," she told Dimitri before heading down the hall. With everything that happened, there's a good chance Drew may retaliate. Cody and Melina are down there now, but they need more noses. The cops have pictures, but they can't detect a werewolf. Dimitri's expression changed as he looked at Douglas. "Hey, you're one of the oldest here, probably the oldest I've known personally, aside from Astrid. Have you ever encountered Ulfmorda?" "No. Always heard it was destroyed centuries ago. The one bloke I came across claimed whoever destroyed it took some first. Always considered it another story to keep us alert." A hint of disappointment crossed Dimitri's eyes as he scratched the back of his head. "That's what I thought too." "Dimitri," Astrid called out from inside the open elevator. "Let James and Katie know I'm glad they're well. I'll stop by a little later to see them." Dimitri rushed to the elevator as he spoke, presumably trying to avoid making Astrid wait any longer. Though she was a warm and loving person, she was also a fierce lioness when those she cared for were threatened. Before Douglas made it fully into the office, Eric turned to face him. "It is a story," having heard Douglas in the hallway. I destroyed it and everything in a mile radius of where it grew centuries ago, and none was taken beforehand. There was no way or reason that this should have happened." There was a noticeably high amount of frustration in his voice as he spoke. "Apologies, sir. I mean no offense." Douglas couldn't help feeling somewhat guilty for what he said, not realizing it was Eric whom he'd been speaking of. If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me. "Then this is as much my fault as it is yours," Deagland offered, his own guilt weighing on his words. "For centuries, my brothers and I have kept a low profile, to the extent that many deemed us a myth," turning his attention to the wall of security monitors before continuing. "Maybe it's time for that to change." Above the small monitors displaying the security footage was an oversized monitor. Patrick was using it to show Eric the photos they had gone through earlier from Drew's pack. When the photo of the crates covered the screen, a question jumped into Douglas's mind. Those crates they've got there, could they be what was used to— The next words were difficult to get out. To torture James? When they had first looked over the photos, they hadn't been sure as to what they contained. Now it seems they may have gotten an answer. "They were unmarked, so we had no way of trying to figure it out, but that is a good possibility." Patrick's interest was piqued as he looked over the picture. How would they know? The words were practically a whisper as they left Deagland's lips. "You've said this has been an ongoing issue." Eric turned to face Deagland. "It has. But until now, Drew's attacks were more out of opportunity rather than actual plans. If those crates contain what we think, that means they had planned everything." Deagland's features grew rigid as he visibly clenched his jaw. "Including us being out there when we were." The room stayed silent for a minute while that thought lingered in the air. It was true. All of Drew's plans were basic and short-lived. This one, on the other hand, was orchestrated at a level far above their ability. From start to finish, every move they had made had played into their plan. Who's the puppeteer? Douglas was the first one to ask the question out loud, but it was evident that he wasn't the only one thinking it. "There was that nomad Victor." Patrick began rummaging through a drawer until he found the folder he'd been looking for. "Victor Nikolaev. We were never able to learn much about him, but he seems to be a new variable here." Offering the extremely thin file to Eric as he spoke. "Unfortunately, I don't recognize him, so I won't be able to offer any insight. When did he show up?" Looking over the one-page file and photo as he spoke. "These photos were taken shortly before everything started happening. In fact, we'd just gone over them shortly before the gunman showed up in the garage." Patrick leaned back in his chair. "It would make sense, just not sure what he's getting out of this." "This Giles, you say, saved Kathryn. What do you know of him?" Eric prodded. Rummaging through the same drawer as earlier, Patrick pulled out a slightly thicker file and handed it to Eric. "This is what we were able to get on him, and it seems to check out, though I'm waiting for some information that should be coming in any time now." The look on Eric's face immediately shifted as he opened the file. "It can't be." "What can't be?" Concern spread across Deagland's features as he stepped closer to Eric. "Where is he now?" Finally looking up from the file, Eric noticed the confused looks on everyone's faces. "Giles, where is he now?" His voice grew louder with each word. "Last we heard he was in his room. Do you know him?" Deagland answered before anyone else could. "This is no regular man. Shouldn't even be alive." Unwilling to wait another second, Douglas rushed from the room. He had heard all he needed to know that Giles was part of the plan, more than just a pawn in the game. It was too perfect, too well planned. Giles had to be the puppeteer behind it all. Just the thought was enough to make his heart feel as though it was sinking into his abdomen as he repeatedly smashed the elevator call button. The others could take the next steps to handle the situation. He just needed to get back to James and Katie. They needed to know. This was one of the times he wished they had stairs between their floors as he repeatedly pressed the closed door button, wanting to get to them as quickly as he could. Living as long as Douglas had, a person begins learning more about people's intentions and desires. Giles was in the building, and whatever he wanted had to be more than helping the Mayor's twins. There had to be a bigger reason for weaving himself into the group. The only reason left was why. Before the doors could finish opening, Douglas had slipped out and was running down the hall. There was laughter flowing from James's room until Douglas ran in. "Douglas, what?" Alarmed by his sudden appearance, Katie had tried to ask before Douglas stopped her. "It's Giles. He's the one who's behind this." Disbelief seemed to rock Katie as she shifted in James's arms. "What?" "I'm sorry, lass, but it's true. Eric says he's supposed to be dead, yet he's here. James was the only one who noticed." There was an ache in Douglas's chest as he watched the shock spread across Katie's face, the truth sinking in. Beth had jumped to her feet. "How is that possible?" "Giles has been working against us," Douglas answered. "But how? Why save me to begin with?" "Not sure exactly." A puzzled look crossed Douglas's features. It was a good question, one he hadn't thought of yet. There was a pain in James's voice as he looked over to Katie. Maybe he was the one behind it. After everything those two did, what they said, it doesn't make sense. They wouldn't have sent someone to do their dirty work. They were looking forward to doing it themselves. Saving you must have been his plan, to get close to the pack. A tear slid down Beth's face. "And I encouraged you to spend time with him." She used one hand to cover her mouth as she fought the urge to cry. "He used me." Katie's shock quickly shifted to anger before she looked back to Douglas. But why blame Andrew? How could he have known? "Victor," Douglas whispered, the pieces starting to fall into place. "What?" came from everyone in the room. "Victor was the piece we couldn't figure out. There's a chance he's the connection. How else could Giles have known?" Things were clearing for Douglas, though there were still missing pieces. If that's true, it still doesn't make any sense. Katie was staring at the bed as she stumbled through her thoughts. What purpose does that serve? What could he even want? "I'm wondering the same thing. There must be something here in the tower. Why else place himself here and not with the Mayors?" Douglas started thinking over everything again, desperate for an answer. James pulled Katie closer. "I'm sorry, Kathryn." "No, you don't get to be sorry. You tried to warn me. You said something was off and I pushed you away." Anger flashed in her eyes, causing them to turn a slight shade of red as she looked at Douglas. "Where is he?" "I'm not entirely sure. His room, I believe, but Eric also said he's no ordinary man." "He isn't one of us," Katie said, as she moved to get to her feet. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Beth asked as she moved to block Katie. "You're in no condition to do anything right now." "She's right." There was a pain in James's voice as he watched her sway where she stood. "I can't just sit here." "They're right. Cody, Melina, Dimitri, and Astrid are all down below, and surely the others are already on their way down. Just couldn't leave you in the dark, especially without knowing what he wants." "Wait!" James attempted to sit up, realization flashing across his face. "What if it's Eric that he's after?" "What are you saying?" "It makes sense if you think about it. Those deranged lunatics inject me with something that shouldn't exist anymore, something that is supposed to be incurable." The same realization seemed to hit Beth as she jumped in. "But there is a cure, and Eric is the one with it." Realization struck Douglas. Bloody hell, he wants Eric. Chapter 29. Giles pulled a lighter up to the cigar in his mouth as he stepped into the now empty elevator, a suitcase in his other hand. Laughter echoed in the hall behind him as a seemingly cheerful couple headed to their room. Part of him knew he should feel bad for what was about to happen to them, but he didn't. That part of him died a millennium ago with his sister. Since then, he considered himself the opposite of Pandora's box, as all that remained in him was hatred. The smoke alarm above his head started going off as the suspended box began heading to the garage. Even after all these years, he could never figure out why humans had a tendency to put themselves in such vulnerable situations, building boxes that were held above the ground by wires or tall buildings where the only escape was downward. Maybe after today they might rethink their sense of security. In the time it took to reach the garage, smoke had flooded the small, confined space while the alarm continued. Just before the doors opened, Giles took a brief moment to look directly at the camera in the corner. Feeling pleased with how well his plan had worked out, he pulled the cigar from his lips, unable to resist smiling at the camera, before tipping his hat in farewell. Smoke poured from the opening doors as he strolled into the garage, leaving the suitcase behind. Cars were parked in almost every spot closest to the elevator as he made his way. He couldn't help thinking about how lazy people had become since his time as he passed the cars. The further he got, the more he passed empty spots. It was a short walk from the elevator to the main gateway to the street. He had just made it to the exit when he heard his name from somewhere behind him. Giles! It was one of the werewolves. He didn't care which. With the storm still lingering above, rain pattered down on his hat as he reached into his coat for the last piece of his plan. He never stopped walking as his finger pressed down on a button. This is for you, Gemma. Chapter 30. A loud explosion ripped down through the building, violently shaking the entire structure in its wake. The lights flickered briefly before the emergency lights flashed on, followed by alarms throughout the floor. Douglas steadied himself as he looked up to see the alarmed expressions quickly spreading across the others. "What the hell was that?" Panic poured from Beth as she practically yelled the question. "Not sure, but we can't stay here." Douglas did his best to stay calm for the others, not wanting to add to fear already building in each of them. "James can't walk." Katie frantically looked between James's injured leg and Douglas. "It's okay." James grabbed Katie's hand. "We have a wheelchair already in here. There's nothing to worry about. I'm sure there was just an accident. Just push the chair over." With Katie turned away, James looked over to Douglas. No words had to be spoken for Douglas to understand the concern in his eyes. Footsteps could be heard over the blaring alarms just as Gunter rushed in. "Is everyone all right?" Blood was dripping from a rag wrapped around his head. "Aye, we are," Douglas answered, rushing over to help James into the wheelchair. "Your hand. Are you okay?" Shock seemed to have frozen Beth in place as she stared at the blood still dripping from Gunter's hand. "Yes, it's just from some broken glass," turning his attention to Katie. "I hate having to ask, but are you feeling well enough to walk?" "I'm fine." Katie tried her hardest to sound certain. "More worried about James," now standing beside him in the wheelchair. "Not to worry, Kathryn. I have some fancy wheels now." James tried his best to stay calm for her as he adjusted himself in the chair. "Good. Let's get downstairs." Noticing that Beth still hadn't moved, Gunter used his good hand to grab hers. "Come on, Beth. We can't stay up here." A nod being her only response as she allowed him to pull her. With Douglas pushing James, they quickly made their way out of the room and down the hall. The elevator was the only way to get to the main section of the tower, the only way to get to safety. Douglas hadn't prayed since childhood, but now that was all he could mentally do as they walked. Over and over, he prayed for the doors to open and reveal a still functioning elevator. Despite his repetitive attempts, there was a sense of dread forming in his mind as Gunter and Beth reached the doors. Nothing happened as Gunter pressed the call button over and over. He leaned in, pressing his ear to the door. After a few seconds, his features fell as he pulled away. There's noise, but not the sound of motors. I think we might have to pry the doors open. Damn it, Beth cried out as tears burst from her eyes. Hearing the pain in Beth's cries broke Douglas's heart. From the day he had met her, he knew she was a fierce source of strength. She had managed to stay strong despite living through more than someone her age should have to bear. Growing up in a foster system hadn't been easy on her. Most people looking to adopt tended to avoid older kids, which led her to aging out of the system, never finding a family. It wasn't until she bumped into Astrid that she finally found a home and a family. Now they were seemingly trapped in that home, with no way of knowing what happened or if everyone was still alive. Beth? When she didn't respond, Douglas walked over and tightly wrapped his arms around her. Beth, I know you're scared right now, but you'll be okay. I've lived a very long time and have seen death, and death is not here today. Our home will not fall today. We'll walk out of here, but we need your help. We need your strength for that to happen. He could feel her nod before she pulled away to wipe her face. Let's do this. There were still tears flowing from Beth's eyes, but they were slowing. There's my strong girl. Douglas turned to face the elevator doors. Let's do this, following Beth's words. With Douglas being older, he knew he was stronger than the others. You both grab the right. I've got the left. With that, they took their places and began pulling on the doors while Katie stayed beside James. Soon the doors began to give way and open, revealing more of the destruction as they parted. Debris was falling from above as smoke flowed into the hall. Once the doors were fully open, they were able to see the extent of damage done. My God, Gunther proclaimed as he took a step back from the doors, not wanting to fall in. There be the reason the elevator's not running. Douglas was carefully looking up at a large inflamed hole a few floors up. An entire section of the shaft had been blown inward, dropping large chunks of cement onto the elevator below. Flames were raging above the opening as well as down at the bottom of the shaft. The main elevator below them was still holding in place, most likely being held by the emergency brakes since the wires were barely holding on. That's our floor. Beth was staring up at the hole. After quickly counting the doors up, Douglas knew she was right. Looks like your apartment. Then the realization hit. It was the bloody workers. But how? Gunther asked, taking the question straight from Douglas's mind. Before hiring anyone in the building, especially when working on their floor specifically, they always ran extremely thorough checks. It didn't make sense for an entire team of workers to somehow slip under the radar. Oh, we can figure that out later. Right now we need to find a way down. Douglas grabbed the edge of the doors before leaning into the elevator shaft. They were only one floor away from reaching a stairwell. He almost lost his grip when a buzzing vibrated his pant pocket. The name on the small screen eased some of his concern as he hit the answer button. Deagland, mate. You all right? Yeah, we're okay. We were headed downstairs when the explosion happened. Who's with you? I have James, Katie, Beth, and Gunther with me. We're still on the med floor, and from what I'm seeing, the elevator's not going to be moving anytime soon. Dread washed over Douglas, though he tried his hardest to not let it show. Wait, can you see the elevator? There was an audible shift in Deagland's tone as he spoke, almost sounding relieved at the new information. Aye, I'm staring right at it. Feeling slightly confused at Deagland's reaction. It's about 2.5 floors down, but the cables are destroyed. There's also a few chunks of concrete on top, including one that may have smashed one of the brakes. I'm not quite sure how stable it is. Throughout his many years, he had enjoyed studying and learning anything he could. Shortly after moving to the tower, they had some upgrades done to the elevators and he had opted to observe. He had found the experience relatively interesting, learning how they functioned and what made them safe. We are in the elevator. Answering Douglas's confusion. You say it's halfway at a level? Is there anything near the doors? Aye, and no, doors look clear. Okay, Patrick and Eric are with me. We will get you guys down somehow." There was an assertiveness in Deaglin's voice, as if he was demanding a safe outcome from the universe. Deaglin hung up before a new sound could be heard in the shaft from the doors being pried open. At the same time, Douglas could see movement as the emergency hatch to the cab began opening. Despite knowing this wasn't what the hatch was designed for, there was no other way. Smoke was beginning to fill the shaft from both above and below, while debris was continuing to fall. It was going to be risky, but there were no other immediate options. The hatch finally opened, seconds before Deaglin lifted himself up and onto the top of the cab. "All right," turning back to the others before focusing on James. "We have a way out, but we'll have to lower you down somehow." He just wasn't sure yet on how. "Everyone's okay?" Beth asked as she carefully peered down at Deaglin. "Yes, Beth, we're all just fine," Deaglin called up at her, his voice visibly calming Beth. After looking down the hallway, Gunter blurted out a suggestion. "Bed sheets. We can use them to climb down as well as lowering James." "Only if Beth and Kathryn go first," James interrupted. "I won't go before them." "No, I can't go before you." There were practically tears in Katie's eyes as she begged. "I can't go down there before you." James grabbed Katie's hand and tried his best to offer a comforting smile. A captain would never be the first to evacuate. "Damn it, Jem." A nervous giggle involuntarily escaped Katie as she took a deep breath. "Okay." Watching the two of them interact brought a smile to Douglas, knowing that even in the worst of times real love could prevail. "It's settled, then?" Fathering children had never been of interest to Douglas, even after all his years. Being a nomad had allowed him a chance to see the world and experience so many things that he otherwise never would have. That was enough for him. It wasn't until he found himself here that he realized there was something else he was missing. Family. Though Astrid was still the oldest, he had grown to love each of them, almost as if they were his kids. Now all he could focus on was getting them out safely. Moments later, they had grabbed all the sheets they could and got to work, while the others began tearing sheets and doing their best to tie them into rope. Gunter properly wrapped his injured hand. Douglas couldn't help wishing they had something more secure to use, but it was all they had available. With the 5 of them working quickly, they were done and ready in under 5 minutes. After coming up with a harness to lower James, there was enough to create a rope with large knots every few feet. "Beth, you're first," Douglas said, as he tossed the rope over the edge. "Use the knots for support and be careful." Placing a supportive hand on her shoulder, before joining Gunter in holding the makeshift rope. "Okay." Reluctance was evident on her face as she started down the crumbling tunnel. Noticing the tremble in her voice, Douglas tried to ease her concern. "With Gunter and I holding on, you'll not fall, I promise." After taking a few breaths, she grabbed the rope and eased herself over the ledge. It wasn't long before Douglas felt the rope slack. "I've got her," Deaglin called up. "Katie, you're next." "Do you want to use the harness?" Gunter asked. "No, I can climb." Taking a step forward before spinning around to James. Without hesitation, she bent down and kissed him. "You better be right behind me." There was a surprised expression on James's face as she made her way over to the edge. "All right, Deaglin and Beth are right there if you need." Steadying himself once more as Katie made her way over the edge and down. "No rushing, just take it slow." Katie nodded to him before disappearing from his sight. She kissed me," James whispered from behind. "Lad, I need to say this." Douglas struggled slightly to get the words out as he held the rope. "You're smart when it comes to computers, but you're a daft one when it comes to women. No more games, she loves you and you love her." "He's right," Gunter added. "It's been obvious for a while now." "Katie, watch out!" Deaglin shouted as a large piece of debris fell from the top of the shaft. Douglas and Gunter braced as Katie dodged the falling rubble, the harsh movement almost causing them to slip. There was a sequence of loud crashes as the rubble smashed into the corner of the elevator below, before falling the rest of the way down. "Are you okay?" James had managed to wheel himself to the ledge, trying not to get too close. Before she could say another word, Douglas felt her weight leave the rope. "Kathryn!" James nearly fell from his chair as he watched her fall into Deaglin's quick arms. There was an audible thud before Deaglin shouted up, "I've got her. She passed out, but she's fine. Come on, lad, she's safe. We need to get you down next before anything else happens." Douglas and Gunter were beside him in a heartbeat, pulling the rope up. Once they tied the harness to the end, it only took a minute to get him tightly secured in it. "Ready?" "Yes." James's chin quivered as he looked up at Douglas. "You're not a small pup anymore," tousling James's hair as he spoke. "She's safe. Now it's your turn." With James positioned on the edge, Gunter and Douglas stood on either side of him. In an effort to keep the sheets from rubbing on the edge as they lowered him, they wrapped it around themselves. Once they were set, they gently pushed James off the edge. Douglas took charge of lowering him, his grip tighter than ever before, while Gunter supported the weight. It wasn't long until Deagland and Beth were able to grab him. "Ready?" Douglas asked Gunter, eyeing his newly patched hand. "Yes. All right." Douglas readjusted himself, wrapping the rope around his waist as he steadied his stance. "Get going, then." "You sure you've got this, old man?" Though he was joking, there was a concern in Gunter's eyes as he made his way to the edge. "Go before I throw your arse down there." Trying to play along was growing difficult as the heat from the fires grew more intense. The flames were growing above their heads, causing more rubble to fall. "Wait, how are you getting down?" Sudden concern washing over Gunter's face as he asked. "Not a worry. I'll get down. Now go!" With that, there was no more discussion as Gunter eased himself down. Getting himself down had been the last thing on his mind as he waited for Gunter to reach safety. He'd find a way, even if it meant jumping. All he cared about was getting them down first. "Okay, Douglas, you're next," Deaglan called up as Gunter's weight left the rope. "Can you tie that to something up there?" Looking into the shaft, Douglas noticed a metal bar above the door. It would be a stretch, but he could reach it. "Aye, there's a small bar." Though from its size, he wasn't too sure how long it could hold. Luckily, there wasn't far to go. It didn't take long to secure the makeshift rope as best he could. Once Gunter and Deagland were the only ones left on the elevator, he gave the rope a few strong tugs. "Careful," Deagland cautiously called up to him. Moving as gently as possible, he climbed on. After waiting for a few seconds, ensuring it would hold, he began making his way down. He had made it most of the way when the bar started to give way. "It's breaking," came from both Deagland and Gunter. The bar snapped under the weight just as Douglas let go. Landing on the elevator caused the whole thing to rattle from the impact, the vibrations echoing through the shaft. Douglas didn't move for a second, waiting to see if the brakes would hold. Looking between the two, he noticed he had been wrong. It wasn't just the one with concrete sitting on it that had been damaged. The wave from the explosion must have damaged the other, as it was barely holding on. They were lucky it had held this long, but there was no telling when it would give out. "That was too close. We need to get off this thing." Deaglan motioned for them to follow him into the cab. After carefully lowering themselves into the elevator, being sure to rock it as little as possible, they worked on getting everyone out. With the elevator being stuck halfway down from the floor, they had to help lift James up to Patrick and the others. Moving as softly as possible, they managed to get him up and through the small opening where Katie was waiting for him. Next was Gunter. The strain of holding the makeshift rope had worsened his injury. With Deagland and Douglas's help, he soon was up and out of the elevator. "Come on, you're next," Deagland told Douglas as he readied to assist him. A crumbling sound came through the hatch. "No, youngest first." Douglas didn't give him a chance to argue as he lifted him straight up to the opening. Looking up through the hatch sent a jolt of urgency through him. With a second thought, he used all his strength to shove Deaglan the rest of the way through the opening. There was no time to brace, as the large chunk of concrete slammed into the top of the cabin, causing the brakes to give out from the force. Chapter 31. There was nothing James could do except watch as the elevator car plummeted into the fire below, with Douglas still inside. Frozen in place, unable to accept what his eyes had just witnessed, a loud crashing sound echoed up the crumbling shaft. All that remained, engulfed in flames, was rubble. Voices surrounded him, but they were nothing more than a jumbled collection of noises, static. The world had ceased to exist while he sat there, staring at the smoke-filled space he had last seen his friend, his brother. He had never felt as helpless as he did now, knowing Douglas was gone. A pain like never before took hold of James as he cried out, no longer frozen in shock. His heart dropped in his chest as he stared down at the crumpled-up elevator car now occupying the bottom of the shaft. No one could have survived, not even one of them. It felt as though the entire world had shattered around him, darkening everything except the flames. He couldn't breathe. Hands wrapped around him as he tried to shove them off. It wasn't until he heard Katie say his name that his one eye sprung open to find her in his arms. Was it the dream again? Sunlight was streaming in through the window behind Katie as she rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Yeah. Did I wake you again? Running a hand through her hair as he asked. It had been the same dream every night for the last week, and each time his cries woke her. Despite the guilt he felt for costing her sleep, he couldn't help feeling grateful that she was beside him. Seeing her face was the only thing that calmed him. It's okay. The alarm should be going off soon anyway. At least this way we get to spend some extra time in bed. Rather than getting up, she stayed there in his arms as he pulled her even closer. Oh, that does sound nice. Today was a day they were not prepared for, but there was no preparing for what waited for them. In just a few hours, they were going to lay Douglas to rest. All James could do to hold himself together today was to hold Katie as close as he could. She was the only light on such a dark day. I miss our home, Katie whispered. Me too. It would be some time before they would be able to move back into the tower. Fortunately, Patrick owned a few apartment buildings around the city. He considered it a good investment. One of them happened to have enough vacancies to house them all. It wasn't far. They could even see part of the tower from where they were. Patrick had been smart when he purchased it, buying it through a company he had set up. It was completely hands-off for him, so there was no way anyone outside of the pack that would be able to find them. Even though it wasn't home, they were at least still together, under one roof, and safe. A few minutes passed before the alarm clock went off. Oh, I really need to get ready. You're still healing, so it will take a little longer. Katie pulled herself from his warm embrace. Okay. He wished he could freeze time, to not have to face what was about to happen. Even though he knew the truth he had witnessed, it didn't feel completely real yet. After today, it would. Are you going to want to wear an eye patch today or a prosthetic? Katie asked as she made her way to the bathroom. James absently ran a hand over his empty eye socket before deciding. Eye patch. I'm still not used to the prosthetic. Besides, I'm sure Douglas would have gotten a good laugh out of the eye patch. Resisting the urge to cry as his heart ached. Oh, I'm sure he would have. Probably would have bought you a toy parrot. She let out a sad laugh before closing the door. Roughly an hour later, they were meeting up with everyone in the lobby before heading to the cemetery. They were all dressed in black as they silently waited for everyone to join them. This was not something they had to do before, to bury a member of their pack. Douglas hadn't left any instructions, so it hadn't been easy making the arrangements, but they did their best to honor his memory. There were teary-eyed faces all around as they quietly headed to their cars. "Was anyone able to get hold of his family?" Astrid asked as she climbed into the same SUV as James. "No, but I'll keep trying," came from Deagland as he took the driver's seat. "He never gave us their information, so it's been difficult trying to track them down." "He hasn't been back there in over 100 years," James quietly added, before correcting himself. "Hadn't." Katie intertwined her fingers into his as they left. After the ceremony, they returned to the apartment building to find Captain Hoffer waiting for them at the door. There was a folder in her hand as she followed them in and up to the apartment Patrick, Cody, and Melina were sharing. They had set up the main living area as a mobile command center, in a sense, with everything they could need. Multiple blueprints to the tower were up on one of the walls, both old and new. The wall opposite boasted a newer version of the projector screen they'd been using in their conference room, as well as multiple different maps. "Apologies for the lousy timing. We've collected some information on what was used, and I didn't think you'd want me to wait," the captain said as she handed over the file to Deagland. "Looks like a combination of high explosives and propellants were used in both explosions, just different amounts. The details are all in there." "Thank you." There was a defeated look across Deagland's face as he handed the file over to Dmitri before walking out of the apartment. "You'll have to excuse him," Dmitri offered before opening the file. "Thank you for this. Any update on when the tower will be cleared? We want to start rebuilding as soon as we can. Our investigation has gone as far as it can go. Once the building is deemed structurally safe, you can begin. Any idea where this guy has gone?" Eyeing the maps on the wall as she asked. "Not yet, but when we hear something we will let you know." Dmitri shook her hand. "Thank you again for your assistance on this. I'm truly sorry for your loss." Taking the hint, Captain Hoffer left. There was a heaviness in the room as everyone quietly found a place to sit. James silently debated heading back to the apartment he and Katie were sharing with Beth when it struck him. There was nothing to do. With the tower closed, he had no work to focus on. For the past week, he'd worked on shutting things down there and moving into their temporary home, but now that was done. All that was left was his grief, and he couldn't handle that. "Have we heard anything from Eric?" breaking the silence as he asked the question. "Just that he's trying to hunt down Giles," Astrid answered, wiping a stray tear from her face. "What about Alex?" James walked over to the map of the known locations for Drew's pack. "Supposedly he's gone. His passport pinged at the airport he left the country," Patrick offered. This can't be the way this ends. Frustration built in him as he looked over everything. "Maybe we can help track down Giles." "Not sure what we can do to help." Dmitri took a seat, tossing the file on the table as he spoke. "From what Eric said, Giles is as old as he is. The brother of the traveler girl him and his brothers killed. If he's been alive this long without anyone knowing, there's no telling where he could be at this point. He probably has ties all over the world by now, people willing to hide him." Aggravation showed on Patrick's face, causing a crease to form across his forehead. "I still don't understand how we didn't know about the workers. It was the same company we've used before. Doesn't make any sense. I can't believe I didn't catch it." "They've disappeared already, so I'm sure he paid them off," came from Cody as he opened a beer in the kitchen. "Everyone has a price if you're willing to pay it." After grabbing a few more beers, he started handing them out. Patrick's tone sharpened as he attempted to suppress his frustration. "That won't happen again. Not on my watch." He accepted the beer Cody offered. When we start construction, I want someone watching the workers at all times." Each of them were holding on to some amount of guilt for what had happened, including James. For the last week, one thought repeated over and over in his mind. He should have pushed harder to get rid of Giles. Now, because he hadn't, Douglas paid the price with his life. If we can't find Giles, and Alex has run away, what do we do now? One day Giles would slip, show his face somewhere, and James would find him. Until then, he wasn't sure what to do. It was quiet in the room until Dimitri finally offered an answer. "Giles may be in hiding, but Drew and his pack are still close, and eventually he will make another move. So we rebuild. We will make our home stronger so that we are ready for whatever comes next." "I'm picking up a kitten today," Gunter added from the couch he was sitting on. Dimitri was the first to let out a laugh before everyone else joined in, including Gunter. On a day like this, it was needed. "That's great. I know I gave you shit about it, but I'm happy for you." Dimitri raised the beer Cody handed him. "Congrats. What does it look like?" There was some excitement in Katie's voice as she asked. "She's an orange tabby." James could swear that Katie's eyes grew in size as she spoke. "She sounds adorable. When are you getting her? Do you have a name picked out?" Gunter checked his watch before responding. "I have to leave in an hour. Decided to name her Athena." "That sounds wonderful, Gunter," Astrid offered from across the room. "A cat living amongst werewolves. It's definitely going to be interesting," Dimitri laughed. Epilogue. Dieglin watched the opening ceremony from his newly renovated apartment, torn on how to feel. Almost 2 years had passed since the Blackwood Tower was attacked, since Douglas had died. Leading a pack, being responsible for others, was not something he'd ever wanted. Still, here he was. Somehow, despite his warnings, the others had decided to stay. He could never figure out why, especially now. If it were up to him, he would send them all away. At least then they'd be safer. Guilt still haunted him daily, causing him to lock himself away more than ever before. The others continued to try pulling him from his cave in the sky, but most attempts had failed so far. Part of him wanted to hope that hiding away would prevent any more threats on the pack, but he knew it was only a matter of time. This time they would be prepared. There was a knock at his door, pulling him from the window. "Come in." "I knew I'd find you here," Astrid commented as she walked in. "You really should come join the others." Despite her younger appearance, Astrid had a motherly warmth to her. It was something Dieglin had noticed when he first met her, something that was strangely comforting. "I have more work to do." Since returning to the tower months ago, moving in before the opening of the hotel, he had focused all his attention on studying the samples they'd taken from James. "You've worked enough. It's time for you to take a break," not giving him a chance to escape before pushing him towards the door. "Now come along. Everyone has worked hard setting up a party on the cafeteria floor." Dieglin allowed himself to be ushered down to the party, despite wanting to run back to his apartment. Regardless of how he felt, those around were what mattered most to him. They were the ones who stuck by him, even with the danger. So it was his turn to be there for them. Epilogue 2. Months had passed since Eric set out to find Giles, determined to wipe him from the earth. He had crossed multiple countries, reached out to several old acquaintances with little to show for his efforts. The only answer he had managed to discover was how Giles had managed to pull Kathryn in the way he did. An old traveller charm made from a long-forgotten plant. All he needed to do was touch her with the residue on his hand. Learning this had only angered him more. After years of struggling to live normal lives, he and his brothers had decided to part ways and hide from the world. Leading a line of werewolves, the part of themselves they were ashamed of, was not an interest to them at the time. They'd chosen instead to live simple lives, similar to their time a century ago, while staying hidden from the modern world. Now, with an old threat surfacing, it was time to change that. If Eric was going to find Giles, he was going to need help. It wouldn't be easy finding his brothers, but he had to try. When they had parted ways all those years ago, they had decided to cut ties. At the time, it sounded like the safest option. One at a time, he would have to track them down. At least, for one of them, he had a good idea of where to start. Greenland.